Hello, and welcome to Interlagos for the 6 hours of Interlagos in the EERC Endurance Championship. My name is Edward Hunter, and we are about to get qualifying just underway. It's already a minute underway, actually, and we have a grid of 38 entries, a full 38. That's unheard of. Usually, you're lucky if you get to around 25 or 30, but a whole nearly 40 entries participating in this race, and all but one of them have set laps in qualifying at the moment. And so that is let's just recap very briefly. So I think that's about 9 LMP1 entries, a full 20 LMP2 entries, it's a full LMP2, and a 13 GD3 entries, although I think 1 or 2 reserves may have had to jump in here and there. But anyway, we've had 3 rounds of the championship so far, of course, in the last one most recently being the Nordschleife. Before that, it was the 8 hours of Silverstone. And then before that, we had the 6 hours of Barcelona. So the first time around, we've had a 6-hour event, because Nordschleife was, of course, a 4-hour event. Silverstone was double that. And yeah, so, yeah, but a brilliant track, of course, Interlagos, to get things going on. As we look on screen at the moment in the middle of qualifying, this looks like one of the into the points entries that's just circulating through Mergulho and then Juncao, the junction, just to follow. Let me have a brief look, see if I can confirm the identity of said driver. And it is indeed Oliver Perikian, of course, who won in number 46 last time out in at the Nordschleife. Despite being disqualified on the final lap, they were just a lap ahead of Mugen number 21, who are leading the championship. Oh, look at Oliver Perikian getting heavy on the brakes there. As he goes through Reta Aposta and into the Cida do Lago, turn 3. And he gets it hooked up very nicely indeed. Goes a little bit wide, but he is about just slightly off his personal best here. There we go, let's ride on board through the infield section. This is Larangina, Pinherino, and then Bica di Pato just coming up. The right-hander where we saw Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon crash a few years ago. Now through Mergulho, downhill, we go slightly uphill through the junction. A lovely circuit because of all the elevation changes. And he's still a little bit slower than his best. But of course his lap time from earlier as Perikian goes down to the pits was good enough for pole position provisionally. We still got the track improving, of course, at the moment. No sign of rain for quali or the race. Let's keep an eye out. Who is actually on pole at the moment? It is the pole sitter from the Nordschleife. And I believe pole sitter from Silverstone, which is Jansen Bintz. Here we go. He's at a purple first sector. He crosses the line. Ooh, it is slightly off his best. It's his best lap, 1:15.0. Last lap, 1:15.2. So slightly off. Zoltan Toff, sorry, in number 22, is also on a flyer. Here he is, speeding through Mergulho and the junction. On the outlap, of course. So clearly, I was looking at as the previous lap before he abandoned. But these guys in the lead of the LMP1 Championship. And here we go. Let's look at Zoltan Toff's lap here as he fights for pole position with the number 23 Valet, which really needs to get its championship underway. They've had 1 podium at Silverstone, and everywhere else they've retired, really. They were second at Silverstone, and I'm very unlucky, actually, to lose out, really, to Iris, who themselves had a brilliant drive in the hands of Loic Mounier and the number 8 crew, who are third at the moment, of course, as you can see. But let's look. Toff sits a purple first sector. So this is looking good so far. 18.4. What's the time through Sector 2 looking like as we go through the infield? Oh, Bintz has actually gone even faster. 1:14.9 on this lap. So excellent job by Jansen Bintz, who actually just won in VEC, I believe, a few days ago. So Bints is certainly on a bit of a roll. And unfortunately, it's just going to be me for qualifying, but we should have Ryan Ferris in for the race, and I'll introduce him when he arrives as Toff powers towards the line. Is he going to get himself any closer to Jensen Bints? A little bit there. 1:15.26, but that's still 3 tenths away from the time set by Jensen Bints. So let's go down a little bit and see who is fighting for pole position down in GD3. It is Thomas Abascal, or as I lovingly call him, Abascal the Rascal. Yep, Abascal not quite faster on that previous run, but the number 48 still doing more than enough to get pole position, but only just because, of course, Iris are back in play this weekend in the form of, here we go, the number 87, and I believe the 86 with Arasaka at the wheel is down in 6th position at the moment, but Book out in the 87, only margin 0.029 behind Abascal's lap time, and much stronger in the first sector, it would seem. So let's keep on board with Book out as he circulates, going uphill through Ferradura. Hinja. Inherino. Up the inside, and all looking very neat and tidy for Wesley Bucat, of course. A very experienced driver in Endurance Championship, and also in Formula Sim Racing and open wheels. He's had some good performances there too. Pole position in the Imola in the season opener, and he's collecting the points. A little bit slower in the second sector, but can he hook it up as he goes towards the timing line? Let's see, through Kubita boxes, onto the main straight, cutting towards the wall, trying to make the line as short as possible. Almost looking like he's going to duck into the pits, but does not. He keeps tight towards the wall. Is it good enough for pole? It is. Wesley Bucat, with 12 minutes to go, takes pole position from Thomas Abascal and into the points racing. So that is great news for Iris, who really need to get their GD3 title bid underway. And Bucat laying down the marker. What can Thomas Abascal do to respond? Up front, it is 5 tenths between Toff and Bints. So I think Jensen Bints has actually extended the gap slightly further to 1:14.7. Meanwhile, Perikian still on pole by the slenderest of margins, actually. David Kalokshine, the 21, leading the championship, is just 1,000th of a second behind. Then you've got Felix Neuberger in the 28, less than 1/10 of a second behind as well. And Neuberger is still out there, I believe. Oh no, he's in the pits. But there we go. Abascal starts his lap to try and respond. And number 48 into the points, not really had the rub of the green that the LMP2 cars have had, with 3 podiums, I think, so far this season in all the first 3 rounds in LMP2. Abascal's had pole positions, have shown incredible speed, but little mistakes, little incidents, and even things that weren't really their fault have impeded them. And GD3, very, very, very wide open. The leaders in GD3 at the moment going into this round are Satellite Motorsport number 64 on 50 points, and they basically abandoned after the first 2 rounds because they thought that they weren't getting any prize money. Although we are seeing some of one of the drivers, Liam Rance, taking part, I believe, in the LMP2 field. And I'll update you on what the LMP2 entry is up to as soon as I see it. Not seeing them do anything too much today. But here's Abascal going through the junction, junk out, up the hill, and powering towards the line. 10 minutes left to go in the session, so it's really a go time then. If you have not got a lap in, you really need to get one in. Carl Magnus Bore in the number 59 is the only one not to set a time yet. Abascal crosses the line, remains second, so Wesley Bucat marginally ahead. But Abascal just heading Bent Skax in the 36. There he is for HVML in the Callaway Corvette that were led for quite a while in the Nordschleife before being overcome by Team Imperium number 16. Team Imperium at the hands of Tibor Kiss, just finishing a lap now in GD3, by the way. But I think we'll draw our attention to the LMP2 battle. Here comes Tibor Kiss. Can he improve from 5th position? No. Anyway, there's our current pulsar at LMP2 with less than 10 minutes to go. David Koloksai, reigning champion, number 21, with the Mugen Sim Racing crew. And Perikian 0.023 behind him, with Felix Neuberger still in the pit lane. Neuberger about a tenth behind. All very, very tight at the top 4 positions, with the 33 valet of Sabakis. As we look at Coluccio starting his lap and going really, really wide at Curva du Sol. So that's going to impede his first sector time. But it's so tight in the top of the LMP2 field. And GD3 is what's really only Bintz who's made a breakaway for it. Moinier's caught up to Toff actually in LMP1. But here comes Coluccio trying to improve his time and extend the advantage. With that 1:19.8. There is Perikian. He's also on a lap. And purple in the first sector. So let's keep an eye on him as he goes all the way up through Ferradura, Larangina. Pinherino tucks to the inside. Such a difficult corner if you take in too much speed, because it can put you so offline. But Perikian handles it pretty marvelously so far, and driving with all the confidence of a 4 hours of Nordschleife winner, as we'd expect him to. What's the time in the second sector looking like for Perikian? Here we go. It's a little bit slower. 41.3. Coluccio does not improve up ahead, and Perikian also not improving. Here's Neuberger, about to start his lap with 7 minutes left to go on the clock. The bright green Bodling Motorsports machine. And Neuberger has impressed at certain points this season, putting in some pretty solid drives. And purple in the first sector. Let's keep an eye on this as well as the other pole position. And in fact, Neuberger goes back to the pits, so not much to look at there. Who else is out on track at the moment and impressing in terms of lap times? Let's have a look at Luca Gray and what I believe is the 360 Motorsports car, number 30. And here comes Luca Gray. A little bit slower in the middle sector. But still, it's good to have a full LMP1 entry, because we usually only get about 4 or 5. So great to see a full 9 on the grid. As Luca Gray powers towards the line. And remains 5th. So, what else is happening on track then? Let's have a look at Pascal trying to get pole position. Here we go. He's a little bit up at the first split. 21.8, so yeah, almost a tenth faster than the times Bukout's been setting. Little wide, has to have a few goes turning in at the exit Ferradura into Pinherino. Here we go through Bico di Pato. Touches the inside curb. We see, I believe that was Geelhead in the 77 improving just now. Oh, Pascal having a little wiggle on, and he's only got 5 minutes left then. So he'll have to come out and give that another go. Mario Valencia in the 444 has actually got it together. He's only 0.0002 thousandths of a second behind Bent Skax in the 36. Or Sagax, sorry. It's Bent Sagax. I'm sure the 36 team will be annoyed at me for getting that wrong. But Valencia, a little bit disappointed. Would have expected a much stronger result than 4th at the Nordschleife, with the main rivals out the way. The 444 definitely in the title hunt. They just need to make sure that the 87 does not get a big jump on them. They can consistently beat the number 16 of Tip or Kiss, which is only about 500ths behind them. So crucial times then for Finavond, who have they've won a race at Mugello last season in GD3, but they are yet to win a championship. And of course, a very strong finish for them as we see Perikian take pole position from David Kolokshai in LMP2. Mario Valencia goes towards the line, remains 4th. Liam Rance in number 75, which is the number he, of course, uses Hunter Birch Simulation when he won both races here, has gotten himself up into 4th position. There's the Satellite Motorsport car, just exiting the pits with 3.5 minutes remaining. And getting very close to the safety car. But I imagine they all do that. As Zoltan Top has closed the gap to Jansen Bintz to 2.5 tenths. There's still quite a margin, so Jansen Bintz really the qualifying king this season in LMP1 at least. But Valet really need to convert. The 22 and the 23 I think will have a very, very close battle with the number 8 behind looking to pick up the scraps. So it is a win apiece for the 22, the number 8, and I think Coach Eric won the LMP1 opener in Barcelona, so the 23 would love to get themselves off the mark. But here's Liam Rance just setting up his lap. Is anyone else out there improving at the moment? Looks like Jessa Trinos, for looks like one of the VMS cars, was improving and has gone back to the pits. Here's Richard Sismiada for Paul Street Boys 758 with a new livery on, it looks like. Very chevron-y for PSB. 2 minutes remaining then. I believe Perikian is staying in the pits on his 1:19.7. Here's Sismiada starting his lap, goes a little bit wide. And just really trying to get into the top 10 then for Paul Street Boys. Always good to see the Paul Street Boys car competing, because they are a very, very popular group. And it cuts to the inside very early for Ferradura. Yeah, I've just suited a Largo, but Richard Sismiada pressing on then. The rear, round it goes. Well, that's the end of that attempt then. Here's the Baskel, making a last-ditch effort then to snatch pole position from Wesley Buchout in the 87. And all looking under control so far for the Into the Points number 48. But needs to get that crucial 10th of a second to Buchout. Buchout's pulled out a 10th actually. So this will have to be something special from Abascal the Rascal. He's only got this on one more run left to go. He's a bit slower, marginally slower in that middle sector. Yep, a 45.9, which matches what Buchout was setting. He powers towards the line then. What's it going to be then for Into the Points number 48? It is going to be second. Unless he's got another lap in him. Only 20 seconds left to go and he's pulled right to the inside and he's slowing. So I think that's it. Abascal will start no better than second. And meanwhile, Mario Valencia continues to chase down Bent Sagax for third and is unsuccessful. So he will start 4th. But it looks like this man, with a couple of seconds left to go, because Toff's not improving, it is going to be Jansen Bintz on overall pole position. And Oliver Perikian, who just beats David Kolokshai, just fell short at the end, 19.8 to a 1:19.79. So Perikian will feel very happy with that. Neuberger is still on the lap low, so let's not forget about him. As Moynier completes his run, Rance will start 4th, I think, just behind Neuberger. Neuberger did put in a great run here. He's a little bit slower on this attempt. As, Carl Magnus Boré making a late charge up to 5th. So excellent job by the There he is, Newberger abandons, but excellent job by the number 59. But that is pretty much going to be your grid order. So let's go through the session results then. It is Jansen Bintz who will start from the very front of the grid on a 114.7 ahead of Zoltan Toff by 2.5 tenths as well. So Jansen Bintz driving with supreme confidence right now. Always a pleasure to watch Jansen Bintz at full throttle. Zoltan Toff will start second though in number 22 ahead of Loic Meunier in the number 8. Bradley Sullers in the number 73. Luca Gray in the number 30. Carl Lewis in the number 96 will start 6th. Ahead of Pascal Eggert in the 137, who got a second place runner-up at the Nordschleife. So he'll be looking to climb through the field after a slightly disappointing qualifying, a second and 3 tenths of the pace. Will Kenwright, ATR Vulcan, will start 8th. And then it'll be Linus Lundvall in the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport, who will start 9th in the 74, holding up the rear, or making up the rear, rather, of the LMP1 field. LMP2, Oliver Perikian will start from the head of that train, just ahead of David Kolokshai in the 21. So it was another great performance by Into the Points, number 46, who are really starting to put themselves into the title hunt and putting the pressure on the 21. Felix Newberger will start 3rd in the 28 Bottling Motorsports. Can Bottling get their first podium of the season? Number 75, Satellite Motorsports back in LMP2 with the hands of Liam Rantz, of course, won both of the touring car warm-up races beforehand in Hunter Birch simulation colours. Sabakis in the 33 Valet will start 5th ahead of Sven Gielhed in the 77 Iris. Sancho Van Sand in the other Into the Points car will start 7th ahead of Jeff Gritz in the 828 in 8th. Mia Levers will start 9th in the 139 Finnavond ahead of Akos Forgax in the 66, the bracket 66 Iris. Then let's have a look at the rest of the 18 LMP2s. We got Matthias Guzowski in the number 40 in 11th. Richard Sismiard of the Paul Street Boys will start 12th ahead of Jessas Trinos in the in number 26. Nick Conan in the 140 Finnavond car that's finished so strongly in LMP2 at Nordschleife will start 14th. In 15th is the 24 driven by Justin van der Smissen. And number 16 will be 42 driven by Florian Veppler. In 17th, the number 60 driven by David Poole. And bringing up the rear, it's Alexander Modal in the number 29. Finally, GD3, it is Wesley Buchout on a triumphant return to EERC. Will start from pole position in the GD3 field in the 87 for Iris, ahead of Thomas Abascal for Into the Points number 48. Marginally behind, of course. Then it is Bence Sagax in the 36 HML car in 3rd. Very impressive qualifying by them. The 444 driven by Mario Valencia will line up 4th ahead of Tibor Kiss in the number 16. Carl Magnus Bore in the 59. Mashiro Arisaka in the 86 will start 7th ahead of Valentin Iliev in the 97. Alan Voice, they got on the podium in the 93 at Nordschleife, will start 9th ahead of Norbert Major for Arija Racing. Then it is Dan Pepples in the number 17, who will start 11th, ahead of Tar Kanho in the 127. And of course, the 127, I believe, is the 27 Motorsport, essentially. Hence the name. And we'll see Nelson Ignacio, the team owner, also racing later today. Didn't see the 206 anywhere in the GD3 order, who finished runners-up, of course, at Nordschleife, so I think they all be absent today. But anyway, we're qualifying over. Oh, and that's the 97 just pulling out in front of the Iris in the warm-up. I think it's a good time to just go to B-roll, and I'll be back for the race, and hopefully Ryan Ferris will come in as well. But hopefully you enjoyed that qualifying session, and we will have a very exciting beginning to the 6 hours of Interlagos in just about 20 minutes time or so. 25 minutes time exactly. So come back soon, and the racing action will begin shortly with Bintz, Kolokshai, and Buchout on pole. Oh no, not Kolokshai, it's It's of course Perikian on pole in LMP2, sorry. But anyway, bye for now. See you soon.
Whisper test. Whisper test. Please let us know if you can hear this.
Whisper test.
Whisper test, whisper test.
Hello and welcome back
Make sure you
to
move to grid quickly.
Interlagos. There we go. This is the grid being set rapidly. But welcome back. My name is Edward Hunter, and I'm joined, hopefully, by Mr. Ryan Ferris, who's also just jumped in a few minutes before me and has been waiting patiently for me to come back. But,
Hello.
it's good to hear you, Ryan. So we're just getting ready for this fourth round of the EERC Endurance Championship to get underway. And let's actually go to the main feed. There we go. You can see the grid already. And there you go. There's some basic information, of course, about the circuit. Air
Okay,
temps 18
LMP1,
degrees.
start off single file on pit limiter.
So there we go. So LMP1 has just been released with Jansen Bintz on pole position for Valet. We can hopefully have enough time to go through some of the grid. But let's get the in-game overlay.
LMP2 set off single file in pit limiter.
There you go. So that's LMP2 being led by David Kolokshai, not Oliver Perikian, as I mistakenly said before going down to lunch, because Perikian got disconnected and I forgot whether he was on pole or not. But he isn't. He won the last round.
And GT3 set off single file on pit limiter.
Yeah, so here comes the GT3 field, led of course by Wesley Bukout for Iris number 87 from Thomas Abascal into the points number 48. So there we go. Three big races to keep track of and a big grid. I believe it's 39 cars are going to start this race, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of cars compared to what we used to.
Interlagos is going to get very, very crowded.
It will indeed. It will indeed. It'll be interesting to see how the faster runners deal with the back markers, as it can cause a bit of an issue in the middle sector, as it's quite tight and narrow once you get to the middle sector.
Indeed, yeah, where we get all the tricky sort of technical corners, and lapping, like you say, is going to be it's going to be interesting. But certainly this man, Jansen Bintz, Valet have shown great pace this year. Remember, they had a great battle with Iris at Silverstone that they just lost out, and they were leading in Barcelona, they were leading in the Nordschleife. It didn't finish either of those races though, so Valet need to get their championship underway, and they've got the championship leaders in LMP1, Mugen, number 22, right behind them. Mugen in a sort of battle with Iris. 10 points separate them at the very top of the LMP1 standings. So Iris will also be looking to take advantage. Oh, pardon me, that's just lunch going down. Take advantage as well. And so we should expect LMP1, all 9 of them, very big for LMP1 stand. Usually we only get about 4 or 5, but all 9 of them should be released very shortly.
LMP1's line up double file.
Here we go. So through the junction goes Jansen Bintz, and Toff will come alongside him. Then it'll be Moynier and Sellers in the Rookie Monsters number 73 right behind. And they nearly bump into each other, don't they, Ryan? So this is going to have to be very carefully managed.
Yeah, indeed.
LMP2's line up double file.
Yeah, and we'll go back to LMP2's once LMP1 has been released, I guess.
GT3's line up double file.
There we go. Look, it's showing Perikian brief alongside Kolokshai, because it's showing him in the lead now in LMP2, but...
LMP1, green flag.
Here we go then. So Jansen Bintz is released, and looks like one of the Fring of On cars going really, really wide there. But, oh, here we go. It looks like Toff has got the run up the inside into the center S, right, and Jansen Bintz, and that looked like Pascal Leggett being spun in the background there. But Jansen Bintz held on to the lead.
LMP2, green flag.
Oh, here we go. So... here they go, and Oliver Perikian, is he close enough to make a move down the inside of David Kolokshai? Is that 3 wide at the back, and Liam Rance taps the back of Oliver Perikian. Oh, but they all seem to have got away okay, and Liam Rance pushes the Bottling Motorsports car out of the way at the City de Largo and takes third position. But meanwhile, let's go back to, here we go. It's Bukat has made a brilliant getaway here.
Okay, we come code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh dear, so it looks like LMP2 at the back there.
5,
and,
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Oh dear! Oh, look at that run. That looked like Geelhead, or was it Kiss who had just hit the wall? No, Kiss is just ahead of him, so I think it must have been Geelhead or Sandra Van Sand came together. One of them just hit the wall coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, it looked like Van Sand possibly. But that seemed everyone kind of very much clumped together and going straight to code 80.
Yeah, so code 80, just to remind our newer viewers, that's where everyone has to stick to 80 miles per hour in first gear, of course.
Yeah, and it looked like was it Newberger that we saw towards the back of the...
Yeah, Newberger just got sort of pushed by Liam Rance, and then fell behind Kiss, Geelhead, and Sand as well, Van Sand as well.
I could see the rear wing of the car at the bottom of the center S, and so I'm assuming that is why we've gone to code 80. But interestingly, just rolling around in code 80, we just saw, as the LMP1s were going on to the start-finish straight, the back end of the GT3 field. So they're already only a lap in, basically, of racing, and we've got...
yeah, this is, I believe, our last place finisher, Norbert Major. And Canho just ahead of him in the other 27 Motorsport entry. But yeah, here is Bintz. He can see Norbert Major. Yeah, there you go. And there we go. So we are officially into the starting time then, with 6 hours remaining. Interlagos then, and the LMP1 field still very, very bunched together, so I wouldn't discount Zoltantov trying to dive up the inside. There's also Moynier right behind Sellers, who's made a great start, so Bradley Sellers is not out of the contention for this one yet either, but it's certainly looking like the top 4 will be the ones that fight for overall victory here. I can't really see Luca Gray in the 360 number 30.
We go green in 10 seconds.
Although we'll find out, I guess, as Bukout sets a new fastest lap under code 80 in the lead of
5,
GD3.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And here we go, Ryan. We're underway once again. And oh, look at this. Bradley Sellers having to defend from Loic Moynier. And Moynier looks up the inside, tries to put the Rookie Monsters car off, and Luca Gray goes off in the background. But it looks like Moynier is through, round the outside.
Yes, indeed, very bit of robust attacking from Mounier. Sellers got squeezed out, a bit of wheel banging, but they're through and Mounier's in 4.
And here's the LMP2 battle with Liam Rance pursuing Oliver Perukian, who of course won despite being disconnected. And Neuberger continues to struggle to get past Van Sand, and he's got Jeff Gritz, who I believe, I don't think is his teammate, but I think it's a very similar liveried green car behind him. I'll have to figure out who Jeff Gritz drives for in the 828, of course. But yeah, Neuberger looking very desperate to get back in front of Sandro Van Sand, who's being dropped by Gielhead ahead in front of him.
It looks like Neuberger's lining up for a move into the first turn of Center S. He's having a look on the inside, but is he going to do it? Yes, he locks the big back wheels up though.
Oh, and they almost touch on the exit. In fact, they do touch very, very briefly, but Van Sand has to concede. And Neuberger up to 6th again. And that'll be good for news for him because he qualified 3rd. He does not want to see the leaders escape down the road. Pascal Eggert, meanwhile, oh, up the inside and off he goes. And that could be a code 80 if he hits the wall. But he just avoids it. And the 137 down in 9th, that was him trying to get past, was it Lundvall or Nuis, I think. And it all went wrong there for Pascal Eggert. And he's down at the back of the field once more in the LMP1.
The Fringavon car looked to have struggled going into turn 1 on lap 1. Got a little bit caught up as again we see him contact towards the back end.
Oh yeah, the 97 just being pushed up by Arasaka in the 86. And here we go, the 97 of Iliev having another look up the inside of turn 3, but he can't make a move up into Decido de Lagos. Bintz sets the overall fastest lap in the race as the battle for 7th continues to rage on in GD3.
Indeed, and the problem about the Decido de Lago corner is it invites you in, but it then goes a lot tighter than you think. So you've got to kind of bail out, or else you're basically going to be running each other off the track, a bit like what we saw in the Formula One between Hamilton and Verstappen last year.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw a lot of action in the touring car. We saw one move where they tried to go 3 wide into the junction, the final corner, and it didn't end particularly well. As we see the LMP2 field is having to negotiate the traffic now, and Bintz continues to lead. As Kiss goes really, really wide as he tries to chase Liam Rance for 3rd place. And yeah, this is really going to hold up a lot of the LMP2 runners. Rance now really having to pick his moment behind the Corvette there.
Indeed, and like we said, this is the section of the course you don't want to be dealing with back markers because, as you can see, it's very tight, very technical, and there's not really much space or room to make a move on the back marker. So this is where you're going to be making and losing your time is by sorting out your way through the back markers. As we look back to the battle for
this is Pascal Eggert getting in front of Carl Nuis for the TGM Sport, but Nuis trying to fight back around the outside then of the Fringavon as they approach into turn 1, and Pascal breaks really late and completes the move.
Indeed. Just let's break off, and Mesmy manages to get it stopped quite well. None of the locking of the rear axle like we've seen before, so a very good clean move.
Yes, and Bradley Sellers starting to be dropped now by the 3 leaders in LMP1, and Moynier getting right close to the back of his rival Toth. Needs to get through if he wants to retake the championship lead that the team held after Silverstone. And I'll look at this traffic here. It's really keeping the top 3 close together as Bintz has to go all the way around the outside of that looks like one of the Ferraris, and now he's got a Porsche in the way.
He's soon dispatched of that.
Yeah, it's a very efficient lapping then, and Moynier continues then to close, and he may actually get a decent run on the Mugen here as they go onto the main straight. Around the outside, it's like these GT3s are standing still then, and they're trying to get as much slipstream as they can, the Mugen, to try and defend. And indeed, Loic Mounier is not going to be quite far enough alongside, and all three of them close together because Binz has caught one of the Iris cars, exactly the worst point. And look, the sister Iris looking to take advantage around the outside. Here we go, approaching turn 3. Are any of them going to get close enough to make a move as the GT3 battle? There's some interesting stuff going on there as well. And Top was thinking about a little move on Binz there, wasn't he?
Indeed. Oh, this is starting to get very tight. Very tight indeed. Everyone's scrapping over one another.
Oh, and Binz had to get to the inside really early there as the HML almost spins out, and Moynier up there.
Yeah, one of the Corvettes has gone off.
Yes, and Mayor Valencia has to just get out of the way for Loic Moynier. Yeah, that's the HML car. And it's all the way off the road there as the leaders in GT3 continue to battle now. So Pascal has got his way up to third. Valencia is second. Bukout has checked out in front, leading by about 8 seconds in GT3, which is very impressive, of course, considering he's been away for quite some time. Well, at least the team has. And look at this, Top continuing. There's Bukout now being lapped. But there could be some recriminations in the GT3 field. I imagine there's some penalty, there's some steward decision chat being hurriedly written now, I'm imagining. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as the battle up front continues, and Toff still putting pressure onto Jansen Binz, but no mistakes yet from the valet driver.
No, not yet. And obviously, as we said earlier, how lapping traffic is going to really be making you money here, because we see Mounier with at the back of these two drivers, and now he's 2.5 seconds down the road and having to work into his tyres a bit to try and catch up to the back of them.
Yeah, we should keep an eye on the rest of the battle. There's Bradley Sullers down in 4th, as Kiss in the Team Imperial number 16 that won at the North Drivers got in front of Arisaka in the 86. So Abascal really dropping back down to 6th in the 48. So it's all gone wrong for Into the Points once more in GD3. There is Abascal, and yet they've just been losing out. Oh, and he bumps the back up on the Corvettes, and the Corvette almost spins in front of him as Abascal fights for 5th with, that must be Bent Skagax.
That's not the same Corvette that was off the lap before, is it?
It looks remarkably similar. And look, Pascal Eggert. Is that Pascal trying to go around the outside of all of them? And he's able to do so as a Skagax is able to just about hold on to 5th. But Abascal's going to go around the outside into Magulio. This surely isn't going to work. And in fact, it isn't. Here comes LMP2 for LMP1, sorry, for as well to lap with both of them. And Abascal really struggling then, and losing a lot of time to the leaders as he's got Carl Magnus Bore in the 59 right behind him. Oh, this is interesting. Start procedure involving Team Iris 87. It says a board all over the track, and he hits it and spins across. And how did they avoid him there? Through goes the 59 of Carl Magnus Bore up into 5th position. But Abascal, yes, just having to get on the brakes there.
Yeah, and what I want to know is who actually hit the board first to cause that to happen.
Yeah, I didn't quite see either. As Neuberger, in a little battle here for what looks like a 6th position in LMP2 with Van Sand, and Van Sand just comes out on top but gets a bit of a wiggle on. And here comes the Bolding Motorsports car. It's going to dive up the inside of turn 3. Surely, if it wasn't for that GT3 car there. Here he comes. Oh, and he's through. Brilliant move by Felix Neuberger
through,
there.
but he's gone wide, so he opens the door back up.
Yes, and Jeff Gritz will be grinning ear to ear as he looks at this, because he's fancies to go at Felix Neuberger
Okay, we
as
come
well.
to code 80 in 10
Big
seconds.
crash. There's a big crash ahead, and that looks like the GT3 that's stationary
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
there. So it's GT3 where all the chaos has been happening, and I've been a bit negligent on putting up the code 80s. So here we go. We are under code 80. Let's let the graphic reflect that this Tar Canhal going quite slowly, but not sure. Well, that's because of the code 80, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who it was that we saw spinning. It may have been
Looked to be a McLaren.
Sakax.
It looked to be a McLaren, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so there is Sakax, who's fallen back down to 10th in class. Abascal has also dropped back, so something happened to him too.
I think it was Abascal, right? It definitely looked like to be a red McLaren.
Dan Pebbles in the Porsche was fighting Abascal for position, and now he's ahead of him. So I can only think that there's been contact between the two cars.
Oh.
Spencer spins it in the 36 behind Code 80. Oh dear, that's very Kimi Räikkönen-esque, isn't it? Remember him in the 2012 Brazilian Grand Prix. Getting a bit, yes, exactly. It's Linus Lundvall is the first to pit under the Code 80 in the 74 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. Bore also dies for the pit lane. But the 87, crucially, has gotten a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for incorrect start procedure. He didn't allow the double file, Wesley Bucat, and that's why he got such a big getaway and pulled away so much.
Yeah, but this is, unless these guys have got damage, it seems like a bit of an odd time this early into a race to be doing a start.
We come to green in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so it's certainly an unusual strategy. There we go. Sakax has made it to the pit lane.
5,
Will
4,
be released.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There we go. So Bintz continues and has a very big lead as Carl Magnus Bore exits the pit lane, whereas Sakax is still being serviced. And there we go. The fight here in the LMP2 continues to rage on. Liam Rance is trying to close on Oliver Perikian, who is in turn all over the back of David Kolokshai. And the Code 80 ended, so I really should get rid of that, shouldn't I? There we go. But Oliver Perikian, and Liam Rance just cuts through the traffic and goes very, very deep at the exit of Ferradura. But Perikian putting all the pressure onto the number 21, the championship leaders, of course, and they all lap Mario Valencia just in front of the, I forget what that corner's called, but it's the one just before Magulio. And there we go, so the 21 has pulled a little gap.
Bico de Pato.
Bico de Pato, of course, yes. And here we go through the junction, and all three cars starting to spread out just a little bit. So a very good job actually by David Kolokshai to hold on at the restart. As here we go, this looks a bit busy and exciting, doesn't it? Jeff Gritz going for 6th position and passing Sancho Van Sant and Felix Neuberger with Akos Forgax right behind all of them.
Yeah, and they're going 3 abreast as they come into the center S's. And they got a GT car to contest with. Neuberger goes into the back of one of the cars.
That was Jeff Gritz he just hit, yes. And Akos Forgax having to go all the way off the road there. Well, this is all a bit exciting, isn't it?
Just a bit. 38 odd cars. All
and it's Sat Van Sant who's really benefited from that. As look up ahead, Piss spins it almost while fighting Sven Gilhead for 4th position.
Yeah, has anyone told these guys that this is a 6-hour race? They're treating it as if it's a sprint.
Indeed, and Moynier is putting the pressure on Toff right now, so Jansen Bintz is starting to check out a little bit. And Moynier realises that he's got to get past his championship rival. And I've started to turn the mic the wrong way around there. But yeah, have the 87 served that penalty yet? They've built up a 10-second gap to Mario Valencia. But the 87, we really need to keep an eye on their progress as well, as Liam Rance also continues to pressurize Oliver Perikian. So we've got 2 battles for second going on then, haven't we?
Yeah. And Mounier obviously showing that he has got the race pace, because he lost that 2.5 seconds earlier and has made it back up. But now they're struggling a little bit with the back markers. Broke them up a little bit.
Yeah, so let's keep a little eye on Bukout. Where's he in the order then? He's just still leading at the moment. Here he is, just being lapped. And he's going to have to time this quite carefully to make sure that he loses as little time as possible. Ideally, he'd love to pit and come back in the lead, but he doesn't have quite enough of a gap on Mario Valencia there. There we go. And Kiss is actually a little bit behind Mario Valencia now, and fighting with Arasaka right behind him. As, look at that. That looks like Jansen Bintz just lapping all of them there. And they're holding up Toff. Yeah, here we go, Toff up the inside. Moynier has to make it past the LMP2. And it's all harem scarum stuff. No wonder we've seen 2 Code 80s in the first 15 minutes. As Arasaka continues to put pressure upon the Team Imperium 16 car ahead of him. And it's going a little bit wide. And
It collided. But they still just about managed to keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, that looks like the 42 then. Another incident. Here we go. 10-second stop and go for Mugen Sim Racing number 21 for jumping the start then. So that is very bad news for David Kolokshai. As Liam Rance has also got through, and here he is serving the penalty immediately then. As
Yeah.
Rance continues to chase Oliver Perikian for what is now the overall lead time. Liam Rance has made a superb getaway in the first couple of laps, and he won both races in touring cars. Can he win in LMP2 as well? That would be quite something.
Yeah, as it looks like they're coming to lap an LMP2 car as well. Here is Bintz, who's pulled out a 5-second gap, obviously by taking advantage of the back markers.
Yeah, there we go. So Toff getting very, very held up because he's still got Moinio right behind him then. And if Bintz can break away in this first stint, that's going to do wonders for his race. And potentially put Valet in a position where they can consolidate and not worry too much about what's happening behind. They just got to worry about their own race. But of course, the pressure is going to be put on by these two in the form of Toff, Moinier, the Mugen and Iris teams. Toff really having to squeeze through the traffic there as we keep an eye on Bukout. The gap 11 seconds now between himself and Valencia, but he's going to lose at least 20 in the pits. He's going to come out at least in 4th or 5th as we see yellow in the first sector. Not sure what that is about, but Vince continues to chug away, and it's only 4.5 seconds now, so the gap has gone down a little bit, but Toff still there and still putting on pressure. As
And how that's a car on the wall just partway through the centre S.
Oh, there was, yes. Let's see if Florian Vettler can come up to it, as he's got, that looks like the LMP1 of number 30 of Luca Gray. He's still running in 5th. Pretty impressive considering we haven't seen number 30 or Luca Gray in action in LMP1 this season. So yeah, here we go. Looks like whatever the incident is, it seems to have cleared, Ryan.
Yeah.
As it looks like Dan Peoples has dropped behind a Baskel in the fight for 6th. And he's right behind in the slipstream. Can he get a good run into the center S? But a Baskel back into the top 6, which is crucial for his race. Just to make sure he stays out of trouble then. But Dan Pepples will be using the Porsche, not the car of choice you'd expect in GT3, but Dan Pepples certainly doing his best to make it work in the number 17. As round the outside goes on the prototypes. And, just avoiding the grass there. Oh, we're seeing a few more incidents. Start procedure involving Team Iris number 77. 10 seconds stop and go for a jump start. So that's bad news for the 77, which is running 3rd in LMP2. So they will have to suffer the same fate as the 21 and have an early penalty. There's a penalty for Liam Rance as well. There's an incident involving FRA Racing number 59 and DDoS Racing number 75, which is Liam Rance. 10 seconds stop and go for overtaking under code 80. So he overtook a lapped car under code 80 then, which is a no-no. So Liam Rance will be in the pits very soon, as will the 77.
We still haven't
and the
seen
87.
Bukout yet.
Are the 87 protesting this, maybe?
Yeah, but I don't know how many laps have they actually got to be able to take this.
It's
penalty?
free. Usually it's free. Look at this behind Akos Forgax. It's all kicking off with all these LMP2s squabbling amongst themselves. And it looks like the Iris LMP1 actually trying to make progress here and catch back up to Toff, who's just got through this mid-pack in LMP2.
Yeah, and obviously, as we saw earlier, Toff had a 5.5 second gap. It's now under 2 seconds.
Oh, look at it. Really well judged to the inside there by Zoltan Toff. And I feel like we're marking them for ability to deal with traffic here. But here comes Liam Rance. Surely the DDoS team will be into the pit lane in the number 75. And that'll be a big sigh of relief for Oliver Perikian. But Liam Rance could well counter-attack later in the race.
He's not diving for it yet, so other team
No.
go to...
Or we could be seeing a Wesley Bukout situation. He's got the gap up to 12 seconds as Bukout. No sign of him pitting just yet. There's a Kiss and Geelhead side by side into the first corner, and Geelhead on the outside. Kiss is just going to... Oh! They really needed to cooperate there, didn't they? And here comes the sister Iris. It's going to overtake its teammate around the outside into turn 3.
Indeed, and at the end of all that, the gap between the leaders is down to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, so maybe we should change our attention over to that battle then. Here we go. So Toff has got a lapped car in front, and then I think that's Bintz. Oh no, that is Bintz, just ahead actually.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. He's trying to overtake the DDoS car that's coming into the pits fairly soon. And Liam Rance is under no obligation to make it too easy, but he does have to let the faster class through, and around the outside goes Jansen Bintz, but is that Toff having a look up the inside and almost getting through there?
Yeah, very opportunistic Although, as we've seen before, at that corner in particular, the Bico de Pato, it does start to narrow, so it would have been a 3-1 doesn't go situation.
Yeah, and now Liam Rance has got a bit of a gap to Oliver Perickian. I wonder if he will dive into the pits now and serve that penalty and admit defeat as all. There's a bit of a drama. There's Kolokshai fighting Guzowski for 11th position. But has Liam Rance gone into the pits? No, he has not. So Oliver Perickian continues to have pressure from behind. But here comes Kolokshai, having served his penalty, chewing his way through the lower order of LMP2.
Definitely has a run here. He's going to have a move into the Center S.
Yeah, here we go. Look at the speed he's carrying here as we see another penalty flash up on the steward's decision chat. The lights are already on, which is quite early in the race, but Kolokshai through into 11th and past Matthias Guzowski in the number 40. The penalty for Frinavond 140 and Boyd Transport Racing number 40. No further action then. So that was actually Guzowski and the 140. Appeal for incident number 4 by DDoS Racing number 75. Appeal rejected. And Chris Tompkins writes, I literally watched you do it and it's on your stream. Oh dear. So there we go. I think Liam Rance has come in now as well. So he's dropped out from second. So no, not Tibokis. It's Sabakis who takes second position now.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
So Moynier has passed Toff just before the code 80 is called for whatever reason.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
There we go. So, and not quite able to get back in front just before the code 80 came into effect there. But this all really helps Bints as Perickian stops under code 80 and is probably very wise to do so as well. So let's have a look. Liam Rance has come out just in front of Chirinos and behind Felix Neuberger, who is right next to Vorgax in the 66. But where has Perickian come out? Has he lost position? Yes, I think Kiss has come in as well from second, so he might actually come out just ahead of Sven Gielhed. Where is Gielhed in the order?
Okay, green flag in 10 seconds.
Here we go. So this is absolutely crucial. Can Oliver Perickian hold the lead in LMP2? There is Sven Gielhed right next to him, so Perickian's judges perfectly.
Green flag.
But who's going to have the better run out of the pit, effectively? They come out side by side, but it looks like Perickian's got it.
Yeah, there we go. So excellent strategy then by Into the Points number 46 and Sven Gielhed. That's a lock up to avoid hitting the back of him. But Liam Rance has certainly got a battle now to catch up to where he was, with Chirinos, I think, actually getting the jump on him at this restart just behind. As Sven Gielhed continuing to challenge, so the tyre's not quite warmed up yet on the 46. But look at that, Sven Gielhed getting really, really sideways on the exit of Ferradura and just avoiding a horrible incident. But crucially, Moynier is up to second now, and will try and hold off Toff while he chases after Jansen Bintz. So we could see an Iris Valet rematch here, but Mugen still in the picture. Here comes Zoltan Toff then. He wants that second place back, and he's looking to the inside to try and get it. Here we go.
Back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
This is crucial, and he backs off immediately. So there's been a code 80 somewhere.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
All right, we'll have to see what that was about. Borgax right behind Neuberger. I'm still questioning where the code 80, why it's been called as a... Yeah, Bukout's still yet to serve that penalty, so I'm not sure if there must have been some kind of appeal, because I would have expected Bukout to be... Maybe these code 80s have given him extra time to serve the penalties. Gielhed now comes in and serves a pit stop.
Oh, is that Rance that's looks to be crabbing a bit?
Is he? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's turning quite a lot into Magulio, but let's have a look. Oh, yes, the steering very badly damaged, so Liam Rance getting frustrated and having to make his way back to the pit lane. But I'm not sure Liam Rance, because we saw Chirinos got the jump on him, so I assume in that battle for 7th that he lost out, as we see more people. Let's someone else in the LMP2 diving for the pits then. Not sure who. Let's have a look. I believe it is... Oh, it must be Justin van der Smissen in the number 24, who's just got into the pits. As Eggert in the... who's got up to 7th after his early spin in LMP1.
And we're back to green in 10 seconds.
Okay then. Well, this will be interesting between Forgax And
5,
Newberger.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Here we go. And can Forgax get the drop on him? Doesn't look like it. But a Grit's just ahead of both of them. As all
we're back to
sellers.
code 80 in 10 seconds.
I'm sensing a theme here.
5, 4,
As Bintz
3,
actually dropped down to
2,
third.
1. Code 80.
So is that Bintz had a spin?
Well, Bintz may have hit the Team Imperium card, number 16 there, which is running third in class in GD3. And he's dropped behind Toff and Munier. So yeah, there's Toff just ahead of him.
Is Bintz going to dive for the pits? Although it looks like Mounier is going for the pits as well. Is that Mounier? No, it's not Mounier. It's...
Yeah, here we go. The steering looks all right. So, yeah, it looks like second and third in LMP1 are going to have a pit stop under code 80. But I'm not sure what the code 80 is actually for. Because it certainly can't be for Bintz because it's not been called off yet. And here we go. We're seeing a little battle in the pit lane then for second and third. But this really seems to have worked out perfectly for Iris there. Liam Rant's being
We're
repaired
back
there.
to green in 10 seconds. Please stop crashing.
Well, that's quite a statement from
5,
race direction there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Oh, here we go, and this is Linus Lundvall fighting with Eggert for 7th position. As here we go, Bradley Sellers now, because he's not stopped, has got up to 2nd position. It's Florian Vettler has a little off. Jeff Gritz is fighting with Newberger as well for 3rd position here, and he's just lost out there. So good defending from Newberger. As here we go, Kolokshai, Sismiard and Gazowski and Kiss all fighting for what looks like 7th position.
That's Bintz just coming out of pit lane there.
Yeah, there we go. So Jansen Bintz comes out just behind Luca Gray. Where on earth has Sultan Toff appeared? Here we go. He's just coming out now, down in 8th. So Toff really losing. I wonder if Toff may have had a more serious problem because his pit stop seemed to be a lot longer there. But anyway, the code 80 is over now, so let's get rid of the graphic.
Either that or Bintz just took fuel and maybe not took a full set of tyres, where Toff maybe took a full set of tyres and fuel.
Yeah, quite possible. But here we go. Jeff Gritz having another go at Newberger. And these two certainly can't be on the same team, the amount of battles they've been having with one another. But, everywhere you look, and Jeff Gritz up the inside and junk out, and they make contact, and it doesn't work out really for either of them. And is that Bintz right behind?
Bintz just behind them.
And here we go, and he has to lap for both of them, going very, very wide indeed. But he's just about made it through using the extra power. Luca Gray next in his sights. So Luca Gray will be amazed he's running this high up. But here we go. Looks like Newberger having to defend once more as Forgax gets a penalty. That would be Forgax, of course, who already served a penalty in the 77 for stop-go, for jumping the start, essentially. What else is going on? It's all kicking off. I don't really know where to look. We've not talked about GD3 much. Bootcamp leads now by 25 seconds, so he probably could come in and serve that penalty now if he really wanted to. But Bintz has now got a clear Perikian around the outside into Ferradura. Will Perikian give space? Oh, no, Bintz just goes off track.
Got a yellow in sector 2, that's gone away now. Toff down in 8th position as he exits the Center S and...
Yeah, but this has been, in GD3 at least, it's been a good stint for Valencia, who has really kept Tibor Kiss at bay in the number 16 Team Imperium car. And they've kept a lot of faster guys like Abascal, of course, and Arasaka at bay as well. So there's a good little battle going on there that we've not been paying too much attention to. But I promise we'll try and cut to it if we can.
It'll be interesting to see what's going on with Bukout's situation, as it still doesn't look like he's...
Yeah, it looks like the 77 coming in, Forgax to serve that penalty now as Koloksai continues to make progress. Here we go, past Chirinos, or trying to anyway. He's got the, that looks like Sven Gielhed just ahead of him, actually passing. The Mugen and the Iris do look very similar though. So
yeah,
here,
that's one of the problems I've been having.
Oh dear. So we're seeing a decision. Here we go, up the inside comes David Koloksai and Chirinos. He's shuffled back down to 7th then, as Koloksai chases after Sven Gielhed. But we're seeing incident number 6, code 80 infringement between Into the Points Racing number 46 and DDoS 75, who of course were the two leaders in LMP2, as Perikian is now lost out to Van Sand in the 47. He did come out in the lead, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Here he is. Here's Van Sand just up the road. So I think there must have been a mistake from Oliver Pericki. He goes a little bit wide, and he's got Newberger all over him now. So 46, who had a really strong race, suddenly falling cropper. And Van Sand, I don't think the number... It's the other into the points car as well, of course, to 47. So this is very interesting then. We're seeing all-out war in LMP2 between the two into the points cars.
Indeed, as that looks to be Newberger hunting down Pruikan just there. So they go into the centre S, and we look at Forgax, who's...
Oh! Let's just get him getting past the 140, I think. That's Forgax passing...
Ring of On.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's at the wheel of that Ring of On at the moment. I believe it is... I believe it's... Let me have a reflook. It must be... Mia Levis, I think, actually, the 139, maybe. Oh, no. Where is the 66 in the order? Okay, I'm completely terrible at reading lap charts. Oh, I think they might not have even been on the same lap, actually. That's why I'm getting so confused. So, whatever. That was just the auto director picking something out. But anyway, Jansen Bintz has now got to clear Liam Rance to chase after Luca Gray. The gap up front between himself and Luca Gray, 7 seconds. Luca Gray about 7 seconds behind Bradley Sellers. Bradley Sellers 28 seconds behind Loic Moynier. So Moynier is making hay right now as Carl Magnus Bore challenges the Porsche. That's number 17 just ahead of him in 8th place. And Bore, who's dropped back a little bit since the beginning, where he actually had a really good start, I felt. And has struggled a little bit. But he's got a voice and that number 17 of... Oh, who's driving that one? Who's driving the Porsche again? I think it's Peppers, isn't it? Yes, Dan Peppels, sorry. Just ahead of Carl Magnus Bores, and then it is Hallam Voice. There we go, in the number 93. So this is the battle then for 7th. And Peppels looks very vulnerable. I think Carl Magnus Bore fancies to go. There's Newberger and Gritz are apparently still battling. And we're seeing an incident number 7, lap 1 incident involving Bodling Motorsport number 28. As Bore on the inside there.
And Bore's, although has he gone a bit too early, that's going to allow the Porsche to slipstream into the first corner, so we could get a second bite of the cherry here.
Here we go. He tucks in and looks up the inside for the center S. How late is he going to brake yet? Not late enough. Through goes Carl Magnus Bore into 8th position. And Newberger has got by Koloksai. Well, he did some time ago, actually. He's still being pressure on Perikian. So I'm not sure what's going on here, because Van Sand is really starting to pull a gap. Of course, they did get a podium at Silverstone, the number 47. 4 seconds now, the gap is... Oh, he goes all the way around the outside of the IRS GD3 car.
It is probably actually, looking at the track map, it didn't look like there was too much to deal with, but a lot of these large gaps are appearing due to lap traffic in the midsection of the lap.
Yeah, here we go. Let's keep an eye on Newberger as he continues to challenge Perikian. Koloksai, of course, has quietly made his way back up to 4th position after his penalty. So Koloksai still a threat then to the points here, especially as we've still got 5.5 hours left to go. As Newberger has a little think in the Bodling Motorsports machine. How is he going to clear Oliver Perikian?
I feel at that moment, I think he was wishing that Mugen wasn't parked where it was, because he looked like he was getting close enough for a move.
And we see penalty on screen for Nick Conan. Nick Conan, who of course is running down in the 140 in 25th position overall, just ahead of Liam Rance. So a second last in class. Oh no, third last, because David Poole is still going in the number 60. But here's Newberger continuing to give a real hard time as Perikian drops to 5.5 seconds now behind Van Sand. Another penalty coming up on screen. Well, Code 80 infringement involving Team Irish 77. No further action. Penalty removed pending appeal. So Irish 77 won't have to serve one of their penalties. I'm still not sure what happened to the 87. It may have been they protested successfully and it's just not come up on the steward's decision chat. But there we go. Newberger. I think Newberger's sort of just tucking in and waiting for a mistake from the 46, but the longer he gets stuck behind, the more David Koloksai is going to catch up, and we know how quick that 21 is here. Look, he's only about 3 seconds behind at the moment. There he is, just coming on. just ahead of one of the that looks like the Freema Vonda. Is that Bintz behind him? But Newberger just has to let the LMP1 through. But it's Moynier up front, still leading by 31 seconds now over Bradley Sullers. Luca Gray is about 6 seconds behind him. Then we got Bintz, who's dropped to 9, almost 10 seconds now behind Luca Gray. Is Bintz in trouble here, trying to pass Wetzler?
We saw him earlier on in the lap. He had a bit of traffic to contend with. I think that's where.
I wonder if, because remember he dropped down from first to third and then had to come into the pit. I wonder if then he might be sustaining a little bit of damage as a Pascal is in the way. Really, that's not already where he wanted to come upon him. But the steering looks all right. It might just be a slightly kind of handling issue that he's having to drive around at the moment. But he's still at least doing better than Zoltan Toff, who's stuck behind Eggert then. And there's Eggert the foreground, just clearing these P2s.
Yeah, for Bintz, he's lapping, although I don't know if that is down to lap markers, he's lapping 5 seconds of his best lap. And some 2 to 3 seconds slower than what the people ahead of him were doing last lap.
Yeah, so certainly tough times then as... is this Newberger still hassling Perikian that I'm just seeing on screen. But certainly that looks like Toff trying to lap them here, so they need to be careful. And Newberger gets out of the way.
And again, whilst all this is going on, Kolotshai is just behind.
Yeah, Kolotshai catching all the time, really. So he's certainly having a good recovery, is David Kolotshai. And so they wouldn't have been expected when they got that penalty to be back up to 4, just a matter of 10 laps later.
Yeah, and he's right on him now.
Yeah, so this is a bad situation for Felix Newberger because second is looking very, very vulnerable, and he really wants to clear at least one of these into the points guys in this stint. And if he can't do that, as Perkin has actually closed back on Van Sand a bit, the gap's now 3 seconds rather than 5 that it stretched out to earlier. So LMP2 probably the most interesting battle then, certainly the closest, and we've got the most cars in it. But David Kolotshai starting to back off a little bit into the center S as Newberger trying to put Perikian offline, isn't he?
Perikian, I think, got a slight lockup, went in deep into the center S, and that's put Newberger all over the back of him. Is he going to do anything into Interlagos?
Perikian's hogging the middle of the road, and now goes back to the racing line, so no way through for Felix Newberger there. Perikian a little bit wise to that, but goes just ever so slightly wide onto the curb. And now here comes David Kolotshai, who's eager to get past the both of them. He was fighting Perikian for the lead not too long ago. Now he's already caught back up to him as Eggert and Lundvall are having a little battle up ahead. And we see yellow in the second sector.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There we go. So
5, 4, 3,
oh
2,
dear.
1.
So Lundvall has hit, that looks like the 93. So yeah, big incident there then. And we're seeing hard typing in the steward's decision chat once again. So yeah, Sakax is also retired, by the way. So I think that's the 36 gone then. Code 80 infringement reported from Team Iris 66, no further action. Seems like Team Iris are getting a lot of penalties rescinded. That they hand them out and then they take them away just as easily. There we go. So the 87 penalty was appealed just like the 77. That's what Tobias Blumschein's been telling us. Who, of course, is directing the rest of his team in the team chat for Iris. So thanks for that, Tobias. I was also probably listening in as well. So good to hear from Tobias again, because I miss his voice, as Will Kenwright has made back to the pits.
Green in 10 seconds.
And that looked like Newberger just pulling in front of Eckert, who's stationary in the pits there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There we go. So the chaos resumes in Interlagos. As look, the Iris has not made it into his pit box.
Oh.
And that's disastrous for him, actually. That must be Geelhead.
I'm guessing, is that down to the fact that Newberger was sharing the
Yeah,
same
there we
pit
go.
route?
Yeah, so Newberger leaves and Geelhead comes into that same spot. So a very unfortunate bug for the Team Iris driver there. But this really lets Perikian get back into the league, as Van Sand was also one of the ones to pit there under the Code 80.
Yeah, and we've done 45 minutes of the race so far, and that is roughly about the stint of the LMP2 cars. The LMP2 cars have a smaller tank than the GT cars, so generally their stints are a bit shorter, but give it another 5-10 minutes and we'll start seeing the GT cars start to prove.
Incredibly, Richard Sismiardo's got his way all the way up to 4th in the Paul Street Boys car, which I don't think I've ever seen that LMP2 run that highly. It's that new livery of all the chevrons on it, clearly giving them some good luck, but Sismiardo's going to have struggled the whole... He's got up to 3rd now, actually. So I'm not sure what on earth is going on, because there's Kiss in 2nd, only about 5 seconds behind Perikian, and he's got Mounier from the race leader out to lap him. So it's all kicking off, isn't it? And it's hard to really know where to look. But the only thing I know for sure is that Bukout is leading by 40 seconds over Mario Valencia in GD3. As it looks like Kiss is about 7 seconds just holding off Arasaka for 3rd position now in the Team Imperium car. As David Poole, not very cooperative there with the race leader.
No, very close there. And I've been heart and mouth stuff a few times when we've seen stuff going on down the Senna S. But
yeah, it's the prime overtaking opportunity on the track, of course.
And, looks like a couple of the cars having a few issues with deliveries by the looks of things. I don't think that's how the car meant to look.
So it hits the side of Mario Valencia and spins at Magulio. So it's all fallen apart a bit for David Coloxai after he's come out of the pit lane and into traffic. Look at all that. Liam Rance and company coming through, as is Tibor Kiss in the 16, who's got Arasaka right behind him now. So I think we should keep an eye on that battle then. Mashiro Arasaka right in the slipstream then of the Team Imperium cars. He's been chasing for some time now. Team Imperium, of course, who won in Nordschleifer, and his Gazowski having another battle of his own. But let's watch this then. 3rd place up for grabs for Iris.
So he's through already before we've even got to the
No, the Team Imperium held on, I think, there. Because it was Arasaka who was behind and chasing. But yeah, Gazowski has actually passed Sismiarda for 4th position. So Sismiarda in real trouble then. There we go. That's why he spun it out of Magulio. So they're all getting it in trouble at Magulio, aren't they? And spinning into junction.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. It seems to be running okay. There's no signs of crabbing.
And here comes Torinos for what looks like the VMS Sun Edits car. And number 26 just being serviced. So that is going to let Neuberger back through into 5th. Just behind Van Sand. Kielhead, who of course was delayed horribly, he's got going again and now back up to 6th position. We see yellow in the 3rd sector, which clears very briefly.
Sismiarda's came in. Is he?
Yeah, I think Sismiarda is about because Chirinos pit at the same time.
He was at the end of the stint anyway. So I think that's, I don't know, maybe the tyres.
Oh, we're seeing an instant number 10 on the Street Decision chat, and it's all in red, all the team names. So I assume that means it's serious, rather than the usual blue or green. No, this is because these are the LMP1s, of course. So lap 20 incident involving Valet number 23, Mugen number 22, and Team Iris number 8. So that's the 3 leaders. 10 seconds stop and go for Valet number 23, not leaving enough room while lapping and causing an accident.
So Bintz again. How many times are we going to see?
Well, not only did he lose position, he's been deemed responsible for the incident. So this is a mega double whammy then for Jansen Bintz. Gazowski dies for the pit lane from 3rd. That's going to let Gazowski back up. So we're seeing strategy divergence then in LMP2 as, look at him slide on the brakes in the Boyd transport car.
But how many times have we seen Bintz getting himself into trouble with lap cars? That's almost 3 races in a row now.
Yeah, he's shown exceptional pace, Jansen Bintz, and it was great to see him win in VEC very recently, just a few days ago. But clearly in EERC, it's incredibly demanding with these 3 classes, and Jansen Bintz, minor misjudgment maybe, but we didn't quite see the incident live on stream, unfortunately, because there was 6 other battles going on at the same time, as Moinier continues to clear the LMP2 field, and the gap 19 seconds now, so it did drop a little bit under code 80.
Moinier's coming into the pits.
Oh, it's going to drop even more now, so Bradley Solis is going to lead now in the number 73. Here he comes.
Yeah, so how many is Sellers actually done a bit. No, Sellers done 33 laps so far.
I don't think he has done a stop, unless he stopped under the early Code 80.
He's running the soft tyres at the moment, where Mounier is running. He's done 33 laps on the mediums.
But yeah, Mounier comes in, so this will temporarily put Bintz up to third. Is Arasaka, just enough room between him and the LMP2 Fina Von car. But Tibor Kiss is actually doing a superb job to hold off Mashiro Arasaka, who's no slouch whatsoever in the Team Iris GT3. But with all these LMP cars coming through, Arasaka, the moment he gets close, he keeps having to back off, doesn't he?
Yep, just getting lapped by Bintz. So, and obviously at some point Bintz is going to have to take his penalty.
Yeah, so where is Mounier going to come out? Is he going to come out ahead of Toff? I don't think so. Toff is going through right now. Yeah, there we go. Toff into the center S. But Mounier will at least come out long ahead of... He's about 20 seconds ahead of Linus Lundvall as he exits now, so he should be fine on that front. But it's really turning into... I think this is going to end up turning into Mounier versus Toff at this rate, unless Luca Gray and Bradley Sellers might be able to get the 73 into the mix. But I'm not sure the other members of the rookie monsters have quite the experience that Bradley Sellers has, so we'll have to see.
It's a 2 leaders pit.
Yeah, there we go. So Gray in as well with Bradley Sellers. So Bradley Sellers only leads a lap then. But Jensen Bintz will have to come in too for his stop, or will he stay out? No, he's staying out. Okay.
Are they arguing the cause by any chance?
Almost certainly. There's a steward decision chat being made by Chris Tompkins, so we'll have to see the result of that. Here's Kiss, who's worked his way in between the two into the points cars by staying out during the Code 80, I think. He's behind Perikian, but ahead of... Neuberger has just gotten in front of Van Sand. There we go.
Well, Kiss has done a pit stop. He's completed 16 laps, I believe, on the first stint, and he's now 17 laps into his current stint. So I'm assuming they've done some sort of splash and dash during one of the Code 80s.
Yeah, indeed. So, here we go. Lap 20 incident involving Bottling Motorsport number 28 and JJ Racing Team 828. No further action. So, not sure exactly. So, lap 20 seemed to be an interesting one in terms of everyone crashing into one another. But Arasaka really right behind now and continuing to pile pressure onto the Team Imperial number 16. Is it a matter of the number 16 holding off until the next stint, or do you think it's a matter of when the 86 gets through, not if?
It's all about what sort of drive the 86 gets out of Zhengzhou, which they've just done. It seems like he's got a little bit of wheel spin coming out of Zhengzhou, so he's lost a car lap, but he's in the slipstream, but it doesn't look like he's gaining quick enough to make a move into the centre house.
Yeah, and it's great to see Iris back in GT3, by the way, because I think the category really missed them. They were runners-up last season, won the last 3 races in a row. That looks like a...
Is that Neuberger?
Yeah, that looked like Neuberger getting out of the way then. Yeah, there we go, because he's dropped back behind Van Sand, who he just got in front of. So yeah, all going a bit wrong for the number 28, Bottling Motorsport, bottling it once again, unfortunately. So the curse of Bottling Motorsport continues. But anyway, there's Luca Gray, who's continuing in 3rd position behind... so they've actually pitted and come out ahead of Zoltan Toff, which is interesting, and ahead of Mounier. So that is very interesting indeed. So Bradley Sellers still in the box seats here, about 31 seconds behind Bintz, who's still yet to serve that penalty, and no doubt arguing against it. It feels like every penalty is being argued against. Lap 29 incident involving 360 Motorsports number 60 and Mugen number 22. No further action. It was a Code 80, you should have been backing off. So I think that might be Luca Gray and Toff in a bit of trouble there. But anyway, there's Bintz finally serving that penalty from the lead. So Bradley Sellers will now lead legitimately from Luca Gray to the tune of about 10 seconds.
The interesting thing is, where did Bintz come out compared to Gray?
Yeah, here we go. So he served the penalty. That was supposed to be a 10-second stop and go. He's got through it remarkably quickly there. But Bintz, he's going to come out just ahead of Gray, I think. unless Gray gets an amazing run up here. It's a bit too far back. Yeah, there we go. Bince is already back up to speed. So the Valet 23 is still in this. So it's changing all the time. But Bradley Sellers now 4-second gap to Jansen Bince. So Bince can't afford too many more mistakes, can he?
Certainly. And Bince has already pitted it, hasn't he?
Yeah. Moynier about 10 seconds behind Toff now. So Loic Moynier has not really had the pace in this stint since pitting. And having the shorter Sellers, Bince, Gray all having shorter pit stops in front of him has enabled them to jump him, basically. So, yeah, it looked like Iris had a great chance of victory now, and it's starting to get away from them as we get to the end of the first hour. And Bince up the inside of the 47. Yep, that's the third place 47 in LMP2. He's just cleared. As Kiss has actually caught up right to the back of Perikian for the lead of LMP2. So Perikian is constantly in defensive mode, it seems.
Indeed, and interestingly, Gray in third position is actually wearing a mixed set of compound tyres.
Oh, and Kiss pushing it like crazy to try and jump Oliver Perikian. But the into the points driver is going to make life difficult for Kiss because he wants to back Kiss into Van Sand maybe 30 seconds down the road, but he's having made his pit stop. Van Sand will be quite quick, so I think there is definitely worth in Perikian holding on to this one for as long as he can, as Koloksai is battling with Jeff Gritz for 6th position. Oh, and Jeff Gritz really holding on there and turning in almost like he didn't see David Koloksai.
Koloksai's got to run.
Oh, he's going to have to try the outside. It's going to be the long way around then, Ryan. Here we go. Oh!
Yes. Turning in as if he disappeared, but still Grit just stays ahead for this time.
LMP2 has been absolutely fantastic this whole race, hasn't it? As Kiss. Oh, Spence in the first corner! Just as he took the lead from Oliver Perikian. And that was almost a Nico Hulkenberg move there.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he came in, got it all on the brakes, and then downshifted too quickly using the engine braking, which locked the rear differential, and that's what caused him to have the half spin.
Yeah. So the 33 just a bit eager then from Sabakis. So he will need to collect himself up and try again. With all this traffic, it won't be long till he gets another move. As somebody going well off track in the background there. That looked like one of the LMP1 runners. Was that Will Kenwright? Or
I think it was an LMP2 that went off, actually.
Oh, it might have been, actually, yes.
But I don't know if he made contact with the barriers, because that could be another Code 80, maybe.
Yeah, it seemed like he got away. There he is, actually.
Just limping.
That looks like a P1 to me. But I'm not sure which one.
Oh, is Bince getting forced out onto the dirt by one of the LMP2s there?
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, that looks like one of the Iris cars. So no love lost between Valet and Iris then, as Lundvall has made it back to the pits and has to give position to Kenwright. So Will Kenwright up to 6th then, as Bince continues. It was David Poole, I think, who we saw going off in the number 60 there, 18th in LMP2, of course. So it was actually a P2. You were right, Ryan. I should have listened to you. But here comes Jansen Bince. 3 seconds now behind Bradley Sellers. He's continued to chip away at the gap.
I don't know how on earth he's been lucky enough to just hold on to 2nd place, especially with the penalty.
Yeah, certainly that pace of the number 23 has been electric all day. Let's have a brief look, if we can, at the best laps then. Best lap with Jansen Bince, 1:15.8, which is comfortably the fastest in LMP1. I think only Meunier is anywhere near that.
And that's the 16.2 what Meunier is done.
Yeah, exactly. So he's the only man in the 115s in the entire field. And there we go, slices up the inside of the number 97 BMW. And Bince has completely dropped Luca Gray. And I think it's only a matter of time until he catches Bradley Sellers. But Kiss continuing to challenge Oliver Perikian. He's caught right back up to him now. And here we go. There's a Baskel in the way. A Baskel the Rascal. He behaves this time. I shouldn't say that. It's an odd nickname, mainly because it rhymes rather than because Thomas Baskel has made any misdemeanors on track particularly compared to anyone else. But here comes Sibakis. Oh, really closing the braking zone. Oh, this is what he did before, wasn't it? And he makes it work this time. Oliver Perikian caught completely by surprise there as Valle, late on the brakes, makes a superb move for the lead, but Perikian is still there.
Yeah, he's coming back at him. He's coming back, but there's another P2 car in front, so there's going to be nowhere to go. He's going around the outside into
here
and
we
he's going around
go!
the outside.
And he drifts it and goes wide and off the racetrack there goes Oliver Perikian. But it was a valiant attempt to take back the lead, but it just didn't work out. And now, this is crucial for Valle because Sabakis can now start to take control of the LMP2 race.
Yeah, Kiss going into the Center S had it completely locked up. You could see the dark line being left by the tyres locked up, and he somehow got it stopped.
And here we go, Koloksai still battling Jeff Gritz, who has done really well to hold off the reigning champion for as long as he has. But, oh, there we go, Bints into the lead. So Bradley Sullers has hit trouble. There we go, I did say it was only a matter of time, and so it proved. There we go. So a mistake, I assume, from Bradley Sullers has let Jensen Bints through into the lead. And you can't afford too many of those as, oh, here we go. That looks like Koloksai's got past Jeff Gritz then into the Center S.
Indeed, in fact, he's dropped him quite considerably there.
Yeah,
So,
it must be the late move, being really late. It's constantly working out as, Toff has got past Gray as well. So Gray is slowed down on the start-finish straight. And is now battling Zoltan Toff, but Toff will pull away almost certainly. So here we go. Moynier is not far behind either. So Gray and Sellers really struggling then after their stops. They may not have taken on new tyres, is what I'm thinking.
well, Gray's running a mixed compound at the moment. So I wonder if they've decided to opt to maybe just replace the rears or the fronts, and then it's ended up that possibly the tyres...
I think
haven't
Bradley
been
Sellers may have
replaced.
tripped over the traffic, you know. And that's how Bints has gotten back through then. So here we go. It's all heart and mouth stuff, isn't it? As Kiss has now pulled a 1.5 second gap on Oliver Perikian. As Luca Gray, still trying to hold on and catch Zoltan Toff. So Luca Gray hasn't given up yet. Right on the inside of the Paul Street Boys guys. He's going to try the outside of Magulio.
It's very hard to keep the car out on Bagulio, but although saying that, he's still staying with...
Yeah, Kiss has actually been passed by Arasaka there. We've just seen Arasaka being lapped now as well. So Arasaka, I did think, was going to have a go, and so he has. As Will Kenwright dives into the pit lane. Here comes Luca Gray, but he's just a bit too far back now. It looks like the Mugen using all its full power mode to try and stay ahead in the LMP1 fight. As Gazowski and Sismiada also just behind are squabbling. Gazowski going all the way around the outside of Sismiada. Good move, though, the Boyd Transport driver. And ninth place is his.
And Boyd Transport not running their regular livery. Apparently they had some issues with it for some reason, so they're running just a standard R-Factor livery.
Wait, I thought I saw Boyd Transport number 40 with a livery. It might be the GD3 that's running a different livery.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, let's have another look at Gazowski, actually. Here you go. I swear on the tail fin it says Boyd Transport Racing. There you go.
Ah, yeah. So it must be one of the other sister cars that is.
Yeah,
running.
exactly. There's Luca Gray. Hits the side of Mario Valencia. Valencia, who's done well to hold on to second for as long as he has pulled quite the gap on Arasaka now. Perikian goes all the way around the outside of him. That's one way to lap someone off track. But Luca Gray having to really clear the traffic, and it's allowing Toff to pull away from him now. So Luca Gray, that mistake has been compounded as Van der Smissen just missing the wall there.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like he's missed the wall because it looks like.
Is the steering okay? It looks reasonable. As Will Kenwright still being serviced in the pits as he drops down to last in class. Carl Lewis and Pascal Eggert ahead of him. So Eggert still in the wars. Here he comes. But I think Will Kenwright's been in a while because Oliver Perikian has now passed him in LMP2.
I thought he pitted earlier, then I felt that he came back out because he made up a position, but then he's back in again. So I don't know if he's came into some trouble somewhere.
Yeah, there we go. But anyway, we should have a look for the other battles on track. As Perikian has still got Kiss about within a second of him. Gray is still right behind Toff and giving him trouble. So I think Gray just made a mistake. I don't think he's generally fallen off the pace. But it's impressive to see him keep Zoltan Toff in sight for so long. Because I would have expected him to pull away completely. And the 360 Motorsport's certainly having a very strong showing.
Well, they're dragging back Sellers as well now, these two.
Yeah, there we go. First hour elapsed then. And so you've got big battles in the two prototype classes, but in GTs it's Bukout who continues to stretch away from Mario Valencia. And if it finishes this way, I think the 444 is looking good to take the lead of the championship, as Will Kenwright gets a penalty for just hanging around in the pit lane too long, it seems.
Has he left the pit lane? And
Yeah, no, he's just come out. Yeah, it must be a speeding penalty.
Yeah,
then.
it must have been done for speeding and almost crossed straight over the white line on exit.
David Pool's livery here in the number 60 looks very odd, because I keep thinking it's bent because of the orange line, but it's actually just the front nose section has been hit something. It's literally just the livery looking a bit odd. But anyway, there's Jeff Gritz also having a great run for things in the 828. The JJ Racing team, of course.
He's still keeping Kolokshai in front of him at only a couple of car lengths, so Kolokshai not pulling away as quick as I thought he would.
It certainly is. Oh, Modal. Is that Modal being lapped there near the back then? Yeah, Alexander Modal, of course. 2 laps down then on the lead of LMP2.
I believe that was the car that caused our first Code 80 that lost the rear wing.
That may have been, yes. But it's hard to tell sometimes with 38 cars. And we've only had... yeah, I think David Pool's the last guy still running. So, yeah, we've still got 37 running. We've only had 2 retirements.
And we've now got a 3-way battle for second place. Sellers, Toff and Gray.
Yeah, here we go. Let's keep an eye on this then, because this is going to get very tasty indeed. So Toff goes to the inside, and oh, look at this. Is that Sellers defending?
It is, but they've got a Corvette that they had to get round. And now they've got the Ring of One to get past, and it looks like Toff
he's going to be the outside at Ferradura, though.
No, surely not.
There's not really enough group to pull that one off, and Luca Gray really struggling to keep both of them in sight, because even you can tell Bradley Stills has tried to up the pace now. And but if Zoltan Toff makes a mistake trying to get through, Luca Gray will be up through like a ferret up a drain pipe. And here we go. They lapped the that must be Wesley Bukout there just lapping that, and they all get through successfully.
And there's a big train of cars ahead that they've got to sort out with a Gray carrying so much momentum into Jung Chao that he basically caught Toff unaware, but now Gray's gone.
And that's Jeff Gritz. Didn't quite see him there, and Toff hitting the wall there. I hope he hasn't taken damage, but that's certainly not going to help him pass Bradley Sellers at all. Let's go on board. Does the steering look okay? I can see.
Not quite sure. We won't know until he gets onto the straight, but looks like it looks okay to me. Somehow that car is very robust to have taken the clout it just did and not have any steering damage.
Yeah, Bradley Stills, by the way, is now almost 12 seconds behind Jansen Bintz, so it is all going the way of Valley number 23 at the present moment. But any little trip up, and it could become a 4-way battle for first place.
Look at how Gray just managed to get right onto the back of Toff. Obviously, Toff running slightly wide through Ferradura.
Yes, this is a great debut for Luca Gray in the P1 machine. We've not seen the 360 Motorsports car try it yet, but they're certainly impressing now. As meanwhile, LMP2 Perikian still about a second behind. Is Gray having to go all the way around the outside of the Mugen, and the Mugen really giving him a hard time to defend its sister car there. That's the 21 then, giving him a bit of a hard time. As Toff is caught back up to Sellers then, and he goes all the way around the outside of, that looks like one of the P2s.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's a couple of cars on the grid that have got slightly faulty liveries, so it's quite hard to try and pick out what they are.
Sandra Van Sand is right behind Felix Neuberger in the battle for third in LMP2 as well. So let's keep an eye on that. Just if we can kiss Perikian into the pits then from the lead. So we could see Neuberger take the lead here, but he is quite a way behind as the Toff continues to battle and goes really wide.
And he's lost out to Gray now.
Yeah, Gray through then. So he's got Ferradura very wrong there. As Where's Bradley Sellers gone? There he is. Bradley Sellers going really slowly. So I think there's been some kind of incident that we've missed with the lap traffic.
Quite possibly.
Both Sellers and Toff losing out there. Moynier has got ahead of Sellers crucially as well. So he's not out of it yet. Only about 5 seconds behind Toff. But there we go. Perikian is coming out of the pits. As is the valet. The Kiss has got back going again in third, about 2 seconds behind Van Sand. And Van Sand is right behind Felix Neuberger, who has now taken the lead.
Van Sand really pushing into Interlagos there, getting it all a bit sideways, a bit locked up, and he's really pushing to get on top of Neuberger.
Yep, Perikian having a very, very long stop, because Jeff Gritz has now passed him as well.
Yeah, this seems like a really long stop. He's already been...
There is a driver change. Arda Erkin gets on board the 46 then, so Perikian's had enough.
So that would explain everything, and obviously the driver change does take longer.
Instant 34 incident involving Bottling Motorsport number 28 and 360 number 60. No further action. The 28 turned in on the 360 car, if anything, racing incident. So sounds like Bottling Motorsport 28 reported that one. They're leading at the moment there, of course, but only by a slender margin from Sandro Van Sand. And you've got to think into the points. They really want to retake the lead here because Neuberger can control things presently. But into the points, they've got two cars, and they're basically on two different strategies, aren't they? We've got Van Sand, who pit earlier with Neuberger, and we've got Perikian, or well, Erkan now at the wheel of the 46, who's sort of in a battle with Kiss, maybe? Depending on how the driver changes work out, as Toff dives to the pit lane.
Oh, and I think we just saw Van Sand losing it as he was going into see the Largo.
Oh, he's just collected it up. But
yeah.
Oh, through comes Kiss around the outside then. And the side by side they go through into Ferraduro. And through goes Kiss then. So a big crucial mistake then from Sandro Van Sand. And then Felix Neuberger starts to pull away then.
Well, that car is looking very loose. He had the back end snap on him coming out the centre S, and a couple of times that car has looked very loose, and it's just broken away from him at the crucial moment.
There we go. So the race continues then. And Kiss has got 3 seconds now to make up as Toff continues to be serviced in the pit lane. Bradley Sellers comes through. So the order is now Bintz leading by 12 seconds over Luca Gray. Moynier is about 6 seconds behind Luca Gray. Then it is Sellers about 8 seconds down. Toff, having made a stop, is now about 70 seconds down. So I wonder if Toff might have a more serious issue, potentially. Lundvall is right behind Carl Lewis, actually. So there's an entertaining battle here going on for 6th place in LMP1. Always that somebody coming up the inside there. That looks like the Will Kenwright trying to unlap himself.
Looks like it.
Oh, this is very busy, isn't it? And Lundvall and Lewis having to go all the way around the outside of Liam Rance as well. Oh! And Will Kenwright... Oh, Liam Rance coming in for his pit stop. But Will Kenwright not making this easy. He really wants to unlap himself, get himself back into the fight. Oh,
he
Lundvall.
forces his way through.
Lundvall had to get really early on the brakes there. But there we go. And Eggert gets a penalty. So Eggert down in last in LMP1. It only gets worse for him. He's only about 7 seconds behind all this. As Mario Valencia makes his first stop of the race. So he's basically the first of the leading GT3 runners to pit. In comes one of the Iris cars as well. Bukout's lead over his teammate is now 60 seconds. Which is very impressive indeed. All it would be if he hadn't just come in now for his own stop. Lap 30 incident involving Net Race 74 and Frinavon 137. Stop 10 seconds stop and go for Frinavon 137 for causing a collision. So yeah, the 74, which of course is in the yeah, it's Lundvall. So Eggert has hit Lundvall and been judged at fault for the incident.
Valencia is just leaving the pit lane.
Yeah, there's Van Sand, who's got Sven Gielhed for company now. He's still right behind Kiss after his error. So these three having a good little battle. But yeah, certainly now, as Bukout drops down, he's probably just leaving the pits now. Or, no, it might be a driver change going on there. Kiss is right behind Arasaka, so Kiss hasn't given up on the win here. But certainly Bukout in command. And look there, Kiss getting a very good run, actually.
What is also in the pits.
Here we go. So Baskel will probably still recovering from that difficulties earlier on, as we see yellow in the second sector. Not sure what that's for. As Kinwright continues to challenge Perikian. But Kiss, yeah, really putting the pressure. I wonder if Kiss has kept his tyres alive from earlier in his stint, because it looks like Arisaka is really starting to struggle in the lead now.
Yeah.
And oh, up comes the what looks like the boy transport car, just lapping the pair of them. Oh,
That's actually allowed Kiss to get right up behind.
here we go.
Just
Aston
able to
Martin
run.
versus McLaren then, once more.
It's all about the exit that he's going to have out of the jump car. It looks like he's had a good exit.
It looks like Bince has hit trouble because he's dropped down to only 6 seconds now ahead of Luca Gray. He was about 12 ahead. Oh, that was a bit unnecessary weaving from the Iris there on its
They're
sister
both
car
going
as well.
into pits, so
Well, there we go. So they don't really have any more fuel. But now it's a race between the two pit crews. Bore will now take the lead. Kiss hits his marks.
almost looked like he was about to overshoot then.
Yeah, there we go. But just about getting it in. There's Oliver Perikian. Oh, no, Erkin, of course, having his pit stop. He's now a lap down, which is why he's hit trouble. Oh, here we go. Bince into the pit lane. Was there an issue there? Because he did drop a lot of time just before coming in.
Yeah, and what has Vince done on this current set of tyres? So he's only actually done what looks to be, well, he's done 20 laps. Oh no, sorry, 16 laps on this current set of tyres. So he's come in 4 laps shy of what his longest stint has been.
Yeah, but this is excellent news for Luca Gray and 360 Motorsports, because it means they lead overall for the first time. I don't think we've seen them run so strongly ever since Sebring last season. I remember the 360 was running quite strongly for a while. Look at him to thread between the VMS car and the into the points number 48. Where has Bince emerged? He's not emerged yet, has he? Toff is going to come through, surely, as he battles with, is that Munier a lap ahead of him now? It is. So yeah, Toff has really struggled in this stint now. It's looking like it's 360 versus Iris versus Valet versus Rookie Monsters. It's those 4 really, with Toff starting to be played out of things.
And Vince has left the pit box.
Where's Jensen Bince? There he is, just clearing the GD3. So he's got a nice gap to work with. A big gap to Sellers actually, so he's got to hope that those ahead pit. So here's Gielhed continuing to put pressure onto Van Sand. So this is the Kiss Van Sand Gielhed battle. Newberger started to pull clear to the tune of 5 seconds. So I did say Bottling Motorsports have bottled it, but it seems to be working well so far. I may have spoke too soon then. Bukout is about 2 seconds behind Bore, so he's already caught back up to him, such is his pace. As Voice now pits in the number 93, and oh, look at Sven Gielhed sliding as he's got the Rookie Monsters number 73 about to lap him. But he's desperate to keep Van Sand in sight. This is really bad for Bradley Sellers, isn't it, in third. It's going to allow Loic Moynier to disappear up the road. He's only about 4 or 5 seconds behind Gray.
See, Sellers is trying to look to go around the outside, but at the same time, the car ahead, the Iris, just trying to work his way to get a good run out of the junction. He's trying to get a very good run, but around the outside, he's slightly compromised.
Is that Van Sand coming into the pits? It
Looks
is.
like it, yes.
There we go. So this releases Sven Gielhed to fight Sabakis. So I have no idea which way LMP2 is really going to go, because I think there's like 5 cars in this, the way I see it. Although potentially with the 46 getting this driver change out of the way, they could even come back into this as well later on. So here we go, they just about clear the GD3 traffic. As now Grits gets past Van Sand. And Sven Gilhead, yeah, has really caught up. He's been flying in this stint. Let's have a look at Gilhead's lap times then. Where is he? There he is. Looks like his last lap was a 1:23.7, which is about a tenth faster than Kiss ahead of him. And his best lap is a 1:21.6, which is pretty good. Not quite as good as Kiss's best lap overall. The best LMP2 lap is still Kaloksai, the 21 flat. And his last lap was 1:22.1. So he's about almost a whole second, over a whole second faster then. So Kaloksai is going to play himself into this rapidly. He's only about 30 seconds down, but look at this. Gilhead getting very, very close now to the back of Sabakis. We saw Sabakis make that amazing late brake maneuver on Oliver Perikian. Is he about to have a taste of his own medicine here? Is Sven Gilhead going to do the same to him? Because Gilhead needs to clear him because Neuberger is disappearing up the road. Alright. Well, let's keep an eye on this battle. I think I might stop for a coffee break fairly soon if I'm being honest, right?
Yeah, I think you learned it.
Yeah. Oh, a little spin in front of them there. But that's the VMS car just getting out of the way. And thankfully, neither car impeded too badly. Bore is now right behind Buchhout, so I think Buchhout's just cleared him. Yeah, there they are. Oh, and Bore just having to make way for the traffic. So Wesley Buchhout up ahead will continue now to lead as he fights with Perikian. Kaloksai battling, that looks like Will Kenwright for actual position there, even though they're in different cars. But Gilhead, yeah, still right behind Sabakis. And the valet, it's going to have to be the widest valet you've ever seen, really, to keep Sven Gilhead behind. We've seen him such a strong competitor for Iris over the years. And of course, runners-up in GD3 last season before being promoted to LMP2. And here we go. He's right in the slipstream into turn as they approach turn 3. What can the valet driver do here? He brakes late as he does. Oh! Sven Gilhead just about gets that back under control. But scary times there for the Irish driver.
Yeah, you've got to be really committed to pull a move off there, and as we've seen, it doesn't necessarily end up being a clean move either. But
No.
I think his best option is he's got to get a good drive out of Jungjiao and get him into the Center S. But as we've seen, Kiss is an absolute demon on the brake going into the Center S's.
I missed incident number 19 from the stewards board. Lap 47 incident involving Mugen 22 and JoJo Racing 828. No further action. Jeff moved to the outside, take the racing line, and make sure and avoid an accident with a rookie Monsters car on the inside. Mugen were not alongside by the time he was there, so he didn't have to leave any room, is what Tom Dillon rather is ruling. And there we go. Looks like Kiss has started to pull away a little bit. Sven might be heading to the pits. Indeed, he is.
It looks like he had a tap with the barrier as he was coming in just then.
Yeah, steering looks alright. But that's certainly a big sigh of relief then for Sabakis, who leads because Neuberger is in as well. Look, there we go. Sven Gilhead has just hit the back of Neuberger. What is going on here?
Well, wasn't it Gilhead who found himself missing his pit booth due to Neuberger pitting?
Yeah, they might be sharing the same box again. And that's a shame because they're on exactly the same strategy. Here we go. So, who's going to leave first? This is going to be quite surreal.
Well, Neuberger obviously in the pits first. Whether or not they're doing a driver change, it seems strange that some of the teams are actually doing the driver change so early into the race.
Yeah, if he's doing a driver change, that's again horrible news for Sven Gilhead. But looks like Moynier is close to about 3 seconds behind Luca Gray. As there we go, Guzowski has just passed the pair of them in the number 40. It's still trucking along very nicely for the Boyd transport machine. And there we go, Neuberger is released. With Dan Rusen now at the wheel, actually, in the number 28 bottling car. Sven, he stays in, so he had to wait that whole time, it felt like, for the driver change, unless he was putting new tyres and fuel in. Could be that Iris might change the strategy now to make sure they're not coming in at the same time as bottling number 28, because it's just going to lose them so much time over the race.
Yeah, what this is done.
Alexander Modal just has, that looks like Liam Rance passing him.
Yeah.
As battle for the lead. Bintz passes, oh no, it's Moynier and Gray that were battling there.
And Mounier looks to have made a mistake because he was just coming back on the track then.
It looked like Moynier had got ahead of Gray, and then now he's fallen into the clutches of, looks like Top a lap down. Yeah, so where's Gray? There he is.
Yes.
So all that good hard work undone then. So we'll have to try again.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happened there.
Holoxai is also in the pits now, in number 21, a lap after his competitors we were just in. So this is going to move Gazowski up to second position, I think. There's Bore now pits as well, so it's a big margin for Bukout once again. Valencia's really lost out in this stint because Kiss has really jumped him. He was holding second quite comfortably before the first set of pit stops. There we go, Rusen up to third then. Yeah, Coloxai really having to... The problem is you have to give up so much track position whenever you make a pit stop. All these people on different strategy, and look at Toff making a huge risk to get up the inside at Ferradura of the, what looked like number 93.
Yeah, and Gleekhouse is actually, or Gleekhold, sorry, is he's kind of lost out a little bit. He's found himself behind Sismiada. So
what's happened to oh yeah, Rusen has got up to third, of course, after down the pit. So yeah, Gilhead is now. He came in right behind the bottling car, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's now he's not lost too much time overall, but he is about 10 seconds behind it. But here we go. Looks like Toff is in the slipstream, trying to unlap.
As we look, oh, that's a slow moving Mugen. I think that is going down the back straight.
Oh, is that the LMP2 Mugen?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look, see if we can find David Coloxa. There he is, yes. So something terrible. So the steering is completely bent, so there's been some kind of incident then.
Well, hadn't he just pitted? So was that him coming out the pits?
Yeah, indeed. So coming out the pits, clearly there was a battle going on. He got caught up in the middle of it. I wouldn't be surprised this is a code 80 as Coloxa struggles offline. And Van Sand, Sismiata coming in, so that promotes Van Sand. Yeah, oh, there we go. He's knocking over the advertising hoarding. This has all gone horribly wrong for David Coloxai. And remember, the number 21 are the championship leaders. Oh, that was very close, wasn't it?
That was great, man. No, it wasn't. It was the sister car.
Yeah, one of the other 316 machines. Here's Urquhart. We'll be glad to see Coloxai
Okay,
in trouble.
we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There we go. Nick Homer called him the code 80 then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
That's code 80 number 4, I think, if I've been counting correctly. But it's first in a while we've had. So this is absolutely interesting then for the rest of it. But Coloxai's not got too much ground to make up, so it should be quite a short code 80.
Just a second, because it seems that someone is...
Oh, here we go. The two leaders coming in. It looks like Moynier and Toff are coming in. Luca Gray is coming from the very lead. So, is Bradley Sellers going to be able to jump? No, he's probably a bit too far back. But he's certainly going to close in. Here we go. Looks like Toff is already away. It's a very quick stop for Toff then. And Bradley Sellers is coming in as well as one of the, that looked
And we're
like...
back to green in 10 seconds.
Yeah, there we go. So it looks like Coloxai's made it back to the pits then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
There we go, we get underway, and Luca Gray is still being serviced in the pit lane, so the three leaders in LMP1 all stationary, and now Bintz is going to come upon them rapidly. I wouldn't be surprised if Jansen Bintz is able to jump Bradley Solis here, potentially. But Gray, there we go, just being let go now, and getting away very tentatively to make sure it doesn't break the speed limit. And there we go, there's Moynier. So Moynier's closed in dramatically on Luca Gray. Where is Jansen Bintz? Here we go. Up, start, finish straight. But it's going to be a bit too far back, isn't it? There's Gray getting back at the full power. And the code A's ended, so I really should remember to take it off. There we go. And where is Bintz? There he is. So he's a couple of seconds behind then. But he has jumped. Oh, look at this! Luca Gray off! He spun at turn 3, and Loic Moynier retakes the lead. A big mistake then by Luca Gray on cold tires out the pits. Just got the braking completely wrong, spun it. And now that's Jansen Bintz closing in on him.
And it looks like I came back to some sort of drama.
Yeah, sorry, Luca Gray was leading coming out the pits and then spun it at turn 3. So Loic Moynier has now jumped him into the lead. So a crucial mistake there by Luca Gray. Or was it Luca Gray at the wheel? No, it was actually Verracken, so I'm mistaken there. There's the overlay that's about 10 years behind there, which completely confused me. Larhoven there in a little battle with one of the Iris machines. Yeah, there you go. So Geordie Vranken, who just got on board number 30, completely messed up turn 3, and I apologise to Luca Gray there because he didn't do anything wrong. But there we go. Now Jansen Bintz has got Geordie Vranken in his sights. And up the inside he goes. That was a late move there. He cuts the inside and there was some traffic in the way. But he's cleared him. There we go. So Jansen Bintz back up to second then. A crucial move there by the number 23. And are we about to see an Iris and Valet showdown once more, Ryan?
Yeah, it looks to be that way. There was another LMP1 car getting pushed out at the same time in the background.
There we go. Bradley still is. He's emerged, I think, just in front of Toff. There we go. On fresher tyres. So, yeah. Toff has been kind of played out here of the race. He's not really gained very much for the Code 80s. So, as Jeffrey Ellis, who's on board the Rookie Monster 73. Here we go. Lap 46 incident involving Mugen Sim Racing number 21 and 27 Motorsport 127. 30 seconds stop and go for 27 Motorsport 127 for ramming someone in the pit lane. It doesn't ghost in RF2, is what Tom Dillon says. Oh, and Ellis having to really... Oh, look at that! That was the Boyd transport car, I think, that just hit the Mugen.
Yeah, and Elvis is getting Elvis getting it a little bit.
Elvis
sideways.
has left the building, eh? I thought it was Ellis.
Ellis, that's it. Yeah.
Jeffrey Ellis, yes.
I'm trying to read on a small monitor.
Oh, yeah, I know the pain. But yeah, anyway, Bintz is now about 12 seconds behind Moynier, but certainly he's got the pace. Look, he's already closed it to just 11 seconds now. So yeah, rapidly closing on Loic Moynier. And Zoltan Top rapidly closing on the Rookie Monsters car. To the outside goes the Mugen. Can he get through here? This is absolutely crucial for Mugen's race. He breaks late on the outside. There we go. Not much Jeffrey Ellis could he didn't really defend that one too hard. And Top back into 4th position. There we go. Moynier. He's being held up by the traffic. That's what's happening here. He's not really got too much of an answer for Jansen Bintz at the moment. So this is another Silverstone type race. Tortoise v Hare, isn't it? With the Iris slowly being caught by the Valet. It looks like the sister Valet was helping hold it up there a little bit. Sabakis leading, of course, Dan Rusen by 83 seconds now, which is very, very impressive. So Sven Gilhead is about 2 seconds ahead of Sandra Van Sand now. Meanwhile...
thankfully, unlike Silverstone, it's very dry and it's not absolutely soaking.
Valencia has got back past Arasaka and is trying to catch back up to Tibor Kiss. He's about 3 seconds down. So don't count the 444 car. The 444 and the 16 are really fighting for the GD3 title overall at the moment. Oh, look at the Iris coming up the inside. And just bullying him out of the way there.
And at the moment, I believe, unlike last time, the 444 has still got all 4 wheels on its wagon.
Yeah, that is certainly a positive. Last lap 117 by Jansen Bintz. Luke Mooney last lap 119.7. So yeah, definitely a bit, very much held up. But here we go. Jansen Bintz is going to come upon Kiss trying to lap the LMP2 here. But the two teammates will have to be worked together here to make sure that Jansen Bintz is not held up inordinately. There you go. You can almost see Luke Mooney here in the background. He's got an iris to clear now as well. So all the team, the multi-class team entries are coming into play here, helping out each other's races. The 33 didn't really hold up Jansen Bintz too much there.
Yeah, he only lost a couple of seconds, so the gap is now out to... that gap is now coming back down on the overlay.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Cibicus has built up such a huge gap. It could be that he just didn't pit under the code 80s there. But 83 seconds, that's still quite a margin. And I don't think Dan Rusen is catching him either. As we see yellow in the first sector. Not sure what that is about. Yeah, another yellow in the first sector. Oh, it's Franken in the number 30.
Caution, stopped car, turn 1.
So Jordi Rankin looks like the number 30 we saw spin off at turn 3 that was leading not too long ago is out. So that is absolutely catastrophic then.
And we apparently have a...
Clear.
Car. It's clear now.
Oh, it's a false alarm code 80. But that is absolutely tragic then for Jordi Rankin, who I think it may have been disconnected or something because he's dropped right to the back of the order, which is absolutely tragic then for 360 Motorsports, who had a decent chance of getting a podium finish today. But that clears the way then. It's now Iris versus Mugen. No, Iris versus Valet, sorry.
Yeah, and Mounier is still just about holding on to the gap. I think he only lost about...
Yeah, 7 seconds. Whoa! Jeffrey Ellis spinning from 4th position. He just been promoted to 4th with the 30s retirement. Long way ahead of Linus Lundvall, I believe. Yeah, about 36 seconds then is the gap there. But certainly they wouldn't. Jeffrey Ellis would not want to do too much of that, spinning out of Mergulio. There's Jeff Gritz down in 5th, continuing to chase Van Sand. Who was Gilhe's actually right behind Rusen, so that's quite interesting. As Jordi Franken has gone into the pits, so now Lundvall, Nuis, Negat have got past him. But here's Sven. Or that was Sven, rather. And Rusen could be quite vulnerable, but it gets back up to 3 seconds now, so Sandra Van Sand is not far behind either. As that looks like Valencia has closed in on Tibor Kiss.
Definitely looks like that. Yeah.
But here we go, so the 444 in its close title battle after the North Driver didn't go. And look how wide Tibor Kiss was going into the Center S entrance there. That's really an interesting line, and it certainly shows him under pressure. But the 444 has won one race. Team Imperial number 16 have won one race.
Valencia has a bit of... well, he's having a look, but I thought he had a run coming out of the Center S's.
Yeah, here we go. Mario Valencia trying to make amends for Nordschleifer, which was really a race where they had loads of points up for grabs. They binned the podium, essentially, by crashing out. And Valencia has a think of looking up the inside of Ferradura, and now we'll have to let the prototypes through.
Yeah, very rarely do you see a move at Ferradura, and if it does happen, it doesn't...
Oh, here we go. And could we see a move up the inside?
He's left the door open, though.
Oh!
But he's
And
holding
away he goes. Here we go. So Mario Valencia's cleared him. Up the second he goes. A brilliant opportunism by the Frinavon driver. And Valencia now. Oh, he's got a 55-second gap to book out. But that's excellent progress for the 444 machine to get back up into second place. And if the 87 hits trouble, the 444 will be there to take advantage. And Kiss now having to move right out of the way for the leader in LMP2, who's lapping that same car that we saw it fighting with earlier.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that free kiss. I would have thought he wouldn't have allowed the door to stay open, but he did.
Oh, and we got more good news actually. 360 Motorsports number 30 has been allowed back into the race with a 2-lap penalty. They were disqualified due to flashing their headlights, I think, too many times. So there we go. Jake Johnson has gotten on board number 60. Interesting name. Not seen him in action before. There he is. Or no, that's number 60, sorry. He's gotten on board it down there. Where's the 2-lap down car of... So he's going to come out. 360 Motorsports number 60 is going to appear around about where Liam Rance is, I believe, in 12th position. As he is also 2 laps down on the lead. But big gaps behind Kiss in LMP2 then. Oof. Right, well, just under 4.5 hours remaining. I think now would be an excellent time to go for a coffee break now that all the battles have stopped, at least temporarily, and Bint's continuing to try and catch Loic Mounier for the overall lead. As we see a brief yellow flag pop up, and Gielhed in a battle with Van Sand. Here we go. So Van Sand had somehow got through. No, that's Newberger, sorry, he's in a battle with.
Oh, well, it's not Newberger in the car anymore, though, is it?
Oh, it isn't. No, it's Danielson, sorry. So I'm using the I'm using a thing that's still got the drivers who started the race in when I'm picking the cameras. So, but yeah, Dan Rusen holding on by the skin of his teeth here, by the tune of half a second. Have the number 30 crew been let back into the race yet? Because I still don't see them on the timing screen anywhere. But we'll have to let you know when they're let back in. But certainly, the closest battle is this, and Jensen Bint's chasing down Loic Mounier. As the sun starts to set in Interlagos, we're nearly at the end of the second hour. So let's just recap the leaders in all 3 classes. It is Mounier leading for Iris in LMP1. Kiss leading for Valet in LMP2, and Bukout leading for Iris in GD3. There's a spun car there.
I think that was Eggert there.
Oh dear. Oh, there's someone lagging out that looked like Perikian. Yeah, Perikian's got going again just behind Eggert, so that's all good. But I'm going to leave it on auto cameras now while I go downstairs to make a quick coffee. So I hope you've enjoyed the first hour and 40 minutes of Interlagos, and we've still got 4 hours 20 minutes left to go.
Candy, 46 into the points racing car. Please find a different driver. You're lagging all over the place.
Oh, this happened to Perikian in Nordschleifer as well.
Yeah.
When he had that issue there. So that's certainly... But it isn't Perikian at the wheel, is it? It's Arda Erkan, isn't it?
Yeah, Erkan at the moment.
So it seems to not just be a localized issue. So Erkan down in... outside of the top 7. Outside the top 8, actually. Yeah, he's still down in 14th after the driver change, so it's really not worked out for the 46. And now they'll even have to be forced to make an extra top. Oh, up in the air goes. Is that the number 30 being let back in the race there?
I don't know what that was there. Yeah, it is the number 30.
Geordie. Oh dear. And the steering is already buckled, as is the suspension, I imagine. But that was very frightening for the car behind that just had nowhere to go there.
The car just got absolutely launched. I've never seen anything like it.
Just going into space was Geordie. And where is Geordie in the order? I believe he's actually still near the... there we go. It was showing him weirdly in... Oh, he's only 2 laps down on the LMP1. Yes, he's about 4 laps down now. In 10th overall, just behind Savakis. But I imagine with that damage, he might be losing a bit more time fairly soon. Anyway, I'm finally going to get down and have that coffee now. So I'm
Yeah.
going to leave you for about 15 minutes if that's okay, right?
Yep, you go
And see
enjoy this
if
coffee.
Tom's not too busy, you can ask him to fill in.
And it looks like Vince is actually a second and a half now off of Munoz.
Do you want me to leave it on Jensen Vince then?
Go for it then.
All right, I'll turn the order director off then. There you go. You can see Loic Monet in his sights, and I'll leave you with the lovely tones of Ryan Ferris to take you through the next couple of minutes while I get some refreshment.
Indeed, and as you can see, that gap has now come down to 1.5 seconds between Meunier and Bintz. One of the just having to take, I think, one of the Aston Martins there, and that's allowed Bintz right onto the back of Meunier. So Meunier is going to have to make that car as wide as he possibly can. As they go through Bico de Pato, they go past what looks to be Valencia in the McLaren. It is indeed. And as they go onto the start-finish straight now, can Bintz get a good drive and a slipstream on the start-finish straight into the centre S's? He's been a bit of a menace on the brakes into turn 1, a little bit of a flicker at the headlights. He's got a run coming into turn 1. Is Meunier going to do much to defend as Bintz is going up the inside, but not quite. He's not close enough, but is that Meunier going getting deep? Yes, he locks the brake, just holds on, and Bintz is going to try the up and over, but that doesn't quite work. He's working the car as he can to try and find a little gap as they come down the back straight. Meunier is defending like crazy here to try and not allow Bintz through. They've got a couple of lap cars ahead. And Bintz is having a look into Ferragura, and that's a Fringavon car. Losing it as he's trying not to make contact with these two leaders. But still, it is Meunier in the lead. He's actually pulled out a couple of car lengths through that. And they have got one of the LMP2 cars getting in the way now. That's not what Meunier wants. He gets to run out of Zhengshao. And again, Bintz has got a good run here. Not completely in the slipstream like he would have wanted to. But he's definitely close. But again, not close enough as there's yellows into Sector 1, but they're quickly gone. As it looks to be, actually looks to be a car in the wall coming out of pit lane just there. And again, Bintz gets a good run as they head down into turn 3. Again, not quite close enough. And again, they've got a couple more GTs to contest with. Bintz is having a look up the inside, but the GT car is in the way. Which is that's just saved Meunier there. He's now managing to pick up a couple of car spaces. There's a Ferrari just up ahead, which Meunier manages to get through on. Now Bintz has got to deal with that through Ferragura. Sorry, not Ferragura. And and that's spun. That's the Fringavon. Is that the? I think that's the LMP1 Fringavon, which would be Pascal Eggert. But this time, Bintz isn't as close as he's been before. Coming on to the start-finish straight, but there is a gaggle of cars that they've got to try and lap. And out of Curva del Sol they go, and obviously now Bintz has managed to get a LMP2 car in between them. A little bit more breathing space, but Bintz manages to dispatch of what I think that is the car that was, it isn't the new Berlin car, but look how much Bintz has managed to catch up there. He's gone from being somewhat second behind, he's now right back on the tail of Meunier here. Again, coming down to the junction from Maguglia, and it definitely looked like Bintz has got a good run here. although looking at it, he did get a little bit of wheel spin, but he's definitely close enough to mount a challenge into the center S. Brunier takes the inside. Bintz is going on the outside. He's going to try on the outside. He's good on the brakes. What can he do? Mounier holds on, but he's lost the back end. And onto the grass he goes, and he clips Bintz, and Bintz has now taken the lead. And with that, he has pulled out a good, considerable couple of seconds there, as obviously Mounier having to recollect himself. As we look to position third place in LMP2, this is Gleehold, and that is Valencia out onto the grass there. And he is on the back end of Dan Ruzen, who's having to deal with one of us lapping one of the LMP2s just there, and behind them, I think that is Van Sant just behind them as well. So this is a three-way battle for second position at the moment. Kiss is actually in the pits at the moment, so that is our class leader. Again, this is for Gilhold. He's in an awkward position again, in the sense that he's trying to attack for position, but at the same time he can't afford to make any rash manoeuvres because he's got Van Sant right behind him. As we see yellows flickering up in sector 3. Would it appear? No, they're not down into the pit lane. And up ahead they've got the frame of on. I believe they're coming to lap, and Kiss has now dropped, so this is the battle for the lead. So Kiss still in pit lane. I think with the length of that pit stop, that could be a possible driver change. As they come up to try and pull a move, yet they're going past the Ring of On. And Gilhold all over the back of Bruisen now. Van Sant just dropped a little bit after lapping the back marker, but he's just caught straight up into the back of him, it looks like. Bruisen is really pushing here. He's getting throwing a few shapes through the middle part of the court of the circuit. He's actually managed to pull out a couple of car lengths here. See, and Kiss is still in pit lane actually. He's actually, his main stop is finished, so he's actually trundling off down the pit lane. And it is indeed a driver change. And here we go now. Gilhold has managed to get a run due to the back marker as they come down to turn 3. Ruzen is now on the defensive, but just about manages to keep everything in check, and it looks like the car that we were looking at earlier that had been pulled in due to connection issues, the new driver is having similar issues by the looks of things. It seems to be, the car seems to be flickering in and out. And looked to have been going off at turn 3, as a matter of fact, as trying to lap. Ruzen just about manages to hold on. Gilhold trying to be a bit savvy, trying to send it up the inside, but obviously found himself stuck behind the McLaren GT3. And Van Sant just losing touch of these two. It's Gleehold with a run down the back straight, but again doesn't quite look to be close enough. No, he's just 1 or 2 car lengths too short going into the center S's.
Caution, stopped car, turn 6. If you can't get the car going again, please escape to the pits.
So turn 6 we have got a stopped car. The race direction. Oh yes, we can just see it there.
Okay, we come code 80 in 10 seconds.
So we come to code
5,
80.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
And we've gone a while without a code 80 actually, considering how frantic it was in the first hour. It seemed like we were getting a code 80 every couple of laps. But yeah, we're now back to code 80.
If the 74 car cannot get going again, please escape to the pits.
So car number 74, as we see Toth coming into the pit lane.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
And we are almost going back to green now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And away we go, and Gleehold is going to have a bit of a slipstream down into turn 1, but Van der Sand's managed to catch up massively onto these two as they come down into turn 1, and it is Gleehold going round the outside, but no. Rusen says no, I'm taking this position back, and lets the brake out at the last minute and holds back on, but Gleehold is going to have a look up the inside, and he's got the inside coming down the back straight down into turn 3 as we got a car off in the background, and that is P1, or is it? Yes, it is. Now that is P1 for Gleehold, but then at the same time, how is Rusen going to cope as he's got Van Sand right behind them? And he just about manages to fend off Van Sand. We've got the fast, that looks to be Bintz, our race leader, threading his way through this group of 3 now. Just behind that looked to be Ellis, the 3rd place car. Yeah, you can actually see that Mooney has actually managed to catch up massively out of all this. As you can see, there's Bint, and then just behind that is Mooney, who's just coming to put a lap on Ellis. Although Brunier struggling to get around 3 cars as we've got another car exit in the pit lane. There's 4 abreast coming down this straight into turn 3. It is going to be interesting to see how they manage. How Mounier manages to claw back on Binsky. He seems to be making good progress through the back markers.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that, Ryan. Typical, I go for coffee break and there's 2 lead changes in the 2 lead classes. But there we go, Sven Gielhed ahead of Dan Rusen now, who's just got Van Sand giving him all kinds of grief. And also Jansen Mintz finally gets in front of Loic Mounier. Looks like he made a good move there, didn't he, Ryan?
Yes.
Although I think Gielhed kind of pushed Dan Rusen out the way almost, is the way I sort of read that one as I was looking at it on my phone in the middle of coffee.
Yeah, it's been some pretty frantic racing since you've gone.
Oh, looks like Linus Lundvall may also be out of the race as well after the 74 stopped on track. As we saw, and look how close Van Sand gets to the back of Dan Ruzen, but now he's got the Porsche in the way. You see Arda Erkin being lapped as well, so it really shows how the 46 race has kind of fallen apart, really. Well, at least at the moment. Lap 72 incident involving Seawolf 74 and 360 Motorsports number 30. That might be the one where we saw the 30 go off into space. 30-second stop and go for 360 Motorsports number 30, causing a major collision. I appreciate there may have been a lag, but you still crashed on a straight. Stewards are watching this driver, please take care. So, as Van Sant gets right around the outside of the Iris there. So that's very much... trying to remember the name of that driver in the number 30 that was driving when it went into space. It was Jordi Barenkin, wasn't it? As there we go, Van Sant enters the pit lane. So I think he is the first to blink then. He's the really last hope for into the points now in LMP2.
Yeah, actually ran a pretty good stint there. Got 26 laps, I believe, out of the last stint. So managed to go a lap longer than on the previous stint.
Interesting. The number 22 have put Zoltan Hives in, who is now trying to catch back up to the 73 of Ellis, who we saw spin earlier. But it's really now becoming Iris Valet battle, isn't it? With Loic Meunier now about 7 seconds behind Jansen Bintz in LMP1, as Van Sant drops to 4th now.
Well, it seemed that earlier Meunier was actually catching Bintz. Bintz was struggling to get through the back markers, and then the gap had came down to some 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's really hard to pull a gap. You have to really consolidate over several stints, basically, because it bunches up so quickly, especially in the infield, if you get caught in traffic. But Ruboli is now gonna, who was leading, the 33 which was leading for quite a while, is gonna get back into the top 4, with Hambly in the 47 now just coming out of the pits, taking over from Sandro Van Sant. Here we go, there's Callum Hambly. He gets back on track, but 33 is well clear of him, but not by a huge amount. We could see these two battle before the end, but they have to get through past that Aston Martin first. And oh, that looked like I can't believe he did well to avoid them. Anyway, so Ruzen is now only about 3 seconds behind Geelhead, so keeping him in sight. That's certainly going to be something to keep an eye on. Oh, look at this. Trying to lap Arda Erkin. Arda Erkin does not like that one whatsoever.
That is reason is there, so that's not going to help his attempts.
Yeah, the gap up to 4 seconds now as Meunier. Bintz pits now, so Meunier retakes the lead. Yeah, there we go. So certainly Iris will be hoping, if they can't beat Bintz in terms of, and the 23 crew in terms of pace, they'll be hoping to do it in terms of fuel economy. Yeah. And get a bit longer into the race, give themselves more strategic options, hope for a code 80, that sort of thing.
Well, that was the longest stint for Bintz. That was 32 laps on a set of medium tyres. That's his first stint on the medium tyres. His first 3 stints were on soft option tyres, the blue mark tyres. So
Liam Rant's flashing his lights a lot. He doesn't look very happy. As up the inside he goes of Arda Erkin to I think that's to unlap himself. Arda Erkin. Yeah, Erkin's not. Oh, that was a bit rough. And this is Liam Rant's desperately trying to chase down Florian. Is it Vetpler ahead of him? No, it's Donze, of course. The position anyway. But yeah, now Meunier leads Prinz, who's gotten on board the 23, by 46 seconds then. So you have to say it's still looking just about Valet in the net lead once Meunier has to come in and pit. But it's certainly going to be nip and tuck between the two, and any little errors by Stints and Luke Monier will be just like Silverstone. They will come through to win again, so Valet will not want that to happen. Jeff Gritz in the 828, still having a really strong run. He pits from third, so this is going to drop him behind Rubioli and Hamley, possibly behind Sismiata as well. Yep, and Lopez Garcia, who's gotten on board the 26.
Rusen's just putting in tickets as well.
Yeah, there we go. So 28 and the 828. All putting some fresh boots on and putting some more fuel in. But yeah, Rusen did really well to hold off Geelhead for as long as he did, to be honest. And it's certainly looking like Iris. I actually think it's sort of Iris v Valet again in LMP2, but the difference is there's other cars involved as well. Because they've got the... As actually Rusen, I think, may have actually jumped and stayed ahead of Rubioli. Yeah, there we go. He's a long way ahead, like 50 seconds.
Yeah, but Ribery obviously taking over from Kiss, so there would have been a longer pit stop for the driver change, but...
Not to the extent of 50 seconds, though.
Not to that sort of extent.
So yeah, there we go. But certainly it's kind of turned like sort of those three that are really fighting for victory. I think Hambley is maybe a lap down, is a little bit out of it in the 47. As Geelhead comes in, so here we go. This is going to be crucial where he comes out relative to Dan Rusen. We're also seeing a warning to an incident involving on lap 65 involving Team Iris 86. Arasaka at the wheel and Benelux 17, which is of course the Porsche. Warning to number 17: make sure you don't hold up cars that are lapping you. So there we go. Here that comes to a stop, and Dan Rusen still going. So Rusen will take the lead for Bottling Motorsports number 28, which is very good for them. Also, Felix Neuberger was having a go at me for mispronouncing his second name, so I'm gonna make more of an effort to call him Neuberger from now on.
So Greenhall is out of pit lane where as he filtered out in comparison to
There he is. Oh,
Rusen.
he's going to keep the lead then.
Yeah,
There
as
we go.
that's Rusen just coming out of...
Yeah, 9 seconds is the gap. So there we go. That was very well done, actually, by Iris to maintain the lead. There's Norbert Major. Not seen much of him down in 6th in the number 12 Idea Racing. Maybe we're mispronouncing that again.
Interestingly, one thing I have noticed is that at least in this sort of category, tyre warm-up isn't really much of an issue.
There's Gresgor's Dutka. Looks like a wounded car here. Yeah, very wounded indeed. Because it's crabbing to the right there. And he's made it in without the need for a code 80, so that's RBR Esports number 29. They were actually only just behind a Coloxai in the order, so that's actually a pretty big big problem for them. And that puts Lahoven then past him.
Oh, and that is...
Hendrik Beerhoff, yes, who's having an off at the Center S, and that's him in the Boyd Transport number 40, and he just misses the class-leading number 8 there.
If I was not mistaken, we quickly flashed on board, and it looked like his steering wheel out from earlier.
This guy, of Beerhoff.
Yeah, yeah, you can see it's slightly...
Well, here we go through the left-hander.
It's slightly left-hand down, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It doesn't look too bad, but I suppose over a long stint you'd feel that after a while. But certainly he's able to carry on. Oof. And there we go. So we are into the 2 hours done mark. So we still got just under 4 hours left to go. And Sismiata in the Paul Street Boys 758 is entering the pit lane. 5th in class in LMP2. I think that's going to drop him behind Lopez Garcia. There he is. Dutsker is still being serviced as well. And it's Deckeltot who moves up to 6th. He's gotten on board the 828 J. Joe racing team car. So Jonathan Deckeltot will be looking to catch Lopez Garcia and get himself just back onto the lead lap. He's only about 7 seconds behind him. And Prinz has got the gap down to Mounier from 50 seconds down to 41 seconds. So when Mounier has to come in, it looks pretty inevitable that he's going to lose the lead. There's Prinz really pushing it. Oh, Varankin continues to struggle in number 30, but he's on notice after his attempts to apply for the space program.
Yeah. It seemed that NASA were quite interested at that point, as well as the stewards.
And here's Dan Pipples, who's been in since the beginning, down in 9th, chasing after whoever is just ahead of him in the 97, I think.
Eighth position, isn't it? Just ahead.
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, look, it's getting a bit busy up behind with Prinz having to negotiate the traffic. The gap's ballooned back out again to 55 seconds. And into the side goes Stints. And Dan Pepples lost out big time there. And it's all getting very, very messy now in the infield. That might be Bukat lapping him. Yeah, in fact it is, because it's got a big number 1 on the front.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it. I believe it was Simon Kingsbury that Dan Peoples was fighting with. As Newis is now being serviced in the pit again in the number 26, sorry. Oh no, it is the 96.
96, yeah.
TGM. But what confused me was that I did see Jan Donze's come in as well as Kingsbury gets well out of the way and just hits the side of the 33 of Massimiliano Rubioli.
Yeah. Sending it into...
Looks like Donze has come in because he's retired. So that's the 42 out of the race. It's a big shame for him.
And let's see, really I understand. Prinz managed to do on the board. Ints on the previous stint, I think something along the lines of 36 laps on those green marked medium tyres, and Munia currently 32 laps and his stint on the green marked tyres, so we expect to see him in the next 4 laps.
Like Pedro Barbosa leaving the pits in the 96 then. So it's good to see the 96 still running down in 6th. Lap down though on Pascal Leggett. But still ahead of ATR Falcons with James Smaggersgale at the wheel. So where's the... I think the closest battle might actually be Liam Rance trying to catch Zoltan Kovacs in the Paul Street Boys car. Although there is a bit of a pit lane battle between Korkmazer and Koloxai. Koloxai's continued to hit trouble then. There he is, still stationary. And there's Korkmazer, who's just jumped him then in the pits.
Someone just done into the pits there.
It's Moinier from the lead.
So, he came in a few laps earlier than I thought he would. So, Mounier having completed 32 laps on this stint.
And is that Dan Peoples just in front of him?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Where is the valet? Here it is. About to take the lead then. So this is going to be a representative gap, I guess. But the Irish have impressively managed to make the fuel last a lot longer. Oh, here we go. Prinz did lose a bit of time in traffic, so we'll have to see what the gap is, but he's definitely going to be ahead, because there we go. It's still stationary. Prinz takes the lead then for Valet.
Well, interestingly, the car of Mounier, the Irish car, is...
It might be having a driver change, yes, because Moinier's been in since the beginning.
He's managed 24. He's been and that's
Johnson missing a rear wing
That's-
and crabbing quite badly, I think.
That's
Well,
gonna
not
be-
that badly, actually.
I think that could be a code 80. He's struggling a little bit. He's
Whoa.
spun.
Yeah, and almost spinning in front of the GD car there and giving the RF2 signage a bit of love. This is Giandonze. Let's hope that Jake Johnson does not go that way. As Liam Rance is preemptively almost diving into the pits, along with Bierhoff just in front of him. But anyway, the gap is about, let's have a look, 40 seconds then between Moynier and Bintz, but Moynier now on the fresh tyres as Erkan gets out of the way.
On the fresher tyres, I mean, it's a bit of a strange one because unlike, say, sports where you don't have refueling, you may be on the fresher tyres, but you're also carrying more fuel than the car ahead. Because the car ahead, although he's done a few more laps, has actually burnt off some of the fuel load. So you'll probably find that they will do similar lap times, even though Mounier is on the fresher tyres.
Bierhoff has been given a penalty, I imagine, for Hendrik Bierhoff speeding in the pit lane in the Boyd transport car. There he is, just exiting, but he's going to have to give position back, probably to Liam Ratzes. There we go, the wounded number 60 car of Jake Johnson making it to the pit lane. Jordi Vranken having to make way for the race for the second class. Well, this looks a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Oh, we had to slow right down, actually, Jordi Vranken. As he's sort of in a fight with sort of Smaggersgale, that's sort of where he's at, isn't it? There's Eggert has to let Newis through because he's in the pits. Oh, Barbosa, sorry, in TGM. So where's the next close battle going on? Yeah, it really seems like Bryn's still sort of maintaining the gap to Moynier, which is worrying for Iris.
Yeah, that's the thing now. The first couple of stints, they did short stints on the soft tyres, did Bintz, and he was in the car. Now they've changed up the strategy and they've moved to the medium tyres, same as what Mooney is. Doing pretty much similar, if not more laps on the medium tyres, so it looks like just going to eke out a few extra laps on these tyres.
Yeah, and that could make all the difference. But here we go, Gilhead's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. That's going to be music to the ears of Neuberger.
Rusen at the moment now.
Rusen, yes. So I just wanted to practice saying Felix Neuberger's last name correctly to appease him. But there we go. Oh, there's number 23 just going around the outside of him in its own race, leading the race by 43 seconds now. But the gap at the front in LMP2 staying pretty stable as there we go. Ellis makes it to the pit lane. So now Toff is into the top three, and it's Hives. Sorry,
Hives, yeah.
keep thinking it's the start of the race still, but Hives now just about within a minute of Moynier. Ooh, and having to make drastic action there to clear Rusen, as that looks like Hives is good. Might be able to unlap Prinz here if he times this right. And look at this. This is all a bit chaotic. And then the Porsche goes across the track, and that could be a code 80.
And that's caught Rusen in that as well.
Yeah, there we go. It was Simon Kingsbury and Dan Rusen both coming to grief there, but able to continue. And how badly has that hurt Rusen? There we go. He's now 20 seconds now behind Gilhead. And still about 30 ahead of Ruboli as Valencia goes for the pits now. And he comes up potentially quite a way. I think he might come out ahead of Arisaka, but he's going to be behind Kiss, that's for sure.
I thought by now maybe you might see a driver change from Valencia.
Oh no, there goes Arisaka. Yeah, exactly. But Baskel is going to get him next. Where's Norbert Major? About 40 seconds up the road. Might just get out before Norbert Major crosses. So certainly the 444 having to... but a very good stint actually by Mario Valencia. Penalty for Tunbridge, who is of course the driver of the... I'm not sure where Tunbridge drives for actually. I might be making up a name there because I've misread it.
Now, interestingly,
Alex Tunbridge, of course, in the 75, he's taken over from Liam Rance.
Munier has opted to go for a short, fast stint. He's now running the softer tyre, and that's actually taken. He's brought the gap down to 31 seconds, or at least over the line was 31 seconds. On the live data on the tower, it's back to 39. Correct. It seems when
I can refresh the overlay, see if that helps. There we go.
it's still showing the same. So either Renier's made a mistake somewhere.
Whoa! Rankin gets over the curb and spins there in the number 30, and does well to avoid the 33 actually. But it's not really gone to plan for the 360 Motorsports team. Luca Gray having a monster first stint, but then having to hand over to his teammate, and it all going wrong as Tunbridge serves his penalty. It's a big blow for the 75, which already was a bit compromised today. All about avoiding trouble, really, especially in endurance racing. But yeah, Moynier has closed up a little bit onto Stimprins.
Yeah, on the live timing, it's showing that the gap is now 30 seconds. But,
Oh, no wonder. It looked like somebody might have been holding up. Yeah, it was the LMP1 that was holding up Prins a little bit there on that lap. But Moynier, nice big clear road in front of him, so he can do a bit of damage here. But what can this man do, Zoltan Hives? He's not too far behind. He could still play himself in. It's Smaggers Gale tries to explore the outer limits of the track, and decides he doesn't like it and comes back.
Is there some sort of grip out on the actual tips? There seems to be a lot of people going.
It's got a common line, and that looked like the 75 that was going off there, and the 26 also having a moment as well at the same place.
That was a 2-second corner. That was.
Yeah, it looked like Tunbridge had a little spin, and then I think the 26 had a spin as well. As Bukout hits from the lead in GD3. Bukout has been in since the beginning, so this could be another driver change going on here. But Mounier is continuing on.
Yep,
quite well.
Mounier, who obviously is now on the new tyres, and it seems like Team Iris are going the opposite strategy to whatever Valley Esports doing. So Valley Esports started the race on the softs, and they've now moved to the mediums, where Iris started on the mediums and now moved to the softs. So potentially in each lap it seems that Mounier is eating into Prin's advantage.
Here's something I not noticed actually. The 444 car to Bence Boros, who's usually a Paul Street Boys driver, has gotten on board. So it's good to see good relations between those two teams then. So Bence Boros in orange and black, and helping the 444 team with their title challenge. He doesn't have too many amazing results under his belt with Paul Street Boys. A couple of solid top sixes, I think, in GD3 class, as he lets the LMP2 squabble ahead of him. But Boros only about 5 seconds away from Hallam Voice in the 93, so Boros could show us what he's made of here, because the 444 team really needs a good result here. As Stanislav Pajal exits the pits on board the 87.
Yeah, taking over from Bence Boros.
From Bukout, sorry.
Bukout, yeah. No.
But Arasaka is just coming through now, so this could be quite close between the two Irish teammates. I think the 87 will breeze through, probably, if Pajal can keep up the pace of Wesley Bukout. But we'll have to see, because Arasaka is probably going to have to come in quite soon as well.
And they'll probably be changing driver as well.
But this puts Tibor Kiss into the lead, which is good for the number 16 Team Imperium. But I think the 87 has got this in GD3. I don't see, unless something crazy happens, I don't quite see Team Imperium or Into the Points or 444 overcoming them. But Boris could really could get past Voice before the end, though, and possibly Major as well.
Well, we did see at the Nürburgring that Stints had the bit between his teeth and then was taken out.
Oh, there's a Baskel going really wide.
It looks like he's got something wrong with that car because he seems to be limping.
Oh, is that just him getting out of the way, though, of all the traffic?
I
And
mean,
over the board he goes.
I mean, I wouldn't be going off track dirtying my tyres just to get out of the way. I think he's definitely got something wrong. Yeah,
The steering looks a bit second-hand, you're right.
Yeah.
Through goes to 75. And... yeah, though that's not really ideal for him. As this is Garcia being passed by the... oh yeah, the Paul Street Boys car, and yeah, there we go. That's the 48, still continuing to steer clear of everybody, and still running fourth. So this is a big trouble then for one of the front running cars, because Major is really going to take advantage of this. I wouldn't be surprised to see the... here we go, into the pits. Into the points, into the pits. And hopefully putting some new steering in there.
Yeah, because it definitely didn't look to be much fun at the moment for that car. And also at the same time, we got someone else further up pit lane.
Is that Kingsbury? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Callum Hambley has kept Massimiliano Rubioli in sight. He's about 8 seconds behind. Pablo Lopez Garcia has kept Zoltan Kovacs about 4 seconds in sight since he passed him. As we look at Decoltot in 5th in the 828. It's looking like 828 might get a top 5 here, which would be a big result for them. But they've still got Akos Forgax in Iris 66, about 14 seconds behind, so no room to relax there. There he is, as I say that. And there's what was the class leader in GD3 pitting, Tibor Kiss. This puts Pajoud into the lead because Arasaka is pitting at the same time as Tibor Kiss. A very fluid situation here. Jordi Vranken was also pitting in the background. For what feels like the millionth time. So LMP1 quite spread out now. Although Blake Mooney is only about 33 seconds behind Prince as Kingsbury gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's an odd one because on the team or race view it's saying 25 seconds is the gap to from Mooney to Prince. So.
Yeah, let's hope that's accurate. Certainly seems like he's closed in a bit. As Arasaka and Kiss leave the pits. Oh, and just have a look actually, because there's Boros, who's just jumped Arasaka and Kiss actually. They're still in there. There we go, Timur Benchik gets on board. Oh, Jody Brankin has spun it in the number 30 in the infield section. Is that just Magubio who's going through? No, that looks like oh, Kevlar. It was actually, yeah. And there we go. So Chris Davis gets on board the 86 and emerges just behind the Team Imperium number 16 with Timur Benchik at the wheel. Isn't Timur Benchik the female driver, if I remember correctly? In the field as Ellis gets a penalty in the 73. So that's going to help Barbosa catch him.
Barbosa is a lap down.
Davis is holding up his teammate, Pajoud, in the lead. It's not good. But Pajoud goes around the outside, and so does half of the LMP2 field. And the LMP1s as well. You can tell Chris Davis really doesn't want to have to give up too many positions here in terms of losing ground to the 16. But yeah, certainly a big battle going on ahead of him between Liam Rance, Alex Tunbridge, sorry, and Yves Korsmazer. As we see yellow in one of the sectors, but that clears up. Major has just come into the pits now. There he is, Norbert Major. Another in the Callaway Corvette. It's interesting how the Corvette seems to be, the Chevrolet seems to be more popular than it used to be in this series. Because it used to be everyone would go for a McLaren or a Ferrari. And now McLaren's still very popular, but we're seeing a bit more variation. Aston Martins, of course, Aston won last time in the hands of number 16 crew. So yeah, it's all really kicking off in terms of. Oh, Larhoven has a bit of a moment.
We don't see the BMWs being as strong as they used to.
It's only really Kingsbury who's using it, isn't it?
I don't know if there was a balance of performance where they're using a new car compared to last time, but. Yeah, it doesn't quite seem to have the grunt that the previous BMW had in the previous season.
Somebody was asking if we can see the full grid standings. Thanks, fair enough. It was XC News. Peter Schumann says, hello. I get a deja vu every time I see Varankin on the grass. Well, I don't think it was Schumann at the wheel when the car behind hit Varankin and Varankin went into the base. So Jordi Varankin will probably not want to be reminded of that incident. There's Boros. The 444, they've gotten ahead of Baskin. They're right behind Hallam Boyce now. So yeah, there we go. This is the battle then for second as Kingsbury gets another penalty in the BMW for something or other. So let's look at this then, because Ben Boros really pushing to get into second place. Exactly where the 444 machine needs to be. But Hallam Boyce, of course, fresh off the podium last time out, I think, for him in Nordschleife. Oh, look at this. That's the into the points number 47, just clearing the both of them. And you have to say, Boros putting out all the stops to try and find a way past Hallam Boyce in the Sky. I think that might be one of the cars that's got the wrong livery, because I'm not sure if Royal Racing number 93 are actually sponsored by Sky. Oh, and up the inside goes Ben Boros. Oh, he's done it almost. There we go. He completes the move.
Has he?
Oh, and there's a spun car. That's the number 60 of Jake Johnson, I think.
Does that mean the pass was done in the yellows?
It depends. I would say that was a legal pass, because I think he completed the move just before they came upon him there. Where is that number 60 machine in the order? Yeah, there he is. He's got going again, Jake Johnson, which is good. As Rubioli pits and sacrifices third to Callum Hambley.
Now, Munier has actually lost a bit of time.
He's 33 seconds is the gap between himself and Prince.
It's actually gone back down to 24, according to
again, it feels like Iris are going for, rather than having fresher times at the end, as Simon Kingsbury earns himself yet another penalty.
I don't know if that's a glitch or if he keeps doing something to get himself penalties. It's about the third time.
Unless he's constantly pitting. I don't see him pitting all that much, as actually Hallam Boyce comes into the pits now. So that puts Boros up to second. As Moynier continues actually to close a bit on Stimprins, who's being held up in traffic. We've been slacking on our incident reporting, haven't we? The lap 82 incident involving into the points number 46 and DDoS 75, warning DDoS 74. I can see you trying to let him through, but we're on the racing line, and the car behind didn't have enough time to react, as Moynier has lost a bit of time in the infield there to Stimprins. Incident 26, lap 82, involving Team Rookie Monsters number 73 and 360 number 60. 20 seconds stop and go for a Team Rookie Monster 74 for causing a collision. So that was why the 73 of Ellis was in, and is now 2 laps down. Lap 97 incident involving Mugen Sim Racing number 22 and Team Iris 66, no further action. And it's just triple question marks there, so clearly confusion reigns. As, oh, look at this. This is Benchik was caught right up to the back of a Baskel after the pit stop. And
Oh.
Timea, but it's got Arasaka right behind her. So Benchik really under pressure here. They've actually got the race leader, the class leader that's lapped all three of these cars. So this is a good little battle. What can Benchik do in the number 16?
Zoltan Hines has actually been the fastest middle sector on this current lap.
Yeah, it's Chris Davis right behind. Sorry, I think I said it was Arasaka. Yeah, I keep forgetting about keep losing track of all these driver changes. But yeah, they're all within about a second of one another. As Kingsbury gets yet another penalty. I assume there must be corner cutting. As Oliver, the number 46 is retired now from the race. It was driven by Oliver Perukian and then Arda Erkan. So that's a big shame for them. There he is. Erkan out of the race.
So last time round, Zoltan Hayes became the second person to get into the 115s.
Oh, that's impressive. And here comes Benchik up the inside of a Baskel. And Benchik completes the move. So good stuff then by the number 16 Team Imperium driver. And yeah, Baskel, I think the tyre's starting to wear now. He is very much in the clutches of Chris Davis. Very important move for Benchik to make there. Right on board. See how close you can get down the back straight. And to let the race leader through. Here we go. Oh, getting as close as he dares without trying to make a risky overtake. But the number 16 is getting away. Chris Davis knows it. So he needs to make a decision pretty quickly to figure out which way around he's going to go through the 48.
The problem is at the moment is Alaska's actually still getting a slipstream of Benzik ahead.
Yeah, Benchik's starting to pull about a second ahead though. But yeah, Sebascal. Oh, goes very, very wide. And is that
Has
a
he
problem
disconnected?
I think he may have. Yeah, there we go. So Thomas Sebascal, the 48, hitting its traditional bad luck. And there we go. It's actually still there. He's still around the outside of the of Chris Davis. So good stuff actually there by Thomas Sebascal. He must have just popped in for us, just like he did for Chris Davis there. But Davis on the inside now. The move just like
he's not going to give up.
did.
He's going to have the inside for the next corner and the corner after that.
Yeah, good defensive driving actually by Thomas Sebascal. We thought he was a goner there. We have little faith as Hives now pits from third. Here we go. Can Chris Davis get a good run onto the back straight as there's a yellow in the first sector? I think that might be the number 30 in trouble again.
Now, the Baskel managed to get a little bit of a slipstream off the LMP2 car that was lapping, so I think that's possibly saved him for another lap.
Yeah, there we go, because he just got the initial run. And here we go. Davis hasn't given up yet. He's going to have another go into turn 3, Curve de Sol.
Had a very big twitch coming off the centre curve, so cut a lot of curb coming off the second corner.
Yeah, that's really hit his momentum. Benchik now starting to pull away. Benchik, quite a big gap between Benchik and Boros, I think. Let's have a look. 23 seconds actually, it's not huge. So Benchik could still get the number 16 into second place with a bit of good management here.
Here comes Moonier just coming through.
Yeah, Baskel really under pressure now. Well, continues to be under pressure, I guess. Go. Davis has another look at the inside. And can a Baskel hold on the outside into Magulio? Yes, he can. Here we go. I have a feeling that the 86 team is getting a bit fed up of being stuck behind the 48 at this point, because they've spent quite a large chunk of the race stuck behind him.
But Baskel looked like he did get a good run out of the corner, but it looks like with the slipstreams
Yeah, they got some cars coming to lap the both of them, and there we go. Davis moving aside, but is he going to get a run on Abascal? Is he going to be able to sneak attack him at the inside of the center S?
Doesn't look like he's.
Here we go. He's going to give it a go. Oh, but he's still on the outside here. He's going to have to brave it out, and oh, that wasn't the best of Abascal. Really over the curb there. So once again, it's Davis in the slipstream, tries to get the maximum run out, but he's going to be stuck on the outside here. So it's all about compromising Abascal's line into the corner. Abascal comes back to the racing line.
He goes, why does he
Oh, and they had to bring a Von down P2 through. And that really hurt Davis there. As it's only Pajal and Boris on the lead lap in GD3, which is quite amazing. Considering the big gap that the 87's pulled to the field. It's almost a whole 87 seconds. Yeah, 82 at the moment. But with LMP2, it's closed right back in. Remember, it was Ruboli did have like an 80-second lead at one point, and now he's been stuck behind the 47. So here we go, Davis giving it another assault. Mounier's got the gap back down to 30 seconds up front again in LMP1. As the darkness really starts to cover the Interlagos circuit now, as we get towards the halfway point. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, still another 3.5 hours left to go. Hopefully Joshua Birch will be joining us for the last 3 hours, if what he told us was true. We're seeing a few more incidents. Incident involving number 17 and number 75, no further action. Incident involving Fringavon 444 and ATR Falcon 290. 30-second stop and go for ATR Falcon 290. You've dive bombed from Argentina and caused blue damage. As, oh, look how close Davis is getting to the back of Abascal once again. As Hambley now pits, so does Evers in LMP2. So Ruboli's going to go back up to third now. Love watching the car squirm under power into Ferradura.
Yeah, and it just seems whatever Davis does, Rascal puts the car where he just doesn't want it to do.
Exactly, yeah, and once again, now Davis isn't even thinking about trying up the inside.
He's trying to hold off, but it's all about the run. This time, though, it seems, Abascal hasn't got anything to slipstream. No one's lapping them. He hasn't got anything to slipstream on coming out of Zhengzhou. So as long as Davis gets a good run, and he's within a car length, he could potentially have a good run into the first corner. But it looks like he's actually lost a car length.
Yeah, there we go. So Abascal actually gets a really good run onto the start-finish straight. So it's all about really setting it up into turn 3, I think, here, rather than into turn 1. Oh, I say that. And, oh, look how far over the curb Chris Davis got there.
Well, and then Abascal getting even further onto the curb. It just seemed the last few laps, Abascal was braking very deep into the first part of the centre S, which was actually compromising him onto the back straight, and it's now.
Yeah, but look at the back of the gap that Timur Benchik has pulled now. Nearly 6 seconds now on Chris Davis. So. That's how much time he's lost behind Abascal. As you see yellow in the third sector. Oh, I'm not sure what that's about. As there's Prinz. The gap 29 says Bierhoff gets a penalty for something or other.
So according to the timing screen that I'm looking at, it's now down to 22 seconds for Muniardo. So I don't know which one to trust. Do I trust the monitor, or do I trust the timing tower?
I'm seeing both saying 28 seconds on my end, so I'm going to go with that. Although it's just gone to 27.5 as there's Erkan, which the auto director seems insanely interested in, considering not much is going on there. There's Hives, who is about a lap down on Moinier still, so trying to unlap himself. But it really is, as we see, Ruzen now pitting from second. This is going to let Rubioli through onto runners-up spot at the moment. Free to chase after Sven Gielhed. And looks like Nick Homewood is signing off from his stewardship, so Tom Dillon is the active steward now, given that Reed and Game are not racing today. So there was an incident involving Boyd Transport number 40 and Valet Esports number 33, and that was a 10-second stop and go for Boyd Transport number 40 for disrespecting same class blue flag. So the Ford number 40 didn't get out of the way of the 33, this car, early enough as, oh, look at this. Is that an LMP2 trying to unlap itself?
Yeah, it looks like that is...
That's the 21.
Yeah.
That's Koloksai, who is well down the order still. This really feels like Barcelona all over again for the 21. Remember, they just hit trouble and they ended up finishing, 5th in the end. And they had a great run in Silverstone, they won. In Nordschleife, they finished 2nd to the number 46. And nearly won, if only the 46 had had its disconnection a few laps earlier from the 21's point of view. But yeah, it looks like Koloksai is really struggling to make ground here because he's fallen behind the 75. He's 12 seconds behind Alex Tunbridge in the 75, which has had its fair share of trouble in this race. So this is tough times for the 21 and its title hopes because, it's lucky for them the 46 is out of the picture and having retired is, nearly hits a Baskel actually. Just about judge that right. So it really feels like maybe LMP1, it's a bit of a long shot for the 22 to lose it at this point, given it got... Well, I think the number 8 could still be a threat, actually. So it's really number 8, number 22, and number 23 that are the big title contenders in LMP1. Then it's wide open in GD3, and even almost as wide open in LMP2, to be honest. With Geelhead now coming into the pits, so Rubberli potentially could take the lead unless he comes in himself.
I would expect to see Mourinho sometime soon.
Yeah, there he is, just going around the outside of Ruboli.
His boots, I think his soft tires are starting to be dropping off right now. If you just keep the values what they did on their soft tires, then
Yeah, so Prince just coming in as you say that, as it looks like Kingsbury's out now as well. So trouble for Simon Kingsbury. There is Stin Prince. And this is going to hand the lead back to Monnier and Iris. Here they come. Oh, I'm just clearing the LMP2s there, as that looks like Koloksai clearing somebody. And he's caught up to Alex Tunbridge. So this could get quite interesting. But where has Geelhead his car emerged? Because I think he might have handed over to Hatch. Yeah, Che Hatch has got on board the 77, and he's about half a second behind Ruboli. And Prinz is still being serviced, actually. We might just be leaving the pits now. No, he's still there, still stationary.
There you go.
So quite a long stop, actually. So he's going to come out some way behind Moynier. As... There we go, Che Hatch now is all over. Oh, but he's got the Poultry Boys car in the way. The Che Hatch will have to pass that before he can challenge the 33 of Massimiliano Riboli for the lead in LMP2. And it's really difficult to say which way it's going to go really in LMP2 because it's really gone back and forth between Valet and Iris, isn't it? And we're finally going to see Valet and Iris. We've been building up to this for a while, battling each other. As this behind, I think. Here we go. This is Koloksai and Rance. Oh, up the inside goes David Koloksai of Alex Tunbridge, sorry. And through Curva de Sol. That was risky.
Yeah, just a bit. Very robust, but it looks like he's having a comeback at him.
No, I don't think it worked out, though. So let's keep an eye on... Oh, there we go. They're still side by side, actually. But it looks like it didn't quite work out, as now we look to Che Hatch. A very impressive driver. Every time we see him, he puts on a show. And puts in a barnstorming performance. Oh, look at that. Ruboli's tyres starting to be a bit past their best. He goes really wide and compromises Che Hatch's line. It could be a little dive up the inside here. No, go to the outside. Interesting.
Well, he had nowhere else to go. It was the outside or nothing there.
Oh, and Ruboli defending quite aggressively in that bright yellow Valet. Here we go. No love lost between Iris and Valet, that's for sure. As Ruboli really pulling out the stops to delay Che Hatch and the 77 group. As we see yellow in the first sector, but clears up. Around the outside goes Zoltan Hives with the both of them. But Che Hatch has got a brilliant run. Is he going to go for the outside here? Yes, he is, because Ruboli holds the inside. And oh, he's going to have to brake late and just go the other side of the 444.
Oh, the two have touched.
Oh, and Ruboli spins. There we go. He's half spun it and is facing the wall. So Ruboli was defending as hard as he could, but just couldn't make it, couldn't hold on. And I think they might have that one as a racing incident, but certainly Che Hatch been quite aggressive. And oh, look at this. He's trying to get it out of the wall there. So the 33 losing lots of time. But thankfully, Dan Rusen just a bit too far back.
Yes, but there's going to be some dirt on the tyres of Rivoli, so it's going to take him out. There's another car off in the background there.
Oh dear. They're all dropping like flies as the night falls. So yeah, let's keep an eye on things. As Ruboli continues in second position, now 22 seconds behind when he was in the lead, so that's how much having to Austin Powers his way out of that situation has cost him. Having to reverse out of the wall. Meanwhile, up front, the sister Valet is 64 seconds down in the lead. Oh, I'm having to go all the way around the outside now. So it looks like Valet is starting to lose a bit of time, actually. So Mounier having a really good stint. And keeping a much fresher tyred car at bay. It's been really cat and mouse between these two. And I think it's going to be that way all the way through the next 3 hours, isn't it?
Indeed. And Mounier and Prinz are actually somewhat matching each other's pace. Prinz only some 5/10. About 5 tenths quicker, and actually puts in on his last lap a 1:16. So he's now starting to really close in on Mounier, who's on some pretty old soft tyres now, having done 28 laps.
Whoa! And that's Philip Fong, somewhat unfortunately named, just crashing out there, and almost hitting the. I think he did hit the wall there actually, in the Porsche number 17.
Yeah.
So that's bad news then for the Benelux number 17, but the car gets going again, and I forget where he is in the order, but quite a way down. Yeah, there we go. He's just ahead of Alfie Bevan, and by just ahead I mean 64 seconds ahead. But right, what else have we got to look forward to now that Ruboli is spun from the lead? There's Coloxide pits. There we go, from 12th. So really, Mugen still just about in touching distance in LMP1. It won't be too bad a result if they can get into third, but certainly LMP2 has not gone to plan at all for them today. And if you're enjoying the race, don't feel free to chat to us, or you can even tweet us at the hashtag 6 hours into, or 6H into Lagos, because no one else is using it today. Maybe you are enjoying your Easter weekend and having some chocolate eggs or something. I actually bought mine while I'm on holiday from a very nice, it was a chocolate shop, but the chocolate shop burned down, so they gave it to a cheesecake shop that they're mates with, and they sort of started just selling stuff from there. Anyway, long story. But the upshot of it is I've got some Easter egg to eat tomorrow, which is all nice. As Pajard continues on from dominant lead. It is nearly 87 seconds, 85 seconds is the gap to Boris. So Boris has done fairly well to hold on, and he's kept Benjik at bay. Benjik is pretty highly rated in some racing circles. It's only 20 seconds behind now, so Benjik has only caught about 3 seconds to Bence Boris. So I think Bence Boris will feel quite happy with how his stint's gone.
And then, yeah, still actually managing, apart from that one lap earlier from Prince, still managing to match on those old soft tyres. Prince, so...
Yeah, Geordie Brankin being trying to gain some ground here, and oh, that's Nelson Ignacio in the 127. That looks like the Corvette in the wall there. He's just trying to extricate himself. That's on the exit of turn 2. Yeah, Center S. He's just spun it through the entrance to Curva du Sol. But he gets going. No need for a code 80, hopefully, unless there was too bad damage there. There's a yellow in the second sector now. Alexander Modal has also retired fairly recently. I don't think we talked about that. So that brings the retirements up to 6 now. So we've still got about 33, I think, left in the race.
And that's Ruzen on the back of Riboli now, isn't it?
It is, yes. So Ruzen has continued to catch him and has made excellent progress. Here we go. So Riboli, having spun, is now invulnerable once again. Might lose not just second, not just the lead, but second place as well. And here we go. Ruzen gets a run in the bottling car. Is he going to dive it up the inside and send it into the center S? Here he comes. And through he goes. There wasn't really a lot of resistance from Riboli there, was there?
Although Riboli's going to get the cutback and a good drive out of the center S as they go down to the Ski de Lago. Now, Ruzen is defending.
Yeah, Ruzen's got the inside then. But here comes Riboli. No, just tucking back to the outside then. So it looks like Ruzen will take second for now. And oh, Riboli gets all over the curb. So he's made a bit of a... He's not done an amazing job there. Definitely on the back foot is Massimiliano Riboli. But a podium is still possible for the Verdi. Remember, they won in Barcelona. They're still in the title hunt. But especially with the 21 hitting trouble today. And the 46, it must be said. So... even third would actually do their championship a world of good. And what's the gap to Hambly? It's quite a while, isn't it? Yeah, about 17 seconds or so. But certainly that's not the stint that Riboli would have been hoping for. As Ignacio finally makes it back to the pits in the 127. There we go, just been put down on the jacks. Alright, so what is there to look to now?
Well, I believe Munier is surely going to be pitting soon. He's pretty much on those soft tyres, matched. In fact,
there we go, into the pits then. So good call, we got it exactly right there. In he comes.
And I think he's actually near enough matched to the stint that he was doing on the medium compound tyres. He only missed out by a lap. So that is a solid stint for Munier.
Yeah, just worried Munier might have sped in the pits there, but it might be a bit of lag on my end on the computer catching up. But fingers crossed.
We're going to see a driver change now.
Could be quite likely. Munier has been in since the beginning. I think he's won the last change. No, he's carrying on. Might let someone else do the last 2 hours, maybe. But where is Bintz? Here he comes. Bintz, who... no, it's not Prince. It's Prins, sorry.
Prins. So I'm guessing they've just taken on a bit of fuel. And
yeah, this is a short stop to take track position away from Valle. Yeah, there we go. There's Moynier rejoining, and there's Prins. So...
well, Prince's tyres were starting
to
come...
oh, and he's got the 93 right in the way, but it just gets out mercifully. The gap now is 10 seconds.
Yeah, Prince's tyres were starting to come to life, and he was starting to put in some really solid times, really eating into what Munier was doing. So, whereas Munier on those softer tyres was actually constantly eating into what Prince, even when Prince was on the new tyres. But I feel...
oh, and there's a battle going on. There's two classes trying to fight each other ahead of him. One of them is his sister Iris. And just about clears them. But certainly Moynier taking a... I wouldn't say a risky strat. It's actually more reactive, isn't it? To what, like you say, what Prince was doing. that they thought we need Mini to get fresh tyres on. But to have the same driver in for half the race, it feels like.
I feel with the, I don't know if it was fuel or what, but it seemed like a very short stop. So I'm not sure if they actually did, because I didn't see the car go up on the jacks. So I feel like they've only just done a splash and dash there.
Yeah, could be. I don't think he's changed tyres because it's still showing him on. Yeah, it's showing Mounier on the blue tyres, which are the harder ones, aren't they?
Soft ones.
Soft, sorry. So they could have put new tyres on. It might have just been very quick. We didn't see the whole stop, I don't think. As Riboli continuing to lose time to the Bolding Motorsport number 28 machine of Dan Rusen. Prince has started to close a bit actually, so I think Mounier is struggling a bit in the traffic. The gap now 6 seconds, just under 6 seconds actually. You see yellow in sector 2 very briefly. And there we go, Tunbridge in. I thought we saw someone going off there, but I'm just playing my imagination. And Pascal Eggert pits now. There he is.
Okay, drivers, we've come to code 80 in
Yeah, somebody
10
did go
seconds.
off then. I wasn't sure who it was though. It was one of the GD3
5,
runners.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
I think it's.
Oh, there we
Bracken,
go. That's
maybe.
Bracken. And no doubt the steering horribly damaged. No, actually doesn't look too bad. He just went off. Maybe we got caught out by the Code 80 there. But Eggert picked a great time to pit then, and Pajard is pitting from the GD3 lead as well. So it's worked out perfectly for them. Ellis coming in too, so actually Eggert won't gain all that much. 102
Okay,
seconds
back to
between the
green in 10 seconds.
I'm guessing was it Eggert? No, Ellis that had the.
5,
two.
4,
Might have been Ellis,
3,
yeah. Rankin's not
2,
coming in, yeah.
1, green flag.
There we go, we're back underway then. 6 hours of Interlagos with about 3 hours left to go. Yeah, just half the race. And it is still Loic Mounier leading from Stimprins, Iris v Valley. Of course, we saw Iris come on top in LMP2, leading Valley to the tune of 40 seconds now, with Bottling Motorsports in between. And then in GD3, it's Iris leading as well. So really, it's only GD3 where Iris have had things their own way, isn't it? Which is big news for their championship, because they really need to get it underway. But Joud's still being serviced as the Code 80 is over. So there we go, just leaving now. So what's the gap going to be now to the 444? It's only 30 seconds, actually.
Oh, and we got.
It's
Poole.
David Poole in number 60.
And he's lost his rear wing.
Oh, that's a big hit.
Big hit.
Indeed. That's a Fernando Alonso kind of hit into like the last contact, set it in the dry. But he's only got a few meters to go, so he should be able to get back to the pits without hitting anyone. Fingers crossed.
But he's found himself on the wrong side of the track, so he's got to try and find a gap that he can put across to.
There we go. He did make it.
That's going to be a very long repair for David Poole,
Yeah.
having lost the rear wing and then had that huge collision.
That's 360, number 60, which I think is the only 360 car left in the race. Or one of the few, anyway. But yeah, it was a shame to see the sister car hit so much trouble. Oh no, they did get it back in the race, didn't they? Geordie Rankin.
Yeah.
They're still running 9th overall, about 30 seconds behind Che Hatch in the overall order. Still trying to make it back up to the back of the LMP1 field. But there's a...
And that's,
Oh, well, that won't help him. Geordie having a bit of a nightmare out there.
yeah, he seems to be struggling with that kind of thing. I don't know if they've got some underlying damage somewhere. Obviously,
Prince is only about a second and a half behind Mounier, so actually
Yeah.
we should probably keep our attentions on that battle. Here he is. And there is the Iris. So Valet v Iris for the overall lead, part 2. This is Silverstone all over again. And I don't know if I'm going to call this one. I feel like Valet are going to come out on top here, because I feel like the overall pace of the Iris has not been quite enough, and they've had to really make late splash and dash stops to sort of hold track position.
It definitely seems like the tyres on the Iris are screaming enough already.
Yeah.
The stint.
I really think as we get to the 3-hour remaining mark, I really think that Iris is sort of hoping that they can just go longer in every stint than Valet and sort of out-jump them in the pits, basically. But here we go. To the outside comes Valet number 23 of Stints. Is he going to be able to outbrake the Iris into the center S? No. Like Monier holds firm and keeps position. And you need to be careful not to run into each other. Here we go. Prince tries for the outside at Curva du Sol.
He's going to have to try and cut for the inside. He's going for the inside.
Oh, nearly got squeezed in there. We got a great view of the bumper. But here's Prince to the outside then into turn 3. Oh, and they hit each other again.
Hit each other.
Oh. Close but fair racing so far. And Prince goes for the outside.
Oh, this is not going to happen. This is surely not going to happen. No, it does not. But he's going to try and cut. He was going to try and cut for the inside, but there is no inside to go for.
There we go. He was thinking about maybe the outside, but Munoz is placing the car exactly where he needs to, despite the lack of grip. He's doing the job he needs to hold his rival off in this stint. And oh, but here comes the traffic, and that could be it. Prince on the outside, they're going to hit each other. Oh! And Moynier had to back out there, and it was probably wise to do so.
I didn't know really. I didn't know if that was a damaged LMP2, but it's just the way that the reflections are going. It looked like the front end was gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, the gamble didn't quite pay off for Mounier.
Yeah, the traffic just came out at the wrong point there. That was a good little battle, and hopefully the number 8 can use the fuel economy to get back in this, because of course they must have taken on some fuel in that last stop, so they'll potentially be able to go even longer than Valet in the next stint. The only problem is if they're losing too much time, then at the end Valet are going to breeze right past them again.
Well, I feel like maybe the way that they were going with this stint is they were going to do a shorter stint, put tyres in so that when it comes to Prince actually taking his next stop, they're going to stop around the same time. And the idea was hopefully that they're going to hold on to track position for a bit longer, but it hasn't quite worked out.
Here's the battle for 10th then, between Guzowski, Sandek, sorry, and F.A. Colmeza. Colmeza holding on so far. Here we go. Look at all this traffic they've got to negotiate, and it feels like Sandak has actually lost a bit of time in the Boyd transport machine, trying to negotiate it.
But the person's actually putting in some good lap times at the moment, albeit 3 laps down from the lead with Bradley Sellers.
Yeah, in the 73, and there's a bit of a benching actually being held up a bit by the Porsche, which seems to have unlapped itself there. Let's keep in mind Chris Davis is only about 2.9 behind. They can't afford to be held up too much, and actually there we go, Davis is about to be lapped by Mounier. There we go. So this is actually quite interesting with the 86 looking to get onto the podium here. Now somebody did ask a while ago they wanted to see the full order, so I guess we could. The problem is that I don't want to miss any moves on the track is the problem. There we go, the 17 really not making it easy for Chris Davis.
I think if you are going to do a whole rundown, I think it would also be a good time for you to sign off.
Fair enough. Okay then.
It's been exhilarating 3 hours. There's been action through,
It's been
hour.
breathless, yes.
Yeah, it's It's definitely kept me on the edge of my seat. I've not found myself too much trying to look down the. Well, usually I find myself looking down the lap times to see who's on what stint and who's what. But I haven't really had the time to do that because there's been so much action on track.
Yeah, there we go. So it is Prinz who leads in the 23 in LMP1 from Loic Monier in the number 8, Zoltan Hives in the 22, Bradley Sellers in the 73, Calistola in the 137, Pedro Barbosa in the number 96 as we see Roy Ton getting on board the number 93 in the background in GD3. James Smaggersgale in 7th for ATR Falcon number 290, Jordi Vranken in number 30, and then the DNF Casper Kajavi in the Seawolf Net Race number 74, who are out of the race. Would you like to do the LMP2 for us, Brian, before you go?
Okay, so it is currently leading is Shay Hatch from second place number 28, Dan Rusen. And then you've got the third place, Massimiliano Riboli, who's come into some difficulty recently, but he seems to be back on the straight and narrow. Then it's fourth place, the number 47, Callum Hamley, followed by fifth place, Decotot. And then sixth is Mars Evers. Seventh is the 758 of Zoltan Kovac. And then 8th place is the 66 car of Ben Torvath. 9th place is the 26 car of Pablo Lopez Garcia. And rounding it out, the top 10 is the 24 car of FA Comazer.
Yeah, the Comaze that's still just holding on from Sandak that we're seeing just in the background at the moment. And here we go. These are your runners. We've got Sandak in 11th as we see on board, just chasing after the number 26. Oh no, but the number 24, sorry. Number 21, Maguli, about a lap down actually on Sandak. Then there's Alex Tunbridge in 13th in the 75. Nick Conan in 14th. David Poole in 15th, ahead of Greg. Then we've got the DNFs. Gregor Dutka in the 29. Arda Okan into the points, number 46. And Jan Donze in the 42. Then finally GD3, which I'll just briefly go through. Stanislav Pajald leads in the number 87 from Bence Boros in the 444. Timur Benjic in the number 16 T Imperium car is third from Chris Davis in the 86. Thomas Abascal for into the points, number 48. Norbert Major for Aira Racing. There's a big collision at the first corner. Oh, several MP2s involved there.
Looked like one of the Fring of Ons as well.
Yeah, so very, very unfortunate timing there. So apologies for that, everyone. Doesn't seem to be a Code 80 called at the moment, but it doesn't seem to have affected the order too much. Bizarrely.
Yeah,
but,
with that, I am going to disappear now.
Yeah, there we go. Looks like the boy transport card, Massad Sandik, has got through into 10th then, which was the battle we were just looking at. But thanks anyway, Ryan, and hopefully we'll see you in the next race. Yeah, so Korkmazer has dropped behind Martin Maguli in the 21 now. So yeah, Korkmazer really losing out and potentially quite damaged. Let's look on board. Yeah, that's not a healthy car at all. That will be coming into the pit lane soon. 2 hours, 51 minutes left in the race. So hopefully Josh is around. Or we've got someone to fill the void. Anyway. Oh, of course, Mesa Games is very, very wide at junction. And just to get really right out of the way is Ruboli now pits in the 33. So Massimiliano Ruboli's tyres clearly crying enough. And Korkmazer has made it back to the pits. Down in 12th. So that's that sorted. Prince pulled a 12.5 second gap on Moynier. So yeah, the gamble really didn't pay out. And Rankin taking a lot of risks there. So Deckeltop goes into the top 4 for 8 to 8, which is very impressive for them. And here we go. Tom Dillon says, unbiased stewarding guaranteed, Ed. There's a shame I can't join you in the box. Well, fair enough, Tom. But but anyway, I just have to make do on my own until Joshua Birch shows up. Helps me out. But we still see Prince continuing to extend the gap. Hatch continued to extend the gap on Ruzen to 40 seconds. Kiss has got back on board the 33 and is now a lap down the lead. Where is Kiss? Saba Kiss is about 23 seconds behind Geordie Brankin, who's in turn 22 seconds behind Jonathan Deckeltop. So not out of the picture for 33 to get back on the podium here. But certainly the last stint was not one of the best for them. And Moynier really starting to be dropped now, so yeah, here we go. He's struggling to get past some of the LMP2 runners, actually. Oh no, he's actually getting past them quite comfortably. Yeah, we have to say Valet have got the strongest hand in LMP1, but it's Iris who've really taken control in LMP2 and GD3. But Jowd not really quite pulling away from Boris like I thought he might. He feels like Boris has been keeping him very honest, about 9 seconds ahead of Benjic. But Jowd pressing on. Oh. Well. There's Carl Hambley in the 47. The 47 have actually had a really solid race. Oh, this Megascale goes a little bit off track and rejoins. Epic Hawk Mazer is still being serviced in the Bytown Express number 24. So Nick Conan's going to get through. Yeah, Tom Dillon as the active steward has not really had anything much to say since Nick Homewood signed off. But it looks like everyone's been mostly well behaved. So usually this is the point where I figure out how all this is going to affect the championship standings. Is this all? Looks like Maguli just getting past Sandak for 10th position. So the 21 finally starting to make ground up into the top 10. So they will get some points if they can finish there. But really they need to recover as much as possible. Next up is Pablo Lopez Garcia. Unfortunately, yeah, about a lap ahead, unfortunately, is... Oh, Bevan. Alfie Bevan in the 59. Fighting away. There's that Hallam voice right behind... Vivian Batra, sorry. Who is trying to fight with... There's a yellow in the second sector. And Prinz pits from the lead. So Moynier will resume the top position. As Kiss actually sets a personal best lap time. 1:21.8. So Kiss on the fresh tyres making good use of them. And there we go, a short stop for Prinz then. And he gets back out just about 30 seconds behind Moynier. Actually only about 28 seconds behind. And there's Kiss making good time. Oh, being a little bit held up here actually. As there's Hives, pits from third. The Hives and Prince pretty much on the same strategy. But, oh, Smagascal having another off in the ATR Falcon machine to 290. Not really had the rub of the green, 6 laps down on the lead. Benchik has slowly been closing on Boros for second in GD3. And Davis in turn is about 6 seconds behind Benchik, so we could see a three-way fight for second. Oh, Bradley Sellers hits the inside of the advertising hoarding at Center S. But it's kept going. Sellers is quite a way down on Toff, so I don't think we'll be seeing a move there. As into the pits comes Barbosa in the 96. Team TSM Simsport desperately trying to keep Listola in sight. They're at 100 seconds behind Calistola and 137. And in fact, 137, just like in Nordschleife, are doing a great job to keep Bradley Sellers and Rookie Monsters number 73 in their sights. 47 seconds is the gap. Oh, Ben Boros makes a big mistake there. And that could really put Tamir Benchik right behind him. So it looks like Boros is starting to fatigue slightly. There's Mia Levers. Oh, loads of cars trying to lap here. And so the Stoller did well to clear them as well. We should probably start shifting our attention to the GD3 fight, since that's where the action is. There's Benchik, only about 3 seconds down now, but with Chris Davis right behind. Looks like Van Sand is coming out of the pits now from the stop. Oh no, this is Hambley, sorry, not Van Sand. And that puts Deckeltop into the top 3. So lofty heights for the 828 machine. There we go, 6 seconds the gap then, but Rusen now comes in from second. So yeah, Chehatch has ballooned out the gap now to about 60 seconds, and it's only going to get bigger from here. Will Jonathan Deckeltop get up to second place then, or he has to pit himself, as Boros pits from second in GD3, which puts Tamir Benchik into the top 2. And Davis onto the podium for now. Now, Felix Neuberger gets back on board the 28. And emerges still in second, ahead of Deckeltop. So the 828 will not be too much of a... the JJ Racing team will not impede them too much. So it looks like 28 Bowling Motorsport could have a brilliant chance of getting their first podium. And they're not too far behind Chehatch. They could certainly put pressure on before the end. But whether they can get past is another matter. Prince has closed the gap to 15.9 seconds. As where is Boros going to filter out in the GD3 fight? It's going to come out behind a Baskel, that's for sure. And Norbert Major is going to get through as well. Lovely livery, actually, on the number 12 Corvette. Flame spitting out the side. This could be a driver change. No, it isn't, actually. Vince Boros continues. It's the long stop for fuel and tyres. As Prinz continues to... Oh! Go all the way around the outside of the 97 BMW. Oh, no, it's not 97. That's a different car. Yeah, certainly feels like Mounier is going to have Prinz coasting up to the back of him before long. As there we go, Decoltot pits himself. And has to let the number 47 and the 28 through. Oh no, 28 was already ahead, so... And it looks like Kiss is going to get back into the top 4 now as well. Jens Horvath probably a bit too far back to jump Decoltot. Davis about 6 seconds now behind Benjic. Done well to keep Benjic very honest. Could yet be a double podium for Iris in GD3, which would be a big boost for their title hopes. Keeps their rivals behind. Prinz now only 8 seconds or so behind Loic Mounier. Oh, up the inside goes Prinz. Of the 4th place, that's a Baskel. And now Hatch pits from the lead in LMP2. So that could potentially put Balding Motorsports into the lead. Unless this is a very quick stop from the 77 crew. There we go. Che Hatch exits the pit lane, and I think it is going to be still comfortably in the lead there, because there is Neuberger. Neuberger actually having a battle with Jordi Rankin, and coming out on top despite being in LMP2. It shows just how bad the 360 Motorsports car's day has been so far. Oh, Che Hatch pushing it very wide on his first lap out of the pits. Prinz now within about 6 seconds of Mounier. So it looks like the lead will change hands in a matter of moments. And Prinz really pushing. Last lap 1:18.0. Gap now just 4 seconds then. He's right on board as he chases into the night. Still bright outside where I am, but in Europe. But of course it's a different time here. As oh, look at all these slower cars in the way of Prinz. And there's the Iris just flashing through screen now. Oh, the VMS car gets very in the way through Ferradura. Let's see how Boros is doing. Here he is. It's about 18 seconds behind Norbert Major. So still trying to catch back up then. So it's not really gone to plan for 444 at the moment. But here we go, less than 2 seconds then. Mounier is basically a sitting duck at this point. As Kovacs is coming to the pits now in the Paul Street Boys 758. Oh, look at this. That looks like 47 that was in the way there of Hambley. Oh dear. Looks like another mistake actually by Geordie Rankin. And Prince flashes his lights, trying to get the other LMP1 out of the way. And indeed it does so. Oh, there's someone else has gone off there as well. Oh, here we go. Battle for the lead then. And Prince is going to go all the way around the outside of Mounier. And indeed does so. So, Valet back in the lead then. And look at the lap times that Loic Mounier has been setting. 1:21.4 last lap. That was 3 seconds, almost 3 seconds slower than Prince and the rest of the pack, really, in LMP1. Zabascal now dives into the pits. And it looks like the 360 Motorsports number 30 is finally retired after spinning at Ferradura. And here we go, Mounier coming in. And very sensible because he just had no grip there to fight with. But again, it's a case of Iris trying to make the tyres last. So this strategy could yet work out for them. It's going to take quite some doing. But certainly Mounier taking the pain here and hoping it will pay off later on. Carl Magnus Bore is getting very excited about the fight for P7 in GD3 for Bevan in the 59. Let's have a look at how that's going then. Let's look at Batra coming in, and that's Rankin confirmed retiring. Here we go. So Bevan has got ahead of Voice. There he is. Or Batra, sorry. And is continuing. There we go. About 74 seconds down on the lead. Valente is getting on board the number 8 now. So no wonder it was a slightly longer stop. Smagersguttel in the pits as well. And the 48 are taking on Owen Andre Kilhausvik, which is a great choice. Valente gets going again in second. 102 seconds down. But with fresh tyres. Can he make inroads on Stin Prince? If anyone can do it, it would be Alessandro Valente. We've seen it before.
Caution drivers, there's a stopped car on track just out of turn 2.
I wonder who that is.
Track clear.
Oh, it's cleared anyway, so probably not James Smagersguttel, I'm assuming. Nelson Ignacio was in the 360, I think, when it retired, and Maguli is now coming into the pits. So Andre Simpson gets on board the 290 ATR Falcon and leaves the pit lane. So has Valente gone a whole lap down now? Yes, he has. That's a problem. Yeah, there we go. There's the Valet. He's just lapped him. So that's bad news for... because even if he clears the Valet, he'll have to let him straight back through unless he can pull straight away ahead of him. Valente certainly setting personal best sector times though. So he's getting up to speed. He could probably afford to follow the Valet around for a while. Being a lap down isn't the end of the world because it's only about 60-70 seconds. It's not like Le Mans where if you're a lap down, that's like ages. Benjic now coming into the pits in GD3 from second. There she is. Through goes Chris Davis then, so Iris 1-2 in GD3. Certainly it's possible we could see Iris win in all three classes, but I think it would need some horrible misfortune to happen to the 23. Especially with Valente now a whole lap down. Yeah, there we go. Prince continuing to pull away, really. Yeah, 117.7 for Prince last lap, 119.0 for Valente. But certainly, Iris tried their best to put on a show for us as all Toff slides through. He's only about 14 seconds down on Valente, so this could become more of a defensive drive if Valente can't get up to speed quickly. There we go, Norbert Major gets number 12 up into third position. It's a great performance by him. And Mario Valencia also gets by. That's not Mario Valencia, sorry, that's Ben Sporos. There's a yellow in the second sector. So I think a Baskel is going to fall short of Benjic. Certainly Kiss and Hambley is probably the closest battle on track. 11 seconds between the two of them. Although actually Top has now got win 10 seconds of Valente. Incredibly, we all thought Mugen were kind of out of this, and they're slowly starting to catch the Iris that led to quite a fair chunk of this race. Davis is now coming to the pits, Chris Davis, from second in GD3. So this is going to let Major through to second. Oof. I'm going to switch hands that's holding the mic now, because it's starting to do my hand in. Tobias saying ungrateful smizming. I'm ungrateful apparently. Okay. There we go. Davis gets going again, I think. Now there we go. Looks like Boros has come through to third. So yeah, there's a 17. There we go. Davis gets going and just gets out in front of the LMP2. The LMP2 is going to be clearing him quite quickly. Where is a Baskel? Right way down. Oh, that's a Owen AK actually. There you go. 6 seconds between Davis and Kiss then. So battle resumes. There's Kiss just going out of shot. There we go. Toff only about 11 seconds behind Moynier. Valente. And Toff really pushing. He's last at 1:16.8, so he's definitely the fastest of the top three. Whereas Valente saying 18.6s. And it certainly feels like Toff is going to have a go at Alessandro Valente. Anyway, night's starting to really fall over this Interlagos circuit. But with so many cars still in the race, we've got loads of headlights out there. Oh, yellow in sector 2 again. Not sure what that's about. Interesting, it says on race view it says that Che Hatch is leading by 31 seconds, but on phone screen it's saying 55, so I'm not sure if there's some kind of issue there. Ah, it would be 55, it's because of Andre Simpson in between the two in the ATR Falcon car. Anyway, Benchik is caught rapidly up to Boros. 1.6 is the gap, so Timur Benchik could be making a move. There's Listola pits in the 137. I'm sorry, Carl Magnus, if we didn't come to... Oh! VMS car spinning at Juncal. It gets going again. Yeah, I'm sorry, Carl Magnus, if we didn't get to your car soon enough. But we've got quite a lot of 38 cars inside of this race. Oh no, it was 39 actually. But we still got... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Alfie Bevan's still running. Let's have a look. Where are you, Alfie? Yeah, he is, just in the pits. So we still got everyone except from 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone apart from 7. So we've still got 32 guys running, I think. Well, people running. Oh, that's number 60 going wide again at the exit of Juncal. Keep an eye on Sabakis, who's continuing to close in on Hambly for 3rd position. And here we go, Benchik, well and truly right behind the 444 car now. And it's got a brilliant run here. I'm not sure there's much Ben Sporos can do here. Oh, in we go. Oh, really having to weave to the outside here. And now back to the inside. Is Benchik going to dive for it in the Aston Martin? No, the number 16 Team Imperium think better of that. And these two fighting for the championship. Oh, the 444 gets over the curve and has to slow right down. So Benchik clears Ben Sporos and is free to chase after Major. Is it Major or Major? Norbert Major is about 5 seconds up the road, so or 9 seconds up the road rather. There's quite the gap to make up, and soon Chris Davis is going to close on Ben Sporos. He's only about 7 seconds behind, so Frinavond really in a bit of trouble here because Ben Sporos is really starting to fatigue, I think. But there's your leaders, Prince, Hatch, Pajald. There we go, 6.5 seconds, the gap between Toth and Valente. Toth continuing to really put pressure. I just wonder how long these tyres are going to last. It's Horvath in the 66 pits in LMP2. Yeah, Bore has dropped to has got on board the 59. There's now 2 laps down on David Poole and Vivian Batra. So Batra's retaken the top 7. Oh, Toth hits the side of that looks like the Sister Mugen actually. Oh dear, what are they doing? No, it's an Iris. That looked like the 77 trying to help out there. His teammate. Oh, lap 144 incident involving Bottling Motorsport number 28 and DDoS 75. Stop and go penalty for the 75 for disrespecting blue flags. This is the 2nd or 3rd incident of a similar nature for this car. You are now under close watch. So, there we go. The law day down for the number 75 crew, which is still going down in 19th overall. And about 17 seconds behind Sandak in the number 40 Boyd transport car. Toff continues, meanwhile, to chase Valente. Where his last couple of laps been like. Last lap, actually, Toff was only about half a second faster, so Valente's started to get up to speed now. The Charger's slowing down, but he's still chipping away out of him. Only about 3 seconds the gap now. So this is worrying times for Iris. Because they are in a title battle with Mugen. They've got the most points so far. A win would certainly help bring the 23 back into it, but Iris really want the overall points lead again, like they did after Silverstone. Especially after the disappointment of the Nordschleifer. Meanwhile, Davis closes to win about 5 seconds of Boris, who's taking 2 seconds out of him. His Kiss is now right behind Hambly, actually. So let's keep an eye on that, if we can. Here they are. There you go, Callum Hambly in the 47 into the points car. Kiss in the 33. Kiss has been catching him all stint. So here we go, through the last corner they go. And up the hill. A long climb. Who's going to come out on top? Is Kiss going to dive one up the inside? Or will Callum Hambly see that coming? Yes, it goes. So Kiss has to go to the outside then. What can the valet do here? Side by side they go. He breaks late into the center S. And just completes the move. Lovely stuff by the 33. And they get back onto the podium, which is crucial for their championship. 21 still outside the top 7. Have to take full advantage here. Maguli still behind Horvath, Erdeli, Trinos. And a long way really down out of the... he's sort of still just in the top 10, I think. But there we go. Kiss now. There we go. The Toff has just got by Valente as we were looking at that. So apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. So Mugen up to second. And Valente, despite being on the fresher tyres, has not really been able to live with the pace of Zoltan Toff. He has to hope that the Hungarian team starts to fatigue a bit. Because Toff has been in quite a while now. But this is Mugen we're talking about. So, does not seem particularly likely. But yeah, the Prince is really just checked out up front by over a lap now. And this is certainly bad news for Iris. They really needed to beat Mugen today. Sort of close that ground in the championship. 10 points, let's not forget. But Alessandro Valente isn't going to give up just yet. Sort of hesitant to look in the chat because I'm sort of half expecting it to be insults thrown my way as Bradley Sullers comes in the pits. And Major is now also pit. So that puts Benjik, Boros and Davis into... Oh! There's the VMS car. Really making a hash of things on the infield. Valente still 1.5 behind Toff, keeping him just about in sight. But starting to really struggle now. Mr. Davis really closing on Boros, as you can see. But it's certainly looking like Mugen are really the only people that can stop Valet from winning the Brazilian 6 hours of Interlagos now. If look at Chris Davis continue to close on that black and orange Vinavon racing car for the final podium spot. Can Ben Sporos hold on here? That's the big question. Neuberger has actually really kept Che Hatch quite honest, keeping the gap to under 60 seconds. It's still the smallest gap out there between the leaders in any class. Oh, and Davis has to move aside to let the 828 through of Decoltop. Oh, wide goes the 444 of Ben Sporos, and really holds up Decoltop actually. And then another Vinavon car has to let it through, so Chris Davis has got a great run here. As you ride on board through Mergulio. He's going to dive one in inside of the junction. No, I think it's better of that. It's going to set him up. Oh, and look at the tyres sliding. We know Ben Sporos likes to use his tyres. And here we go. Davis on the outside then. This could be a very, very straightforward move. What can Ben Sporos do to defend here? To the outside goes Chris Davies. Is he going to be able to outbrake him? Oh no, Barros actually defends really well on the inside, but Chris Davies is going to try and go all the way down the outside of him. Not quite able to put it off. But, Benchik is 8 seconds up the road from these two. 9 seconds now. It's all looking a bit like number 16 might be a bit too far ahead for either of them to catch. So Timur Benchik doing an excellent job. And here comes another Vinavon car to try and hold up Chris Davis. There we go. Yeah. Whoa, and wide goes Ben Sporos. And this gives Chris Davis another chance. Oh, he's going to try and go all the way. Get very, very close indeed to the 444 machine. But Ben Sporos actually doing a really solid job so far. Loxai, meanwhile, is also closed. It's Merguli, so he's closed on Chirinos. In the VMS Sun edits 26. To 1.16. Oh, a little mistake from Boris on the exit of Juncal, and Chris Davis is surely going to get him on the inside. And the Vinavon, the LMP2 has to be really careful not to hit either of them. And here comes the Bradley Sellers right behind as well. But through goes Chris Davis. And yeah, really just had to wait for the mistake there, and unfortunately Boris made it quite easy in the end. Here we go, Maguli right behind the VMS number 26. And up the inside he goes. And not much that Jay Citrinos could really do about that one. Not sure how to pronounce that name, Jesus Chirinos. That's not actually what their name is. Oh, there's a Kiss is now pitting in the 33, so that's Hambly back up to third. Boris is still close to Davis, but I don't see a move happening there. Yeah, there we go. Davis is sort of just being lapped. Oh, and this is a bit optimistic by Ben Sporos. Thought he's going to try and dive up the inside there. Better play to him. He's not giving up. Oh, a little bit wide. The tyres just cried a bit enough there. Oh, and a little mistake by Chris Davis. Oh, but another mistake by Boros. They're both fatiguing as the night falls, and this is allowing Benjik to pull away from both of them. Pascal Eggert says, please fasten your seatbelts. I'm your steward now. Look at me. I am the steward now. Joshua Birch says, I shall be in the commentary box shortly. There is a lot of traffic on the way home. Plenty of traffic here at Brazil too, Joshua. Anyway. Ooh. That's the Boyd transport car really getting in the face of Chris Davis. And allowing Ben Sporos to close back in again, but there's another car behind the both of them. That looks like one of the Irises. Oof. And just about they all get through. This is certainly good to watch. Great to see Brent Sporos holding on to the back of Chris Davis, but I have a feeling Sporos will probably have to come in for new tyres fairly soon. And once again, looking way too optimistic, looking up the inside. Valente now about 12 seconds behind Toff. The Zoltan Toff has really got this under control. And not too far off unlapping himself actually from Prince at the pace he's been showing. 2/10 faster on that last lap. Or sort of just about picking up some slipstream here, but it won't be quite enough to make a jump. It's really only LMP2 where there's a car other than the leader on the lead lap. GD3 and LMP1. It's really Prinz and Pachard who have dominated, and their teammates in the 87 and 23 respectively. Bradley Sillers sets a personal best first sector, 18.835. Very similar to what Toff and Prinz have been saying. Oh, as Boris makes a little mistake, so that could be that. There we go, going into the final 2 hours then. Hopefully Joshua Birch will be joining fairly soon, taking us through what on earth's happening here. There's a little move a bit further back. Looks like Yves Cormez is making a late pit stop. Well, not a late pit stop, but an on-time pit stop. Looks like Larhoven isn't quite close enough to take advantage and get into the top 13. Certainly puts Sam Chappenden in the 75 up into the top 12, which is good for DDoS. It's great to see the DDoS name back in EERC. Not seen it since 2020, well, early 2021 to be exact. But they were runners-up in GD3 in 2020. Boris still about 2 seconds behind Davis and continuing to be dropped. Just gradually. Davis 11 seconds behind Benjic now. There's David Poole. And I think that's Norbert Major. He's fighting for a position actually in the overall order, given how many difficulties he's had. There you go. Ben Sporos continues to be dropped. Now 3 seconds down on Iris 86, driven by Chris Davis. So, we get into the 2 hours remaining mark, exactly. And it's really a case of consolidation at the front, isn't it? With Chehatch. Yeah, Neuberger has kept him fairly honest. 40, it's showing like 55 seconds on the stream. And in the live timing, so I'm assuming that's how far back he is. Yeah, about 57 seconds. So Chehatch has done a brilliant job, but actually might be more than that because of Andre. Ah, no, it would be. Andre Simpson doesn't really count in between the two. As we see, Horvath going really, really wide in the 7th place 66 car. 24 seconds down on Mia Levers. And Delhi is about 14 seconds behind Horvath, so needs to be careful there. As in comes Toff, so this will hand Valente back second place. He needs to make the most of that. But the pace shown by the 22 Mugen will be a big worry for the number 8 Iris. We've really lost touch with the lead now. And Toff emerges from the pits. Whereabouts is he? About 32 seconds down. There we go. Korgmazer is only about a second and a half behind Sam Chappenden. So Chappenden is being caught. Ooh, Horvath in trouble again. That's certainly going to allow whoever was behind Horvath to catch up. It will be, of course, Paul Street Boys. They're only 10 seconds the gap now. But here we go, here's Korsmazer. Oh, it's Deckeltot. Narrowly avoids going off track. Korsmazer in the 360 number 24, I think. Oh no, it's the Bytown Express bus. Hatching the 75 DDoS machine. You can see on board the lights flashing at the back of the DDoS car. Oh, and through Horvath has to come in for new tyres, so it's the 24 that's in the real battle here with the 75 for 12th position. And Bytown Express prompt a freight train here. And slip the way through past the 75, or will DDoS deny their service? Here's how it looks on board with E for Korkmazer. There's Hamblaze down the pits, which allows Kiss and Deckeltot through. How much fast those LMP1s are. Breezing past the both of them, like they weren't even there, down the street. But they certainly make their presence known in the corners. Here comes Korkmazer. Here we go, well in the slipstream now. Is he going to tuck out into turn 3? Oh, they got the LMP on the inside. Probably not the best to hurt the Mugen. Oh, the 75 goes wide. And through goes Korkmazer alongside, and he overtakes the DDoS car, and that's E for Korkmazer up into 12th position, as I believe Joshua Birch now joins us with 2 hours remaining. Oh, no, maybe he doesn't. Okay, we'll check in later. Anyway, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Someone clearly tried to join us, or may have come in by mistake. But, anyway, Prinz now pits from the lead. A whole lap ahead of Valente now. So Valente at least gets to unlap himself. But he is only about 29 seconds ahead of Toff. So Toff has closed in a bit. Valente's last lap 1:21.0. 3 seconds slower than Toff. But there we go. And this might be where Valet change their driver for the final 2 hours. This Valente has to go very wide to get around the outside of the Team Imperium 16 of Benchik. He was about still 11 seconds ahead of Chris Davis. Boris has held on pretty well. 5.3 behind Davis. Neuberger is pitting from second in LMP2. So that's going to let Kiss and Deckeltop back through. And he's going to be quite close with Van Sand, who's got back on board the 47. So there we go. Prinz re-emerges 23 seconds ahead of Valente. So that's just how much time he's really lost in the last stint, really. Oh yeah, Deckeltop comes in as well. And next Sadie is getting on board the Bolling Motorsports car. There we go, there's David next Sadie. And it's going to be close with Van Sand, actually. Well, not that close, because there's Van Sand. Quite way back. But here we go, number 28, free to chase after the number 33 of Sibba Kiss. Yellow in the final sector. The Valente's closed a little bit to just 22 seconds, so Prinz might be starting to fatigue a little bit. Despite his brilliant pace, it's really kind of matched what was set by Jansen Bintz earlier on. There's Bradley Sellers holding on in fourth. Should be a decent return for them. After really second place was blown at the Nordschleife to this team, Finn von Drosing, and the 137, driven by Listola and Eggert. And it looks like Tobias Blumschein is getting on board the 77, which is great to see. Here we go. Could we see Tobias win after so many times of trying, so many near misses, his first EERC R Factor 2 event? It would certainly be a big deal for the crew of the 77 and Tobias himself, of course. But here he comes to begin his stint, 22 seconds ahead of Sabakis and their rivals at Valet. Need to make sure they beat Valet in LMP2 if they can't beat them in LMP1. As Valente's continue to be dropped. He's now 27 seconds down. And it certainly shows what job Sim Prinz has been doing. If a driver like Valente can struggle to keep up with him. Toff continues to close too. 18 seconds the gap there. Well, it actually is more like 24, but... Hey, who's counting?
Hello, Ed. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey, Josh. I thought you
Hello.
tried to get in earlier, and I was about to throw to you and then realised you weren't there.
it wasn't quite working, and it took me a while to get in. And apologies, I'm a bit late because traffic has been a nightmare. Easter weekend.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
We've still
It's a
got
nightmare.
just under 2 hours left. It's not like Nordschleife where you came in for literally as the
A
winner was
minute.
about to cross the line.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah,
was quite entertaining. We did have some drama back then. But unfortunately, things seem to be a little bit quieter right now. So we got... Oh, look at
saying
this.
that. 75 is off.
Yeah, 75, really in trouble there. Driven, of course, by Sam Chappenden and the old DDoS team with Liam Rance, of course, qualifying early. Qualified 5th, actually. And they've not had the cleanest of races. They're down in 12th, 13th position. Stin Prinz leads for Valet number 23. Remember Silverstone, where
Yes.
Valet...
Yeah.
We had a little bit of that earlier on, but they pulled a big gap, and it's sort of... The Iris is a little bit out of sequence at the moment. And Valente, of course, one of our drivers doing in the Touring Car Series, doing his best but he's not really been able to live with the pace of Stimprins and Jensen Bintz.
Good
So,
times,
oh.
yeah.
And Grand Sadie Adam having a bit of an off in the 6th place car. Number 12, which has actually had a really good race in GD3, all things considered. And they've been fighting with into the points. Although they are quite a way down now. But yeah, so because this is such a short lap, you sort of see everyone in GD3 especially, but also in LMP1 we had like the leader had lapped everyone, including 2nd place.
Yeah.
And it was only really LMP2 where it's been really, really close. And of course, you'll notice LMP2 Tobias has just got on board the class-leading 77 car, and they've been doing a really, really good job. And yeah, the valet of Kiss has been keeping them quite honest, as have the 28 Bolding Motorsport car of Next Sadie. It's really been a race about Valet and Iris in the prototype categories, at least for me. And then in GD3, it's been the 87 has had a huge, huge lead, and it's really just been about the battle behind. Timea Benjic, the female driver in the 16, has been doing a brilliant job, actually. There's been a great battle between them, the 86, and the 444. With Bent Boros from Paul Street Boys having a little cameo on board the 444. He's been there in a while and had a great battle with Davis, where he was holding them off for quite a while. But Benjic was able to get past him immediately.
Well, it looks like it's been quite an interesting race so far. Then
It has been interesting,
yeah.
I would say that. And I've already thought the 22 would be out of it, but they've actually given the number 8 a quite a hard time since Valente got on board. Although I hate to say that because it makes it seem like Valente's slow. And in this series, he doesn't have the excuse of having like 54 kilograms of ballast or whatever it is. But
they're definitely looking at a big improvement on what they were as well. And now it's the 5th place runner going wide.
Yeah, that's Callistola. We remember then Nordschleife, we were talking about how great Frina Vond were doing.
I did rewatch the Nordschleife, so don't worry, I completely caught up on everything you were saying.
Oh,
and completely
another
agree with
problem
you
for
as well.
Sam Chappenden, and he's about to have a whole load of traffic swarm over him.
It looks like the rear of that car is completely unstable as well. It's 4 abreast, and there's a tank slapper, and they're in the wall.
Oh,
2
who
cars
was
in the
that?
back.
Oh, that wasn't Tobias, was it? No, it wasn't.
No.
Thank goodness, it was someone else.
He's gone through down towards Casino Interlagos. He's just
that may have
avoided
been
that.
Nate
Yeah.
Varga, actually, because yeah, he's just lapping the car now. But I didn't quite see who that was on the... should actually get the track map out. That might actually be...
Yeah, it's quite hard to tell who's who, to be fair. So
It's so dark, yeah.
it's gone completely pitch black up here as well.
But there's
It's
Maguli,
a bit light
the
there.
championship leaders in LMP2, the 21. Down in
Looking
8th,
good.
they've had a really tough race, actually. Oh, just getting through past the 444 of Boros. As Pajau pits from the lead in GD3.
And his last sector time's looking
So
great as well.
Davis
138,
really, I think the 86 was involved in that because Boros has got back through him. There's Davis, yes. And let's look on board with Chris Davis, actually, as we actually switch randomly to Andre Simpson.
Yeah, a lot of times being changed up there from what we just saw as well. So pit stop time coming in. Just having a quick look at it as well. 22.3 first sector, 47.1
Yeah, have a
second
look.
sector.
Davis' steering looks all right as all. The 33 just swoops in front of him in the valet. Yeah, it looks like maybe he just got delayed rather than damaged. But yeah, Chris Davis will have to get past. Oh no, he's coming in. There might be more damage then, yeah. Pachoud in, and his sister teammate is coming in as well in the form of Davis. So that really takes the pressure off Timea Benjic and the Team Imperium. And she seems like a really good hire, actually, for the number 16. Yeah. She's really been delivering. But Boros, let's not forget about the 444 squad. They've actually had a really solid race. Them and Team Imperium are really going to be fighting it out for at least for a while until Iris catch up, you assume, in GD3. It's really between those two teams for the title, the way it's playing out at the moment. With the 48 into the points car, with Owen AK at the wheel at the moment, doing that 52 seconds behind Davis. So potentially Davis is a long stop, he could catch up. But Davis, I think, has already got going again.
Davis is
we
back
had
out
like
there.
39 cars start this race, Josh, and I think there are still 32 running, so it's been quite a well-attended race.
Yeah, fantastic. And that
the beginning was quite crazy. Yeah, exactly. Where it was Philip Fong.
Tong.
It's Philip Tong, isn't it? I've been calling him Philip Fong.
I would say Thong as well, to be fair.
Yeah, the number 17 Porsche, which has had
Taking
its
my glasses
tribulation,
off.
still running in the top 10 in class, but that looks like a wounded car. We could see a code 80 for that.
Oh, Chris Tompkins is going to
As
be...
the Benelux machine gets going again. Let me have a brief look at the stewards. It's been quite quiet in the steward decision chat. We've only had, I think, Yeah, we've not had much at all in the past hour or so.
Only a little bit. Race 2, lap 1. Am I in the touring cars? I am. I'm on
Yes.
the touring cars. That
As
might
Nick
not
Conan
help.
goes really wide, he's going quite slowly as well in the 140 down in 14th.
There we go. Shoot decisions has come through now as well. Here we go. Pascal Eggert is taking over control.
Yeah, I think that was the last
stewardship.
message. Please
Yeah.
fasten your seatbelt. I'm your steward now, so yeah.
Tom Dillon was there as well as Nick Nick
He was,
Homewood
yes.
was off for now. Now Tom Dillon's back in control. As here's the leader in GT3. The 87 car looking quite good out there, just a little bit wide. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, I believe that is one of the McLaren GT3s.
It is indeed in the Irish. So Oliver Hargitay aboard the 87, and Hargitay, one of the more underrated Irish drivers. We don't talk too much about him, but I certainly think he's doing a good job in this stint since he got on board the 87. All the 87 drivers have been exceptional, to be honest. Been able to hold that gap, and yeah, they were leading by a lap earlier, and now it's down to like 38 seconds. But Hargitay, who's pit fairly recently, building the gap back up again.
Yeah, fastest second sector and third sector as well of anybody, so that's great to see. 48-0 in that category, so definitely building that up. For
Yeah, and we can
fastest
probably
GT3.
keep an eye on Davis because he's starting to close on Boris again. Boris, who I'm amazed has kept his tyres alive as long as he has, considering some of his antics we saw in the touring cars in the Full Street Boys machine, where the Subaru would just drift all over the place. Not that we're no strangers to drifty Subarus either, because Liam Rance, Alessandro Valente do tend to drift it a bit to get the
Wet
best out of it.
races, that's all they did as well, was just drift around the outside of the
Yeah,
corners.
especially in the
It
wet
worked.
race,
Yes, yeah.
where Liam Rance put on quite the show. And of course, because of that, with Nick Homewood staying out on the dries and almost winning it, they've decided not to go for any rain in this race.
I'm not surprised
Or
because it wasn't just a little bit wet, it was an ocean that was deluged onto this track as well.
Indeed.
So definitely wise that it's a dry race. Track temperature at 29 degrees, air temperature at 20 degrees. It's quite pleasant actually. It's quite nice. I mean, it's what is it here at the moment? It's 15 degrees where I am, and it's been quite warm. But the breeze has been a bit warm.
and I've been indoors doing commentary for most of it.
Oh,
But,
look at it. This will end with about half an hour left of daylight, so you can still get out before the sun sets for the evening.
So apparently, as Valente pits from second, which is going to hand it back to Toff, who was catching him, Martin Novak from Valet is telling me that Saba's proper pronunciation of Saba, who was in the car earlier in the race, is that's of course the 33 driver of the 33 Saba Kiss. It's actually Chaba, not Saba, as I've been calling him. So it's not a
Chaba.
silent C. Yeah, so
Okay. Easy to remember that one is
Chaba Jumps.
Yes, I was about to say that. Yeah, took the words right
That's
out of my
how I
mouth.
remember it. Yeah, with the lollipop that my dentist used to give me when I was a small child.
Yeah, remarkable that they used to give you lollipops.
Indeed, yeah. You wouldn't get away with it
Look,
these
yeah.
days.
Yeah,
Anyway,
cunning
Valente
plan.
drops down to okay, Baldrick. I'm actually commentating from Scarborough, which is this means I've
Are
done
you in
half the
Scarborough?
season. It's like Silverstone again, which was 8 hours. This is 6 hours, so I've done pretty much half the season from Scarborough.
Of course, because it's Easter, of course.
And also,
everyone's going around.
Nordschleife was like a 4-hour race. I did actually. There was like a chocolate shop we bought Easter eggs from.
Oh,
And actually, the chocolate shop, I suggested David Croft go to its Croft's Chocolate Shop. It's almost named after David Croft.
Yeah.
And he was on holiday when we were doing the Silverstone race a few months ago. And as Valente leaves the pits now in third position in LMP1, we bought Easter eggs, but apparently the shop there had been a fire recently, so in the last month or so we can go in. And then they basically partnered with another store which sells cheesecake. And not only did we get cheesecake, we got some Easter eggs from the Cross Chocolate Shop that they were selling on a little shelf. And so that was good that we could do that. So we kept so hopefully Cross Chocolate will still stay in business.
I
And
hope so
hopefully
too.
this little advert and shout out in the middle of a dull period in the race will help them. But we still got just over that's 70 minutes left in the race, 76 minutes left to go, I think. So we are getting into the closing stages as Valente rejoins the order. And now he's got a 90-second gap to Zoltan Toff. So Valente, he's had a stint to really get underway now, and now he's got some fresh boots on. You've got to hope that he can catch and live with the pace of Mugen in the form of Zoltan Toff. So we could see quite a battle for second place in LMP1, but I think Prinz is checked out up front. Look at the gap after pitting. He's 62 seconds ahead of Toff.
This is pretty much done deal now.
So everyone sort of closed. The second place runners have all started to close in a little bit, interestingly. It was, Chirinos down in 8th is going to pit, which is surely going to hand that back to Sandak and Maguli in the 21, who are... Maguli's only about 3 seconds behind Sandak, so he's been slowly chipping his way through the order, but the 21 has had loads of issues in this race, and potentially we could see the 77 really jump up the order. I'm going to have to figure out the maths actually here, because as Blumschein has pulled out the gap to Kiss to 31 seconds now. It was like 20, wasn't it? Or well, he's kept the gap fairly stable, yeah. So
lost time in the pit stop, of course, when Tobias took over. So
yeah, because
that's what. Yeah. So you ignore that.
Let's look at the points overall then. So Mugen 22, 55 points. Team Iris number 8, 40 points. And then we've got Frinavon on 38 after their set runner-up in Nordschleife. So Team Iris, 15 points down. They really need to finish ahead of the 22 and cut the gap. There's Valente. Oh! And Philip Tong having a little brush with the wall. Is the rear wing still on? Yes, it looks like it's all right. Simpson now pits, as does Batra. So that's good news for the 59. They're going to get back in front of the 93, sorry, racing car of Batra. Let's see what the gap is.
Simpson's in now as well. I swear I saw Valente go off just a second ago at the same part of the track as well.
The gap went up from 91 to 95 seconds, so he's lost a couple of seconds there, but it wasn't a huge off. Valente actually sets purple last sector, so that's a good way to catch up, certainly. Might be a bit of...
In fact, the door is catching a lot of drivers out there today. That's the top of the hill.
Indeed, yes.
Section.
So I was talking about the championship, wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
So 22 leads number 8, 15 points. So number 8, Iris, needs to cut into that gap. Number 23, Valet, have only got 18 points from second in Silverstone to their name. So they really need to get points on the board. 25 points would get them ahead of Fringavond, Coach Eric, and Rookie Monsters ahead of them, I think. So that would, because 18 plus 25 would be, let me think. It would be about 43 points, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So
math. Yeah. What do you think?
So that would definitely put them ahead of those 3 teams at least, but they would be a little bit behind Iris and the 22. So that's the LMP1 situation. It really is a 3-horse race now. There's Maguli in the 21 getting very close to the back of the Boyd Transport, number 40, and up the inside he goes.
Nicely done.
There we go. Nothing much that looked like Sandak could really do, and Sandak has really been dropping back, and just avoids the Iris. Has to have 3 goes at trying to lap it, and in the end thinks better of it. So yeah, the number 40 Message Sandak really starting to struggle now, but that puts, of course, the 21 into the top 8, and where they finish will be very important to the LMP2 standings, because they currently lead on 53 points. They are 10 ahead of Valet 33. Valet 33 currently running in second. They're going to get a lot of points. They're going to gain about 10 points on them at the very least. So it's going to be very, very close at the end of this. Interpoints 46, they're out of it. Really bad luck for them. They were running forward. They won at the Nordschleife. They're on 40.3 points, but they're not going to score any more. Iris 77 are 4th on 26 points, level with Bodling Motorsports number 28, who are running 3rd at the moment with Naxadi at the wheel. And so, if the 77 can win, and they've scored 26 points so far, like I say, so 25 plus 26 would be 51 points. So that would put them, depending on where the 33 finishes, in either 3rd or 2nd then. But they certainly will close very much up to the title battle.
Yeah.
So again, freeway battle, Mugen, Valet, Iris. But potentially into the points, and Bottling Motorsport will be in there as well, especially if Bottling can finish on the podium here. But it's yet to be decided, really. Keep an eye on those gaps. Davis still behind Ben Sporos. So let's look at the, as we see yellow in Sector 2. Not sure what that's about. GD3, I'm sounding very energized just talking about the points battle here, aren't I?
Well,
let's keep. It might be the coffee I had earlier. So, going into this race, Satellite Racing 64 with Liam Rance, who is still technically in the race in 13th in LMP2 for DDoS, but Satellite and Arnold competition are gone. So they're leading on 50 points, but the sort of de facto championship leaders are Team Imperium after winning in Nordschleife on 39 points. They are just ahead of Mugen 88, who have not started in Nordschleife or Interlagos. So I'm wondering if 88 are sort of effectively out of it. Arnage, similar situation. So we got Satellite we've got Satellite, Mugen, and Arnarch who have basically kind of departed. We've got Team Imperium on 39 points. Then next closest is the 444 car, Free Bond, who are on 26 points. Boyd Transport, who've got 18 points after finishing second in the 206.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the 206 are doing particularly well here, or I don't think they actually started. We've got HR 36 who are out of the race on 17 points. Into the points 48 who are still in it as all Philip Tong really testing the runoff area.
Honestly, a lot on that car. You're doing every couple of laps, just drifts out wide.
Yeah,
Like
the
can't seem to
Porsche does
control
not
it.
look fun
Yeah.
to drive really here as Hargitai. The
But,
87,
yeah.
the 87, of course, have got no points, so them getting 25 points put them right in the mix, right behind,
The
currently
Stoller
right behind the
pits.
444. But we don't know, as Lasolo, as you say, pits from 5th in class. We don't know exactly where the 444 is going to end up. If Boros can get on the podium, that would be a big deal. But certainly,
Yeah.
the way it's playing out, it's looking very good for Team Imperium to take the points lead here. If they can, because if they can finish second, they would get 18 points. They are 39 to 50 is about, let's see, about 11 points behind, aren't they? Oh no, 21, isn't it?
21.
So they would still be behind. Amazingly, Satellite would miss, because they won the first 2 races, missing 2. Satellite 64 would still be leading after Interlagos, but I would be amazed if they could win the championship. It would require a lot of retirements in GT3.
Well,
basically.
they've got to come back for India. They have to come back and dominate
Well, they're not.
India.
Liam Rance has said
Yeah.
that he kind of doesn't want to, mainly because he's driving for us in the touring cars,
Touring
but
cars,
also
yeah.
because him and the DDoS and Satellite are sort of focusing on VEC, I think, and it's one of the reasons why they're doing this race, to get some experience for VEC. There was a VEC race where the number 23, driven by Jansen Bintz, actually won for Valet. So Valet are in high spirits, and that's probably why they've had such a good performance here. It was quite close early on. Number 8 was giving them a lot of grief, but they passed number 8 twice, really. There was one where the number 8 had no tyres left, and I think it was Moynier just got passed all the way around the outside by... was it Bintz or Prinz? I think it was Prinz, actually.
Prince ran the outside,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember because I was watching while
Yeah.
I went for the coffee break. But anyway, it has been a really interesting race. Like you say, it's just a shame that everyone's so spread out. There doesn't really seem to be a lead challenge in any class, apart from maybe Kiss just keeping Tobias honest. And that's not to take anything away from Tobias. He's done a brilliant job in his stints so far. But it's just that he's got the smallest lead of the 3 classes, even though it's still a massive lead of about 30 seconds. But anyway, and I really think LMP1, LMP2, all 3 classes wide open in the points, really. It's not like Mugen have run away with it in any of the classes. The only one I think they really have, they seem to have the best chance of winning is LMP1. LMP2, it's really no man's land, because the number 21, they have these dominant weekends, like Silverstone we saw was dominant. They finished second at Nordschleife, but Barcelona and here, they've basically been nowhere after all those incidents.
out
They've
of
been
it.
struggling to recover, really, from just difficulties mid-race. And, oh, look at Van Sant, going all the way around the outside of the 48 of Owen AK. But
That's-
Sandro,
that's the line.
20 seconds behind Naxati in the Bottling Motorsports car. So it's not over yet in the battle for the podium. As,
Oof.
oh, look at this. That's just a car being lapped. That's
Very
Chirinos
close,
being
though.
lapped. But yeah, the Freenavon didn't give a whole lot of room there, but just enough, the LMP2. So
That's enough racing room to not get a penalty for it. That's just enough. And considering it's lapped down as well, it's very risky.
But anyway, so I guess there's not too much to talk about, although, interestingly enough, Tobias is only about... Oh, pardon me. Tobias is only about 5 seconds behind Andre Simpson in the LMP1. So Tobias has a good chance of actually getting into the top 7 overall, if he can keep up, but it's going to be quite difficult unless Andre Simpson makes loads and loads of mistakes. And to be fair, he's made a few in this race. He's
Yeah.
about 6 laps down. So whoa!
Big one there.
Decoltot in 5th position, spins.
Another one.
And so does Adam. And oh, the number 16 has to take evasive action there as all the advertising hoarding, which has taken a beating there, gets a bit more. So did the number 16 get through unscathed? Yes, it did in 2nd position, and that's absolutely crucial for their championship. But that was a heart and mouth moment there in the 828. Thankfully, continuing. Let's hope a code 80 will not need to be called for that. There we go.
I can't say anyone being
Decoltot,
called.
who was actually closing on Van Sant, has now lost a bit of time in that spin. But
And take a breath.
and
See
Bruges.
again. Yeah, that was too very dramatic. And we got to it just at the right time. It was bang.
Yeah, that thank goodness for the auto director while I was distracted
Yeah.
by all the point standings and stuff. But yeah, looks like that. Oh, Naxati in third position up ahead has an error of his own, but thankfully a bit less costly in terms of time.
It's keeping the next hour, 35 minutes to go with this one.
They're keeping us interested, yeah.
Yeah, just going through everything.
Yeah, meanwhile, Valente's got the gap down a little bit to quite a lot actually. It was
wow.
91 and then it's come down to 70 seconds, so I wonder what's happened to Toff there. Perhaps a couple of slow laps. Yeah, 68 seconds is the gap. So actually, it's actually saying 92 here, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, that's the lap to gap to the leader, of course. That's Toff actually closing a bit on Prince. So Mugen, in LMP1 at least, have had the
Starts
mother
to
of all
close,
fightbacks.
yeah.
Yeah, so the last 90 minutes is going to be very, very interesting. Oh, Valente dives up the inside of number 16 as Boris finally comes into the pits and relinquishes third to Chris Davis in the 86.
A lot of close action then as he comes through.
Boris is like, oh, David Poole. Not for the first time now, number 60 finds its way to the barriers in this race.
Just been
Jake Johnson was driving that car earlier. He had a few offs as well. And, oh, Paul! Somebody going really wide behind him and mercifully gets through. That was Erdeli in the Paul Street Boys car. So lucky Erdeli avoided the wall there.
just been informed of an. This is in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Oh, hang on, David Pou's going a bit slow at the exit of turn 4 there.
Pascal Leggett might. Oh, the
damaged his
steering is
wheel.
very bent. So Pascal, he's got quite a way to go. So Pascal Leggett might call the code 80 unless David Poole thinks it's okay. As Erdeli in trouble. He's come to a dead stop in front of the barrier in the infield. Oh, but he's reversing out. So
Weird accident.
that could be a screen freeze or something.
Yeah,
For the
just
Paul
because he's
Street
gone
Boys
straight,
driver.
isn't he?
And he's down in 7th as well. That's not good for Erdeli because he's got Maguli, who is actually not too far behind. Oh, about 95 seconds behind. I say not too far.
Yes.
And he gets going again. So Erdeli's probably going to be all right for the time being, but he can't afford too many more of that.
Yes, just to wrap up.
And look who's getting on board the 444. It's Nick Homewood getting back into the race. So Boris has had a good stint. Let's hope Homewood can improve upon that, because Boris was mainly on the defensive. Let's hope Homewood can attack the number 48 into the points car and get back towards the podium here, because that's really where the 444 need to finish. They can't let the number 16 get too big a lead on them, especially after blowing, let's face it, a pretty easy podium at the Nordschleife. Yeah, in the fans of Mario Valencia. Actually had a really good stint here. So he was running second, I think, when he handed over the car to Boris. As Davis has a little
Runs
mistake,
it
goes
wide.
wide at turn 3 and 4. So what gap does Davis have over? He was quite close with the 444 car
Kiss is
behind it before it pit. And there we go, Kiss in the 33. So,
Now that was a 30-second gap. It's going to increase, but this could be the undercut starting to come into play.
yeah, Naxati and Van Sand are going to get ahead then. As David Poole is finally being serviced as well.
I've got this pit stop. Yeah, I've just been informed of a nasty accident. The 20. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
number 17 is missing
Wheel
a wheel
gone.
there.
So this will be code 80.
Almost certainly, yes, if Pascal Leggett's paying attention. There's a wheel line by the side. You can see it just under the bridge there. And there we go. Bradley still is preempting, coming into
Perfect
the pits.
timing.
Well, let's hope so.
Might get that lap back as well, actually.
Let's see if... there we
No
go.
sign of
Philip
anything.
Tong, still stationary. It is on the inside, at least, but that's still quite close to where they're going. The driver's going to be making moves coming out of the pit lane as well. I would
Yeah,
say
pit
Philip Tong
exits,
should go back
yeah.
to the pit lane and retire potentially, even though he is in the top 10 in GD3, but he is the last guy running on the road, 2 laps down on Carl Magnus Boré, who is about 24 seconds behind Vivan Batra in the 93 Royal Racing car. So those two have been having a good battle.
Take onto yellow.
Oh, that was just lapping potentially, so that looked like the 21.
So the
Was the
lights
21
flicking
making a
up,
move
yeah.
for position there? In the
I think it was a lap car. They did look
yeah,
remarkably
they
similar
were
to
91
class.
seconds down. Yeah, that was another LMP2 it was lapping.
Oh, car's in the way in the pit lane to dart out of the way. It's not good. If we
That
can't get
looks
it
like
going,
the
this will be-
33 getting going
yeah.
again. And
Where's the
he's
code
got on
80?
the 33 has come out behind Van Sand. To what extent, though? How far behind Van Sant is he? About 27 seconds, so that is the gap. He's ahead of Deckletop because Deckletop spun out, as we saw coming into Ferradura. So Van Sant and Naxeti are going to be vulnerable in this stint. But Blumshine continues to keep Andre Simpson honest. It's very impressive, and he's got the gap out to Naxeti to 79 seconds now.
Oof. Insane, you're right. I'm surprised.
Well, that's
you haven't
mainly
code
because the
80. This is
33 at
ridiculous.
pit, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a bit silly now. It's getting a bit dangerous.
Oh, and Ellis is coming out the pit lane now as well. Just in front.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why Philip Tong is still there. The wheel seems to have disappeared, but the car missing its wheel. There we go. Finally, Philip Tong decides he's not going any further.
Tried everything, but it was dangerous.
Is this? It looked like Norbert Major was getting close to David Poole, actually, who's just come out of the pits.
Johnson was a bit wide as well, man.
Oh, Valente pits from third. So
Last on the lead lap, yeah.
So that's really him abandoning then. He realizes he's not really going to be able to make his fuel strategy work to beat Toff. So this is really about consolidating third now. Look at this. Jake Johnson at the wheel of number 16. Oh, was that the Mugen 21 having to go all the way around the outside of him?
He was slow coming into Interlagos, so there's something on with that car as I come through. Yeah, just quick while we've got this a few seconds, because every time I mention this thing happens. I was told that there has been a horrible accident involving Bradley Smith at the 24 Hours of Le Mans for motorcycles as well. And Bradley, a local lad, of course, for me personally, of course. So hopefully as well, that Bradley's A-OK and get back up and running as soon as possible.
Yeah, fingers crossed. There was also the, I think it was the Goodwood, was it the members meeting they had where there was a Fraser Nash driver that crashed. I'll look it up because I've actually got Autosport on my desk with me. I bought it on the way here to Scarborough. So it probably says his name in the back. So here we go. Paul Wayne, it was, of course, experienced Fraser Nash driver, rolled during the AFP Fame Trophy last Sunday, so of course nearly a week ago now, so at least he's had time to but thankfully he did get treated pretty quickly, so hopefully him and Bradley Smith will be okay. And Valente, I think, just coming out of the pits now. No, he's
still there.
It's a long stop, but feels a bit like
feels
like Iris, they're not going to have a repeat of Silverstone where they really, it was Tortoise v Hare and the Tortoise won, wasn't it? It must be said, with some brilliant driving just to hang in there, and that's what endurance racing is all about. Van Sant is only about 13 seconds behind Naxeti, so Bottling are going to really battle to hold on. It's really a battle for second between them into the points and Valet, with Tobias really checking out up front.
And this is a long stop. It must be driver change as well.
Indeed, yes. I think
Valente,
who's struggled for pace, they might be putting Moynier back in, you know. Oh, there goes the... Oh! And Benchik has a big... That was Max Verstappen-esque by Timur Benchik, and she just gets going again. But wow, the second place driver really pushing to catch up to Hargitay. And she's damaged it quite badly there. It's cramping the rear wing. Maybe she lost the rear wing earlier. And Philip Tong is slow out of the pit lane. You think... and Valente just had to go around the outside, so it wasn't a driver change over there, just putting a lot of fuel and tyres in, but has it not got the wheel on? I don't think it does.
Oh no.
I don't think because they restarted. Let's have a look at Porsche. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
He's parked it on the outside, and he's surely just been told to by his team, but he might have to go back. There might be game over then for the Porsche, which is a shame. Please don't try and go around track, Philip.
I was going to say, don't try because you're causing code 80
There we
again.
go.
There we go.
That was very sensible. But the big news there, Benchik, who still had a good save not to damage that car further.
Oh, brilliant
Great
save.
reactions, cat-like reflexes from Timur Benchik, but she is going to lose a lot of time. There we go, Davis. It's an Iris 1-2 in GD3 now, with Benchik having crashed out. And that's a big opportunity for the 444 of Nick Homewood as well. They needed to gain points on the number 16. And the 48 coming through as well. And was that the... one of the Iris cars slowing the GD3? No, it was going okay.
It was going okay, yeah. It's just a deception of vision because we've got some lap cars coming through the
so
traffic.
Dark.
Yeah, and it's dark. You can't see. You're going on the lights.
Okay,
maybe,
46 seconds now to get Nick Homewood. She should get in front of Timur Benchik quite comfortably. But Benchik had a very, very long stint, so I think you have to say even though it didn't end particularly well. Full marks to it. Oh, it's Nick
Oh!
Conan. Oh, just reverses out of the way, thankfully. And that's an odd place to lose, isn't it?
Where is it? Is that down at...
That's
at
near the
X-
infield.
Yeah, the infield section. So down at turn 8.
Yeah,
Coming into Magullo.
that's just coming into Bico de Pato, actually, I think. Oh, Deli gets very wide into the center S. Decides to shortcut it.
They're all losing it now, aren't they, with the tyres? It's not getting that
It's
quick.
also... The visibility's not great in the dark,
No,
and
it's
also
not.
they're really tired
Yeah, they've
because
been doing
we
this a
are
long time,
into the
yeah.
final, in the final 85 minutes of the race now. Oh, was it 85? Yeah, just under 90.
85,
Yeah, so
yeah.
I think I
Wow,
said
25.
76 earlier, and I completely miscalculated because it's actually more like 106.
Well, yeah, so 125 coming up, so that's 85 minutes in about now. So start that timer down as well.
So there we go. Tibble Kiss gets back on board the number 16, takes over from Tamir Benzik, and the gap to title rivals, the 444 Finavon squad, is 14 seconds. So they lucked in a little bit, but they've done well to get there, and they've got to hold on now to that fourth position and hope that Into the Points hit trouble ahead. And here they go, into the pits. Into the Points, into the pits, and Nick Homewood onto the podium, hopefully. At least that's what he'll be
Nicely
hoping.
done. Yeah. I think there would be chance of a good podium here with everything going on. And I think Nick who took second at the touring car then.
He did,
last
yes.
time
He
out in
seems to
race
like
2.
this place, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he
'Cause
might be
yeah,
making it
because
every round.
he finished fifth in the first race on the drag.
Yeah, first race, and then got up and did a commanding race, but it was really our guy. He did a fantastic job as well.
Liam Rance had a pretty good
Liam
stint,
Rance
although
was
he did get a
fantastic.
penalty that dropped him back in this particular race, which will disappoint him. I did say after qualifying, well done, good luck starting fifth, Liam, and he said, that's the highest we're going to be in this race. And so it proved, so maybe it was a mentality thing going in there. But
Oh, Zoltan Toth is
our
coming to
other
the pit
friend,
lane.
Tobias Blumschein, who has
Yes.
been, he's not had the rub of the green. I remember, I wouldn't say robbed. I think he kind of robbed himself, really, of, it was fair to say, victory at the Diria. Not a race I cared for him to win, to be fair, because, not because of Tobias,
Yes,
but because
yeah.
of the location, purely. So it would have been nice it's much nicer to see Tobias potentially get his first win here, and with 1 hour, 23 minutes left to go, 82-second gap to Naxadi.
Looking good.
It's Tobias's to lose, isn't it?
Yeah,
And,
second
he's,
per lap.
he's just got to hold on, and he's doing a brilliant job so far.
Van der Sand has taken into 10th position for Into the Points Racing.
Oh,
And
Van der Sand into the pits, though.
Yeah, Zoltan Hives replaces Zoltan Toth.
Yeah, there we go. So,
And there's Van der Sand now into the pit lane.
what's the gap, though, between... it's still a lap, I think, actually, between Valente and Hayes, because Valente sort of made that early stop, didn't he?
According to my monitor, it's 2 laps. It's 4 laps.
I
to
think he's about
Valente
2 laps
and
behind Prince, so there's a little
yeah.
bit of error there.
I would definitely say it's a lap because our monitor is showing it slightly differently.
Yeah, there we go. Valente a lap behind Hives, a lap behind Prince. So not a lot of action in LMP1, it's fair to say. The closest gap is Ellis, is about 60 seconds behind Valente. So Valente not completely safe in third yet, but certainly has got the pace to match Jeffrey Ellis. That's for sure, because they're looking pretty similar.
McLarens have been fascinating here. They've really clicked with this
Oh, look at
place.
this, the Iris, the 2 Iris GT3 McLarens about to, it's the 87's about to put another lap on the 86, about to put a lap on the 86, I think, and there we go.
Teammates changed over, and there you have been lapped.
And Homewood has emerged just 2 seconds in front of ONA Andre Kilhausvik, but Kilhausvik has got fresh tyres now, so that is going to be problematic for the 444 squad to hold on, because Into the Points have been extremely quick in this race.
They really have been so fast. Yellow sector 2.
They've not already had much luck,
Green.
though, this season, it must be said. We've seen them qualify so well.
A lot of
and
bad
then,
luck, yeah.
Yeah, not get the finish they really deserved. But certainly, they can take heart from their performances in LMP2 in previous races, even if they've not really been able to match that here. With the 47 doing the best in 4th in Van Sand's hands. As O'Deli just lets the blue LMP1 through on the outside.
I've lost my TV pictures as well, so
Oh,
I've
want me
only
to
got
fix that?
timings. No, it's not you. It's my fault. The monitor's gone funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying, because I'm just looking at Mate Varga pitting at the moment.
And yeah, it's switched off. So I'll go grab my laptop. I'll be back in just a second.
Shoving. Right, I'll fill until then. So, here is Owen Andre Kilhausvik trying to keep Nick Homewood in sight 4 seconds up the road is the British driver. And that is probably the closest, but oh no it isn't, because Deckeltolt is right behind Van Sant as Nak Sadi enters the pits. So this is going to be the battle. We've seen Sandro Van Sant and Jonathan Deckeltolt. And the JJ Racing team having a brilliant run as we see yellow in the second sector. Here we go. Riboli is going to come through to take second position from the Bottling Motorsport number 28. And then close behind will be Van Sant and Deckeltolt. But Van Sant, oh, he's coming into, it's Deckeltolt coming into the pits then. So that's the battle over. So no need to do a battle graphic. But Naxati has emerged just 3 seconds behind Massimiliano Riboli. So that's what we really want to be focusing on. But Naxati goes really, really wide. So that's going to help Riboli get it up to 4 seconds, the gap once more. And meanwhile, Kiss has actually been flying out there. Tibor Kiss. Let's have a look at those lap times. Last lap, a 1:31.9. 4 seconds faster than Owen Kilhausvik in front of him. But Kilhausvik is closing on Homewood, so we got 2 battles for the podium positions in LMP2 and GD3. And it must be said, Team Imperium getting the absolute best out of that Aston Martin in the number 16 squad. And there we go. Davis now pits from second, as Tobias also pits from the lead in LMP2. Let's keep an eye on that if we can. There's Prince leading out front by a significant margin, and looking like, oh, there's a car off there. Not sure who that was, but they rejoined. Just on the GD3s. And Blumschak gets a penalty. Oh, no. Please don't tell me it's happening again. That made my heart sink seeing that. I hope Tobias is going to be okay. But it's going to be now harem scarum stuff if he's going to hold on to that victory. They just must have sped on the exit of the pit lane. And where is Tobias in the order? There he is. Oh, on the outside. So Tobias needs to make sure that he keeps his head here. Flashes the lights. He's getting a bit annoyed at the LMP2 in front of him. But Davis is going to actually lose position to Homewood now with his pit stop. Tobias is going to have to surely come in to serve a drive-through, which shouldn't lose him too much time. And yeah, here we go. 82-second lead. Needs to make sure he doesn't speed this time. Let's keep an eye on him. Yes, there we go. Nick Homewood up to second then. So it's all suddenly turned the 444 car's way in the past couple of laps. Oh, look at all those guys. Prince pits from the lead as well. So Tobias gets a good little view of some of his competition there. And then gets going again. He's only really lost about 10 seconds though. So, not the end of the world. Tobias, thankfully, keeping it clean on this occasion. And, oh, here's a little battle. Forgax. That's the 66 of Varga getting by Sandak. He's had a bit of a monster stint then, holding on to the top 10. Davis and it looks like Adam pitting as well. And Davis finally coming out the pits behind Kiss. In the 16. Let's keep an eye on this. Tibor Kiss now just 2 seconds behind. By having to let the Iris LMP2 through. There's Bintz. It's the fastest first sector of anyone. So clearly flying out there It's Bints who's gotten back on board then. Let's refresh the overlay. As you see, yellow in sector 2. So that's cleared now. Yeah, but Jansen Bints is going to see Valet number 23 through to the end, and why not? What a brilliant race Valet 23 have had, and they've done everything asked of them, and certainly the number 8 could not keep up with them, and neither can the number 22 Mugen car. So in the Valet Iris War, this is going to be one for Valet. I nearly said Mugen there. What am I thinking of? But here we go. Kiss has got the gap to Owen Kilhausvik to just 1 second now. And Kilhausvik having to move aside for the lap traffic. And Josh has been gone quite some time now. It's slightly annoying. He's going to miss the battle. Also, I've probably got to go for dinner soon. But I will be back for the finish. And here comes Tibor Kiss, trying to get the number 16 back onto the podium after a crash for Timur Benjic. Here we go, right in the slipstream now. Kiss has been lighting up the timing squeeze. He looks to the inside. What can Owen Kilhausvik do? Oh, they almost make contact.
That's tight through the inside line.
Yeah, indeed it is.
I can actually
and
see
Kiss
now,
has
by the
been
way.
flying. He set up like 4 seconds faster
Wow.
than Owen Kilhausvik. And we know Owen AK, not slow at all,
See,
no
we've got a
slouch.
driver change in the Valet Esports 23 as well.
Yeah,
As he
there,
comes
Jansen
through.
Bints has got back on board, and here comes Kiss up the inside into turn 3.
That's too late. They need tag.
Oh, that's the Interlagos, isn't it? And he just about holds on. There's Owen AK, and here's some lap traffic that they'll both have to let through. Or can it get through before they go through?
That's the Hamilton Verstappen corner, wasn't it? That one at the top of.
Yeah, oh, and a little bit wide by the 48. Up the inside goes Tibor Kiss.
Nice,
And through
nice.
into third position. Oh, but Owen was really trying to hold on to that one, wasn't he? And
gonna
just
say,
had
yeah.
to concede.
Defend the inside line, but know when the position is lost. And that was one of those positions that you just couldn't come back from.
So, Tibor Kiss has got number 16 back on the podium. Next in the firing line, 8 seconds up the road, is Nick Homewood. If I were Nick Homewood, I'd be starting to feel a little bit worried right now. Because I got my
Yes, I
championship
would be.
rival closing on me at a rate of knots.
It's a
with
shame
an
his
hour
name's
and
not-
13 minutes left to go. It's a shame they didn't... Timur Benjic couldn't keep it a little bit more in the barrier
Yeah,
from Nick
it's-
Homewood's point of view.
It's a
But
shame his
still.
name's not Yam Pancakes as well, that famous meme that goes around with e-sport racing, isn't it? Don't know, I don't know where that came from. I don't know if it was Jana Motmir or not, but I don't think it was Jana Motmir. He came up with that one.
Well, I'm a bit out of the loop on that one, so you're speaking a different language to me.
Oh, F1 Esports is this TikTok audio that keeps going around the inside where
Well, there
somebody
you go.
dives
No
up the
wonder I've not
inside.
heard of it.
Yeah, he does a Degrassi on Boemi. Just dives up the
okay.
inside of his championship rival.
Yeah, well, yellow in the third sector. Not sure what that's about, but we better keep an eye on because the battle for second in LMP2 is still raging. Riboli through the pit stops has gotten back up into second, but he's only got about 11-second lead over Naxati in Baldwin
Yeah.
Motorsport number 28. Then we've got Van San not too far behind either. As looks like there's a little battle. Here we go, Nick Conan into the pits.
And into the pits.
And is that that must be Maguli in as well, down in 7th. So Maguli's going to sacrifice. Adeli's going to get by him surely. 49 seconds down the road. This is Valente struggling on in third, trying to hold on to keep Ellis behind him. Ellis has closed a little bit, 54 seconds, but Valente's been doing a pretty solid job. But he would have hoped to really be fighting with Hives for second at the very least. So disappointing day for Iris in LMP1, but in LMP2 and GD3, that's not been the case. And Tobias actually had a penalty just a few laps ago for speeding in the pit lane after his pit stop. So he served a drive-through, and now he's pulled the gap back out again to, looks like 63 seconds. He's got over Massimiliano Riboli. It was 80 seconds, but after the penalty, it really cost him about 10 seconds. So he's been... Yeah,
Dropped way back.
So, but certainly Tobias really didn't let that, because I saw that and I thought immediately, oh no, we're going to have a Silverstone repeat where Tobias not only keeps speeding the pit lane but runs out of fuel and loses the podium. But none of that, actually. He kept it all under control. This is one of those things. He didn't let it fluster him, and I think that really shows his maturity in the past couple of weeks, really. because we saw a little bit of that until like he kind of lost his nerve a little bit in Diria, but he's certainly turned. I feel like generally, apart from that aside, he's really turned a corner ever since Silverstone in February.
It's been a fantastic couple of races, actually. Every time we see Tobias now, he's more
And
determined,
this is going to
more
really
focused.
boost confidence, because
Yeah.
especially, I liked how he was like commenting on me before while he's waiting for his turn to drive. He was saying, "I actually re-protested the penalty that you thought we got in the 87, just like we did in the 77." See,
Yes,
I'm really
yeah.
good behind the scenes. I'm not just a driver. I'm a commentator and I'm a steward whisperer, whatever you call him. What do you call someone who is able to negotiate for a lawyer? There we go.
Lawyer, that's the one.
So his legal skills are without parallel, clearly.
Something that Amber Heard could definitely do with at the end of this trial against Johnny Depp. 'Cause, yeah, Johnny's definitely winning. That
I'm
one.
not sure
He'll be
he's
following
that
one.
kind of lawyer.
No.
Reminds me
And,
of was it Dirk Gently's Detective Agency, where he says
that
missing
one.
cats and messy divorces are a speciality. No, Mr. Sawskin, not quite that messy. There we go.
Unbelievable, yeah.
And Kiss has now got the gap to 5 seconds to Nick Homewood. So Nick Homewood, he's going to be on the defensive before we know it. Well, before he knows it, surely. And Van Sant only 5 seconds behind Max Sadie. So into the points, still looking to get onto the podium here in at least in LMP2, even though Kiss is really flying and it's Team Imperium on the move in GD3. But I doubt Kiss is really going to be able to catch up to Hagitai in just an hour, a whole lap. But
It's-
hey,
it's
stranger
great
things have
starts, yeah.
happened.
Oh, that's coming back soon. Can't wait for that.
Oh, that was completely coincidental. Oh, there's that's Van Sant just driving quite quickly. I don't know why I got excited there, but he's got the gap to just under 5 seconds now. So next Saturday in Baldwin Motorsport's not really been closing on Riboli. He's falling into the clutches of Sandro Van Sant, who's been holding up the honour of into the points in this race. Oh,
Adam
Grant-
White. He's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone down to rear. That's ridiculous. That part of the track.
Granastidi Adam for Ada, the number 12, which was having such a great run. Since Adams got in, it's not really been going quite to plan, but it's a lovely livery though on the AFA racing car. It was-
Oh, Van der Sande.
Oh, he was just closing as well, and he's just taking too much rear. He's just spun it into the center S, the first corner, and now the gap down to up to 12 seconds. So, Bottling Motorsports will cry a sigh of relief that it's not them that bottled it on this occasion.
Yeah, downhill part of the track as well. Easy to lock the rears when turning and just spin round on acceleration. It's surprisingly easy actually. Our factory's got a really good build of Interlagos as well. So all the bumps in the right places as well. All the crests are just about right as well. And compared to the F1 game, this thing is a masterpiece for our factory too. The F1 game very, very broken on certain tracks. Interlagos is definitely one of them.
Anyway, Tibor Kiss.
Penalty.
Oh dear, is that that's for Korkmazer?
Trying to find out why. Get my iPad up.
Probably wouldn't say there. It might just be for speeding in the pit lane, but Kiss has got the gap under 5 seconds. He's continuing to. The charge has been holding a little bit. Maybe the best of the fresh tyres was used to pass
Yeah.
Owen Kilhalsvik.
We have
But-
got another penalty for Pascal Aguirre as well. It's involving the Team Imperium 16,
Ooh.
and they've been given and the Bytown Express 24. The Bytown Express 24 has been given a 20-second stop-go penalty for unnecessary
That must have been
contact
how
lapping a
the
GT3.
crash happened. So apologies to
Yeah.
Tamir Benchik, because it wasn't her fault the rear wing fell off. It was the Bytown Express car express
Making-
training them in
yeah.
the back. Ganson Bint sets a purple middle sector and setting a 1:17.6 actually. So 72 seconds ahead of his all-time highs. He's really responded really well to what Namugan has thrown at them. So there's Kiss continuing to close. I think Nick Homewood is in trouble here, depending on if he can even get to the end of the race without making another stop, the both of them. But let's have a look at the battle graphic, because we don't get to use it too much. Oh, there we go. There's Homer just in front of Tibor Kiss. Now, Kiss, you have to say, one of the drivers of the race,
For sure.
especially in GD3 field. Although Hagitai, everyone in the 87 has done a flawless job, to be fair. Let's not forget about them. But certainly Tibor Kiss putting on a show. The Bytown Express sort of livening up the podium battle by giving a little tap to the back of the number 16 and destroying
I've
the
been
rear
really
wing.
impressed, with them all today. Really, really impressed.
There we go.
It's been a calm atmosphere as well, which I like as well about this race. Everyone's been still attacking.
Much
each other, but it's
calmer
been
than the
calm.
touring
Yeah.
car race
Yes,
that we had
definitely.
here, which felt like a little bit. I mean, I wasn't saying that at the beginning when all sorts of things were happening, but certainly It feels like everyone's been able to get on with their race and get the best out of it, apart from occasionally bumping into one another. We still have 30 cars still going. I think Carl Magnus Bora, I think, is the last runner still in the picture, and they've all been treating each other for the most part pretty cleanly. When you can have 30 plus cars not hitting each other, that is impressive in this, especially for EERC standards. So we've had some close calls, but generally they've kept it surprisingly clean, especially in the sort of ever since after the first sort of 2 hours or so. It's been really clean for the most part. And look, there you go, you can see Nick Homer in the foreground. So Tibble-Kiss catching. It's under 3 seconds now. And surely the Aston Martin is coming through in a matter of moments. What can Nick Homer do? Because this is the title battle, isn't it? It's the number 16 versus the number 444. And second place up for Gary would be the 444's best result of the season as well, because they've not really had... Let's have a look in the GD3 battle. The 444 finished... let's see, what do you get 8 points for finishing in the 25, 18, 15 system? 8 points is for like 6th, isn't it?
Yeah. 6th place would be 8 points, yeah.
6th twice, and then they've got 10 points for 5th in the Nordschleife, where I think they finished last but one, basically, in GDP field. So second place would be a huge result for them, and it would certainly show the pace that they've really had all season, but not really been able to take much advantage of. Remember Silverstone, where Nick Homer was spinning 5 times because the tyre coming out of the pits just randomly didn't warm up and just was like driving on ice. Because it was like... But there we go. Super Kiss. Nick Homer's actually done pretty well, actually, to respond to the pace of Kiss.
I remember them driving on ice and all those comments we got post-race as well. It was really funny. I was laughing. An hour and 3 to go. And it's gone quite quick, actually, this one, as Girons is in the pit lane from 17th overall in this race. And there's nice to see Schumann actually doing well in 13th position. Yeah,
Schumann back in action in the 139. And, a bit of a change from his race in Marrakesh in Formula E, where he decided he had his Indiana Jones moment of getting stuck in the temple.
It's just fantastic. I often say that we should introduce a boulder into this for Marrakesh and just let Peter Schumann run in front of the car. Look hilarious.
I think he might enjoy that, bizarrely.
He would. He really would. That's the thing. He would really, and he'll make it a profile picture and everything. He's fastly become,
Meanwhile, he's actually caught a little bit up to Delhi. He's only about 8 seconds behind now.
I think Peter Schumann's fastly becoming the accidentally as well, because he's never actually spoken to us on there.
He has like once, I think.
He was. With everything he's been doing as well, he's fastly becoming like the Kimi Raikkonen of the EERC, and it's fantastic to see. He does these strange, exciting things. He'll be on a lawnmower next.
Yeah, he's pretty quick as well, actually. So he has that in common with Kimi Raikkonen. That he's won that. I remember one race at Hockenheim. I saw him. He was able to get 5th in LMP2, which was one of his best results. Oh, was it 5th or 6th? I don't remember. It was still a good race by him. I remember that much, and one of his best results for Frinavond. And certainly a top 6 here would be a great return for Peter and the 139 Frinavond team. Although they finish really highly at didn't they finish second and third at Nordschleife?
Yeah.
Pardon me.
They weren't that bad at Nordschleife as well. They were quite consistent, and then everybody had a bad day at the Nordschleife as well.
Well, apart from the winners.
Obviously apart from the winners, but even the winners had a few moments in the walls at some points as well. I mean, no one survived.
Yeah, there was 3rd and 4th, I think it was. Yeah. Frinavond got 12 points for 4th in the 139. The 140 got 3rd place and 15 points, which was their first points of the season, actually, because they didn't start the first 2 races.
It's what I've been disappointed to with Le Mans recently as well, the past couple of years doing the Le Mans 24-hour race as well, is that it's not since 2018 have we really seen the leading cars struggle. Toyota have just been so dominant for years now, it's getting a bit boring. So I'm hoping that with the new Hyperclass and some other cars coming this year, that they can really start going, we could have some more different winning.
Mugen just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, Mugen flying through.
And the Valet. Oh!
Contact.
That's not fun for Tibble-Kiss, is it? Having like 2 LMP2s squabbling away on different laps as well. The 33. The 33 is trying to hold on to second from next Saturday, who's probably only about 20 seconds behind this. But there we go. Now they're going to go either way around Nick Homer. Nick Homer actually helping his teammate out by holding up the Valet, which Riboli will not be happy about at all.
Yeah, that was a full-on French kiss as well, down into turn 7 as well. That was really side by side,
But
both
here
cheeks.
comes
Through they
Tibber
come.
Kiss. This is
Yeah.
going to be his first attempt. So Nick Homer has an hour left. He's done well to keep it to an hour to defend second position from Tibber Kiss, who's just been closing on him constantly. He's been relentless, hasn't he?
Oh, hand over fist in this past couple of stints as well. It's looking really great to see what they can do over the start line. Then down towards the centre S. I don't think they're going to make a move here. To see Interlagos would really be the opportunity to go for it. This is centre S, then it's the curve de Sol. The long sweeping left-hander opens out more flat out as well towards downhill towards Casino Interlagos, but there's traffic in the way, so Homewood can't really go for a move. So, well, Kiss can't go for a move on Homewood here. So Homewood's safe.
Look at this!
Oh,
he
they
hits the
hit it.
back of the 75. The 75 broke really early there.
Just a
and
kiss.
just caught Tibber Kiss. Yeah, this is a little kiss for Kiss, yes.
Metaphors I come out with.
Tibber got a little caught out there, but thankfully, actually no, 75 is remaining in the way. So I think whoever's in the 75 is a friend of Nick Homewood's because he's trying to help him out here. Who's in that car at the moment?
I'm double checking like mad on the timing screen to see who it is.
Should be Sam Chappenden, isn't it?
Down, yeah, it's down in 20th position as well. The
Yeah.
Mallorca DDDS.
Overall
racing.
20th, but I believe
Yeah.
he's about he's behind Cork Mazer. So where would he be in class? Maguli 8th, Varga 9th, Guzowski 10th, Chirinos 11th. Yeah, he's about 13th where he's been for a while. And there we go. He actually now finally decides to try and lap Nick Homewood. But Sam Chappenden has got Nick Conan only about 50 seconds behind, so we can't afford to just
Massive
spend whole
bet,
laps
yeah.
stuck behind Judy Frufield. But it's
Massive-
given a
massive
crucial
co-
bit of breathing space for Nick Homewood there. And let's keep an eye out as well for the LMP2 battle, because that's getting quite close as well. Maguli's only about 2 seconds behind O'Daly. But up front, we got Nick Sandy and Van Sand, still about 20 seconds apart from Ruboli.
Massive mess coming across the start line there. 4 cars side by side in the last corner, just not getting out of the
And
way.
Sam Chappenden coming in the pits
Yeah.
now. So that, no wonder he wasn't in too much of a mood to fight Nick Homewood there.
He knew it was an in-lap, but he's got enough time. He's got a lap between the car in front and the car behind, so he's
Up the
perfectly fine.
inside goes
Whoa.
Maguli on Erdely, and through goes the Mugen driver back into the top 7, I believe. Although the time graphic is yet to reflect
Update that, yeah.
Let me
You are correct.
let me
there.
rectify that. There we go.
And back loaded up. There we go. Nope, still not switched over correctly.
Yeah, never mind.
It'll update, I presume, in the next sector.
That might not have
point,
been
won't it?
Erdely. That might have been a lap car in between them.
If it'll update the sector point anyway, so we should be.
But he's still
okay,
1.3 behind, actually, Maguli. So that was just literally a lap down LMP2. But it's hard to tell in the darkness. And actually, he's... Well, no, he hasn't got through yet. I'm going to keep watching this battle because it's probably a bit more consequential in terms of the championship, with all due respect to the 21. Although, actually, that does have implications as well in terms of how far ahead or behind the 33 and the 77 is going to be, because they're going to score big points out of this, and the 21 needs every little bit it can get in the top 8, top 7. It's going to make a big difference between the two. Here we go. Tibber Kiss now within a second of Nick Homewood with 57 minutes remaining.
Not that long left in the race, and this is where the crunch point starts to come through as well. Drivers start making the mistakes, as you said, Ed.
I might have to leave soon to eat dinner, but hopefully I'll be able to join before the end at 8.
Fab.
But I'll stay for as long as is necessary. Oh, as that looked like the rookie monster just a few seconds ago, going really wide to pass the both of them.
As they're coming down now through the 7 other parts of the track. Once again, looking absolutely fantastic. And the evening is making it a little bit difficult to tell the liveries, but we've got some lights around the track helping situations.
Forrest McCormack is giving his 2 cents. The Balding Motorsport driver says, never seen an LMP2 be so slow into T4 that he gets hit by the GD3 behind and then proceed to spend the entirety of Sector 2 on the gearbox of another GD3. So extreme skill issue there for the driver of the 75, which of course was Chapin. It was
Sam Chapman. Yeah.
Chippendale.
Chippendale. Oh. Changed over now anyway, so we can't see him on the time.
That's true, yeah. Liam Rance has got back on board and much... he wouldn't do that kind of thing, I assume.
He would pass the GT car.
Yeah,
He
never
GT
can
car.
tell. And here we
Yeah.
go. Speaking of passing GD cars, here comes Tibber Kiss to give it another go.
Trying to go through. Homewood's defending the inside line. Homewood did the race at the touring cars a week ago. He knows how to defend. He was doing it for nearly all of the race, compared to Liam Rance as well. But this is going to be old wounds for Homewood.
Oh, up he goes really close to the back, and he squeezes up the inside, but he's on the outside now into Interlagos.
He'll get it done.
Cover the soul, sorry. And here we go, up the inside he goes. Nothing Nick Homewood can do then.
That was textbook Montoya.
Oh, but look, they've got the LMP2
Yeah.
going around the outside of both of them.
Homewood's going to have the outside line coming into Casino de Sol as well, but he's going to have to break
Oh,
a
he's a
lot
little bit
later.
ahead.
It's not going to work. Turns in. He's going to hold it.
Oh,
and
that was
contact.
brave by Nick Homewood, but he couldn't quite hold on there.
Yeah, he did. Well, that was a perfect move. They're still side by side, but that was absolutely Schumacher getting jumped by Montoya
Oh,
back in
look at this. The
2001.
LMP21 goes wide.
Wow.
Trying to lap them. So that's not good news for Martin McGooley at all. He was 97 seconds behind Peter Schumann. That's going to help him catch up, but he is still ahead of Adeli. And look, there we go. Finally getting back through past Nick Homewood, and then Tibor Kiss surely into the next corner.
Can't believe Kiss just Montoya'd Homewood. That is such a difficult move to pull off, and he did it.
Yeah, it was very aggressive though. Tibor Kiss has been full aggression this whole race. Now, what's the gap between him and the leader in auto lap? He's about
He's
51
down,
seconds
yeah.
behind Jake Johnson in the number 60, who's still going impressively, considering all the incidents that car's been into. And then Jake Johnson is about a lap behind the 87. So, yeah, it's about a lap and 52 seconds. And Nick Homewood's still within about a second of Tibor Kiss, but we're going to see that baby blue Aston Martin start to stretch its legs. And certainly the number 16 has been the team in the past two races, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because they were impressive at the Nordschleife, they were impressive here. It's insane to think the number 16 had, let's look at the GD3 points. It's 16, they only had 4 points from Barcelona and 10 from Silverstone. So it's really these last two races where they've come alive when the opportunity is knocked. And they've taken the points when they've been on offer, and other teams have let them go begging, really, it must be said.
It's nice actually seeing that they've actually taken the opportunity. Many teams don't even get that chance. When they do, there's always a strategy that costs them the points paying positions as well. Like you've got to run another pit stop, so you'll lose track position and time as well. Whereas they've always been able to adapt quickly. They are very quick adapters. It's fantastic and consistent as well.
There we go, 53 minutes
Stints.
remaining.
He's our race leader, and he's only got 56 seconds, I think, to Zoltan Hives. So that is it 97 or 57? I can't see on the monitor. It's a bit too tiny writing for me.
It is 53 minutes left exactly to go.
And the gap between Bints and Hives is at
96 seconds,
96.
it says. Although on the race view it's at 72, but that seems a bit optimistic.
yeah. So I'd say it is the correct one. As this is the battle of GT3, just getting lapped as well with Argatel. But yeah, Hives was bringing that gap down, but it's now going to jump over 100 seconds in the next couple of moments as well. So Hives is out now, big time. It's the
consolidating
23s,
second then,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's Valets to lose as one.
Yeah, and they've done superbly, it must be said, and seen off the challenge from both Iris and Mugen in the later stages, although Mugen were never really in a position to sort of pit ahead of them.
Yeah, they've been
And,
out of this one. Wrong strategy calls can cost it as well, even over endurance races. Raboli pits. That's
Yeah, I
an
think
interesting
Iris
call.
knew they weren't as fast, and they sort of rolled the dice. Roboli making a late stop, so this is going to let Nexedi and Van Sand back through then. So he's going to have to push through if he wants to finish in second place. He's got 52 minutes to do it. But Nexedi and Van Sand may have to make extra stops. Oh,
Spin
Jessica
up.
Trinos and the number 16 off. That just got past Nick Homewood. So yeah, there we go. Tibor Kiss losing that position. And he's a second now behind Nick Homewood. And is the steering okay? That could be investigated by the stewards there.
Homewood's punched in the air 3 times.
Yeah, that's lucky.
And especially how he got Schumacher. Well, that's happened to Montoya. Do you remember? He hit a back marker. Or got hit by a back marker
Yeah,
in
but
2001.
it was Jos Verstappen, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Who hit the back of him because Montoya was really heavy on the brakes.
Verstappen's never been good at Casino Interlagos. He hit Martin Brundle on the head there back in 1994. He jumped Montoya
Well,
on
Max
the back.
has had a much better record than his father at Interlagos, it must be said.
He has, but even Verstappen down turn 4 ran Hamilton off the track a couple of times. So the Verstappens in turn 4 here don't really get on that well.
Well, the good news is we get to see this Homewood Kiss battle continue.
Yes.
It looks like Kiss has lost even more determined to get through now as they're about to be lapped again by the leader. Oh, and
contact!
that's Hargatai hitting the back of him. He's really eager. Get out of the way, he's saying.
I don't want to get held up in this battle. I'm lapping you lot again. Get out of my way.
I want to put 2 laps on everyone. He's about to put
Dominant.
another lap on Homewood as well,
Yeah.
which really shows the job that Hargatai and everyone in the 87 crew has done.
Fantastic for the GT3 to lap them both twice. It's very rare we get to see that. And it's fantastic. Well, he's lapped Bohr 4 times as well.
He's going to get blue flags in a
That's
second, the number
3,
16.
yeah.
Let's keep an eye on the steward chat because I'm sure that number 16 being hit will be investigated. It's not the first time that's happened in this race.
No, he hasn't. No.
Oh, look at this. And the number
Dangerous.
87 getting a bit impatient, isn't it?
Is Kiss actually going to get the position up? That's the question. I know he's going to get the blue flags.
It's not a
but
position, it's just being lapped, really,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, the lapped position. But I can't see any blue flags at the moment, which is interesting. He's in the flash of the
Oh,
lights.
Homewood's got a few because all these guys are all over him like a cheap suit.
Oh, this is getting tense. We've got LMP2s and
Yeah,
LMPs.
there's a lapped 93
Yeah.
of Batra in the way for
Oh,
Tibber.
one's in the way now as well. This
And
is
is he
getting
going
a
to
bit...
let... yeah, there we go. He lets the 87 through then. So...
Oh! Runs off one of the LMPs.
Oh, no, he doesn't. That was the LMPs let through. The 87 and then now still right behind him and getting a bit annoyed, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he's losing time as well. Well, actually, I presume he's just happy to see people after being held up so much in this race.
No, well, this is all a display of dominance for him.
Yes.
This is about... Oh, here we go, up the inside. And so he makes a legitimate move. And
Got it stopped. Nice.
doesn't hold up the number 16 too much. Yeah, Tibblekis still determined to chase down Nick Homewood. It's looking like 49 minutes to go. They could go really, really down to the wire. As Van Sand is actually right behind Kiss.
Yeah.
Kiss having made his stop. So is that Van Sand just been overtaken by Kiss? Potentially. As we see yellow in the final sector. Not sure what that's about. But it gets cleared. Oh, there
That's
we go.
why.
It's Bintz going off. That's not good. And that gets the gap under 90 seconds for the first time in a while.
And everything is swapped back in positions as well. And so this is getting a bit messy now. It's just 48 minutes to go in the race. It's getting very messy.
Yeah. And
they need to
now,
calm it
having
down.
not got away, having spent so long to get out of the way to lead, and now Tibblekis is being held up by a car he's trying to lap,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is a little bit of irony, I guess, dramatic irony, as Bintz comes in to. I hope he's not pitting for repairs because that could be a real sting in the tail if he is. But it looked like just an off where he just went a bit wide, so hopefully he just needs new tyres. Here we go.
Should be new tyres. Will be new tyres as they come through. I presume bit of fuel to get them to the finish. Maybe just top up the tank.
And Vivan Batra just gets out of the way for Tibblekis, freeing him up to chase after Hargatai, who in turn is chasing after
Where's
Homewood,
the
who is
Adrian?
chasing for position. There we go. So Bintz still being serviced. Ritz comes in the 828, so that puts him really out of the battle for the podium, well and truly, and potentially into the clutches of Peter Schumann. As Tibblekis continues on his way, here's Van Sand, desperately trying to keep Kiss in those Ruboli, in sight.
Roberto's just ahead of him. A couple of seconds. 1.5, maybe 2 at the max. Yeah, 2 seconds exactly. As they come through, didn't notice the graphic.
I'm
at the
pretty
bottom
sure
of that.
Ruboli made a move that we missed because of all the drama going on in
Well,
GD3.
4 cars. Yeah, 4 cars side by side. I presume he has made that move. And we've missed it on the TV pictures. But the timing screens are showing it as well. As so Zoltan Hives apparently has taken the lead of the race, and Jason Bintz is down to second position according to RaceView.
Oh, it must have been a longer stop then. Here we go. Bintz exits the pit lane.
It's true. Hives leads.
Oh dear. So there's a big sting in the tail then. Hopefully. So what we got to hope for Valley's point of view is that Hives has got to make another stop before the end of the race, because otherwise that is a big problem for them, because look how far behind they are. It's to the tune of 30 seconds. So that's catchable for Jansen Bintz, but it's certainly not what he would have wanted.
So already we've got a race on for the end of this one, with Hives leading, Bintz second. So the battle, the 23 that's been dominant for so long, suddenly the 22 of Mugen come in to fight with the Valet guys.
Yeah, and it's purely... remember, the 22 was like almost a lap down on the leaders at one point. It's purely few making less stops, I guess, and sort of just hanging in there, that they've been able to work their way back in. But Bintz and Hives on the same tyres, but Bintz will be on much fresher ones, so we have to see what his pace is like. Meanwhile, Van Sand keeping them 33 very honest, as Kiss in turn is giving Nick Homewood a bit of a hard time, 2 seconds back, but they've still got that lapped car in between them. Once Hagedorn clears Homewood, he's going to be potentially very vulnerable. But through goes the new race leaders, which is of course Zoltan Hives. Homewood goes really wide as well.
I'll go from Homewood to go that wide. Just keep it
And
back
that
up.
lets,
It's getting a mess again.
That lets Hagedorn through.
Yeah.
So Tibakis is now going right in his sights, while Van Sand is closing right on Riboli as well.
Too messy.
So we got to
All
keep.
too messy.
We got to keep the messy.
I feel like Consuelo in a second. No, Messi today. Let's keep it through. Come on, keep it clean. There's only got 45 minutes to go. If you drop off now as well, the embarrassment it's going to be is unbelievable.
And
Ellis,
Jeffrey Ellis, I think might be paying to change drivers because he's been in quite a while in the 73 Rookie Monsters car. So they're looking good for fourth.
He's just pitted, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Beaches has. Tobias Blumschein has actually gotten a whole second ahead of Beaches in the ATR Falcon car. So that really shows the job that Tobias has been doing. That even the tail enders in LMP1 are struggling to keep up with him today.
As we said, Tobias has just taken off recently as well with his racing, and it's really nice to see him hit sweet spots. He did hit the back.
And that's not for the first time that he's done that with Nick Homewood. He's sick of seeing the back of that black and orange car, isn't he?
He
Number
really
16.
is.
These two have been battling with different drivers in the cars all race, it must be said, and it's been superb entertainment. And the title battle could well go right to the end between these two. I'm not sure I'd want to bet on either of them beating the other because it's too close to call between the two. Though the Team Imperium have looked imperious at points, but certainly the Triple Four, their big strength is their consistency, isn't it? We saw it in Mugello, where they just held on from the Dream Team to take their first victory. And really, if they can get a campaign together, they could really close in on the number 16 very quickly, especially with neither of them. It's amazing how both of them have emerged from nowhere when we really thought it was going to be Arnage versus Mugen versus Satellite Racing, didn't we?
Yeah,
and it's
actually,
I thought we thought Satellite were going to dominate it, and they all three teams have basically lost interest in GT3, which is maybe not the best advert for the championship, but it certainly makes it wide open. It's there for the taking, and Iris, I think, have got the message. That's why they've got the 87 and the 86 in service here, as Kiss continues to pressurize. Van Sand continues to pressurize Riboli as well.
Iris have standing a really good shot at the GT3 title. It's only round 4, this one. We've still got 6 races to go after this, but it's amazing. And the next circuit as well, the Bird International Circuit in India, that's going to be fantastic as well. That the longest straight in Formula 1 it was on that back straightaway as well.
Wasn't it surpassed by Korea's? Oh, look at behind that. That looks a bit close between the Mugen and an Iris.
I thought it was, but no, it wasn't, because Korea was 2010, and then India came in a year later, and it was about another half a kilometre longer, I believe, or something like that.
Look at this, the Mugen trying to unlap itself in the Iris and having a battle. That's the battle between the 7th place and the... is that the actual leader? Is that Tobias in trouble then?
Tobias, all 4 into 1 doesn't go. And look at the flash.
And Nick Homewood in the middle.
Getting out of it. He's backed out big time.
And that puts Kiss right on the back of him once more. And Kiss, I hope he's not been sustaining damage from when he got hit, because certainly lost one of his pace, that's for sure. Sandra Van Sam pits, so he will not catch Riboli. So no need to keep tabs on that battle. As Bince has kept... him and Hives have had similar pace, but Bince has actually been a little bit slower than Hives. So I genuinely think Mugen might still be in this. In the last 40 minutes, it's all a matter of pulling out the gap and making sure he doesn't do the extra stop. As Valente now makes another stop, which is disappointing for him.
2 laps down, well, a lap down on Bince, but 2 laps down on Hives at the moment. So definitely not a great situation. As is that Batra in to take over? Who's been replacement? Is it TDN? Or it's Ton? It's Ton. So Ton's taken over in 7th place in the GT3 category.
Roy Ton. So let's have a look at this battle continuing. It's easily the closest one on backtrack, although Gritz is quite close to Schumann now, actually, after having made his stop. So Schumann looking potentially like he might try and hold on for a top 5 here.
Homewood went a bit too deep into the centre S, so it's going to compromise him all the way down to Interlagos, but he's just held it, actually. Very nicely done. Kiss was too far back.
It's annoying, because Nick Homewood looks at the timing screen and thinks, if only it was like 3 or 4 minutes left rather than 41. because I might have a chance of holding on to second here. But certainly the 444 have done really well to work themselves back into this position, because the 48, the 86 have had their fair share of troubles, and it's really allowed them to take advantage. And oh, but look at this. He's all over the back of him.
What is
Got him in his sides. And, oh, he nearly spins. They both nearly spin. But Tippakis holds on and takes the inside, and he's through up to second position.
Well, that was a really bad case of synchronized spinning. What on earth was going on there? They both hit the accelerator and just lost the rear
They
suspension
were playing
tires.
chicken. That's what happened.
Do you reckon they were doing what Leclerc and Verstappen did, just not accelerating out the corner to see who was going to go first?
Well, there was no DRS for either of them, so I would suggest it was unwise from the both. And Nick Homewood now, surely the tyres will cry enough. You might have to make an extra stop here with 40 minutes left to go.
I would. I'd box now. If I've just been taking my box
If he
now,
does,
getting used to
but
the
what's the
tyres.
gap to Owen, AK, Andre Kilhausvik? It's 20 seconds, and then Chris Davis is only 9 seconds back, so he would drop back to fourth. So it's a case of, can he hold on those 21 seconds and hold on to third then in the last 40 minutes?
I don't think he can. Tyres are too dead.
Speaking of holding on, here's the gap. It's 32 seconds now, so Hives has matched what Vince has thrown at him, really. Last lap, almost identical, 117.126 for Hives, who pits. So that really hands it then with 40 minutes remaining. But let's
Hives
hope Vince
pits.
is not taken out. Yeah, exactly. Hives.
I've heard you on delay there, so just making sure that you said Hives. So Vince going to take the lead of the race. And away we
Neuberger is
go.
also coming into the pits, I think. Or has he just come out? So that promotes Riboli back to second.
Yeah, so Vince leads, Hives down to second position, so Mugen have got to catch up. Can they do it? 40 minutes to get the
They've done
lead
really
of this
well.
race.
Again, a bit like friend of on 444, they just sort of worked their way back into the fight for the higher positions. Just through being really consistent and also quite quick.
It's
Let's
the
be fair.
strategy they've been the most adaptable in the strategy, I think, in this race, and it's really helped them be able to make that car go as long as they need to, and they've
It was
developed a great
exactly
gap.
what the Irish tried to do with the number 8, didn't they? And they just couldn't get Valente. Valente's pace just didn't allow them to
that
make it
didn't
work,
work,
really. But to fair play, they gave it a go, though. And Tobias now makes what would presumably be his final pit stop with a big gap behind to Riboli. So you've got to think the moment will come for Tobias, and it'll be a very, very sweet one indeed here in Interlagos in the middle of the night. Although it's still bright where I am, but of course we're a different part of the world. Yep.
So 38 minutes to go. I take it we started about 10 minutes late. Did we have a restart?
I forget what happened.
It was that long ago.
Yeah,
I
I think we did, there was a bit of extra time while everyone was getting set up before they released, because we had 39 cars taking the start.
Yeah.
So we had to be really careful about, because the GT3s are being lapped almost immediately. But there we go, at the end of like lap 1 or 2 or something like that. But Tobias, the gap coming down. Let's hope this isn't too long a stop. Let's keep our eyes open then. There comes the 33. But where is Tobias Blumschein?
Sorry,
Here he is.
I'll be back later. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, sure thing. Here comes Blumschein. He's going to have about, let's have a look. It's a 13-second gap then, so he just has to hold on then from Massimiliano Riboli, who may even have to make a second stop himself. As look, there's Maguli in a battle just ahead of him. Maguli trying to catch up to Grits. He's about 40 seconds down on him. Hives has got the gap to 20 seconds. So Jensen Bintz, it's really a case of holding on here, because Hives looks very quick indeed. And Hargitay actually sets the new best lap time of the race in terms of GT3 pace, of course. 1:30.6. And it's still just under 2 seconds behind Tibor Kiss, but starting to fade, I think. It's a case of just holding on to third now. Here comes Hives. Actually losing a little bit on that last lap, but they were very, very close. Bintz, 1:17.95. Hives, 1:17.99. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close as we get into the later stages of the race. In fact, we are in those later stages, so the wait ends here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep an eye, because Hives might bring it down to the very, very last lap. You never know. Christ, I'm hungry. But I've got to cover the race, so. Guzowski pitting from 17th overall, behind Horvath in the number 40. As Gritz comes in now as well, Jeff Gritz for the JJ Racing team. They will give up position to Martin Maguli. So it's still looking like a top 6, which is a decent recovery considering where the 21 was. But certainly it'll be not what they wanted, because they are going to lose ground here. Can Jeff Gritz get out ahead? 21 seconds gap between Hive and Bintz with 35 minutes remaining. Oh, Adam in trouble in the number 12, and he stopped in a very dangerous position there, facing the wrong way. And he's got going again. There we go, at the last corner. And Tobias has really kept the gap stable to 14 seconds now. Or 13, actually. I think he may have made a little mistake there. Ruboli's starting to catch just a little bit. But he's got the fresher tyres. He's got the pace to hold on to the victory. And it's all down to him now. It's Peter Schumann. Just having a pit stop. So that's going to let Maguli up to 5th of all faces. But Gritz is only about 16 seconds behind Maguli. So Maguli, is he going to hold on the old tyres, or is he going to have to make another stop soon? I think he might have to, as Newis also pits, which is going to help Listola hold on to 5th. He's only about 24 seconds behind Ellis, so it's not over yet either. Hives has got the gap under 20 seconds now. So keep your eyes on that overall lead panel. 19.3. Oh, it's just gone under 19 seconds now. It's looking more like 18. Jansen Bintz is going to have to hold on by the skin of his teeth. Tobias Blumstein is going to have to hold on by the skin of his teeth. Massimiliano Riboli. And Oliver Hargitay is going to win quite comfortably. But it's Tibor Kiss who's having to hold on from Homewood, who's still right with him. There to take advantage of any potential mistakes or misfortune. Oh, Kevin Beach is in trouble then. He's rejoining the track at the final corner. Jeff Gritz is about 7 seconds behind Peter Schumann. So Banoff is 6th incoming, especially as Maguli pits now. So Maguli will drop back down to 8th then. Liam Rance has a little spin at the final corner as well. Just before junction. As Listola comes in to be serviced. Actually, Maguli will only go up to 7th then. Whoa! And that's Liam Rance having another spin right in front of Carl Magnus Bore, who's in 6th in class. So that was a bit clumsy by Liam Rance, down in 13th. He was, I think, wishing it was all over by now. Chris Davis is actually closed to the back of the into the points number 48 of Owen Kilhausvik to the tune of 6 seconds. So I don't think the battle for fourth is done just yet. Nick Homer has kept the gap to Kilhausvik to 29 seconds. "17 seconds is the gap up front. Oh, is Jeffrey Ellis having another off? And there's Tobias, holding on to the lead to the tune of 17 seconds now. So he's ballooned out the gap a little bit. And Bince has responded to Hives with 30 minutes left to go. He's got the gap just up to 20 seconds or so. Just briefly. Another off for Liam Rance. So yeah, he did predict it would be difficult to stay in the top 5, and so it proved. It's a big shame for him, but he can take solace in his touring car performances. He's got all the way up to like 6th or 7th in the championship after not doing the first 3 rounds. So Liam Rance has got every chance of winning it. But certainly Sven Keelhead will give him a hard time.
Hello, Ed. Sorry for that, everyone. Literally, I was sat in my commentary chair and I looked down towards the garage door to see a tail leaving the commentary box, so you can all assume what that is. So welcome to the end of the commentary, standing on a chair.
Well, was there a rat?
Mouse, I think. But I'm
okay.
I'm honestly
For
doing
a
the
second there,
commentary.
I thought you owned a dog and you just hadn't told me about it. But...
No. I'm honestly talking to you now, standing on a commentary chair, looking down at the monitor with a microphone. Because I knew I heard something a week ago, and now I just saw it trying to leave the garage door. But the problem is, I know they're very tiny little things, aren't they? But how...
You remind me of my mum whenever there's like
Yeah.
the tiniest spider and she freaks out and gets Dad specifically to try and get rid of it.
I am terrified of them. Honestly, it's my worst fear. I'm surprised I didn't scream live on air for you all, but honestly, they are one of my worst fears, those vermin. So I'm not very happy that one of those got
So
its
the
way
gap
to
up
this weather
front,
box.
it's stable between the two. They've been
Nice to
trading
see.
a bit, but Hives has started to, his charge has started to wane a bit. It's 17.8 that last lap, and Jensen Bin's just set a 17 flat. So yeah, Hives, I don't think he's going to catch him before the end. But elsewhere, Tobias has pulled the gap out also to 21 seconds from Massimiliano Riboli. Nick Homewood finally comes in, so he's going to sacrifice position to Kilhausvik and Davis then, who are only about 20 seconds behind him. So really it's going to come down to this final stint for Nick Homewood then, or unless they change drivers and he's just so tired.
I think Homewood might stay. It's only half an hour to go, but I think
That's
Homewood
true,
might
may
just
as well
stay.
save a bit of time.
Yeah. I'm going to have to disappear again because I can hear something whistling.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just fill till then. Whoa, and that's Adam saying hello to the advertising hoarding. It's Chris Davis about 7 seconds behind Kilhausvik, so Chris Davis probably not going to be able to get onto the podium here, but Homewood's got quite the gap to Carl Magnus Bore, so he can afford to push in these last 26 minutes. And certainly have top 4 might still be possible here. But Into the Points have done well just to hold on in the 48. Whoa! That's Kevin Beechers on the wall in the ATR Falcon number 290 at the top of Ferradura. And could that be a full course yellow? This Kevin Beaches didn't look... Oh no, he's got a gun again. It's not too badly damaged, by the looks of things. Oh, wow, actually. Oh, it doesn't look good at all. Oh, over the bumping into the wall. We've seen that before in the touring cars. So Beaches is just going to try and limp home to the pits for repairs. 7 laps down on the lead, so a painful day for ATR Falcon. But not often you see a car with the name Falcon in the race, in the name, gets the end of the race. There's Neuberger. Oh, as a lot of hoping as an off at the last corner, but gets on again. And certainly Neuberger is going to be rewarded with a very well-earned third place as Beaches makes it to the pit lane. And Hohmann has got 42 seconds to make up on Davis in front of him. I somehow think it's a little bit unlikely, but he's going to give it a go. But I hope that a couple of people ahead of him ran out of fuel in the last 20 minutes or so. And Kilhausvik pits in the 48, so Homewood will go up to 4th. Into the points, couldn't quite get the fuel to last. Now it's a question of can the 86 of Davis do it. There we go, Nick Homewood through into 4th position then. As Kilhausvik exits the pits. It was a very healthy conversation a while ago between Forrest McCormack and Sam Chappenden in the chat. As Kevin Beaches exits the pit lane. "25 seconds the gap in the lead in LMP1, 27 seconds the gap that Tobias Blumschein has over Massimiliano Ruboli. And still a whole lap in GD3. But very, very close. Only 42 seconds between Chris Davis, Tibblekis. 38 seconds between Nick Homewood and Chris Davis. And 33 seconds between Nick Homewood and Kilhausvik. That was a battle that could really go either way. Torvath is right behind Korvax, which is the closest battle on track. The 66 versus the 758 Paul Street Boys car. Hives has just taken a couple of seconds out of Bence. It's now 22 seconds the gap. It's very, very tense between those two teams. With the fuel running out, the time running out, it's only 21 minutes left. And it's really going to come down to every little last drop of fuel you can get out of these cars. Because Brazil, with that big long straight, certainly chews through your fuel. Chews through your tyres as well if you're not careful. But certainly the temperatures will help keep the tyres alive as Kevin Beach is still struggling a little bit in that lovely livery ATR Falcon machine. Just nice to see those extra LMP1s getting some experience in. Whoa! Kim Beaches, as I say, that spins at Ferradura and causes a yellow in the second sector as he tries to get himself back going again. There's Liam Rance in the pit lane. As Jeff Gritz continues to chase down
I am back.
Peter Schumann for 5th position.
Would you like the good news or the bad news?
Probably both. Oh, speaking of bad news, there's
That's the bad news.
Yeah, another crash.
The good news is I think I've mistaken what was a long bit of dust blowing on the breeze of the door for a tail. And the second
Josh,
thing is I'm now standing on top of my desk.
Okay,
Just to be sure.
perfectly normal
yeah.
behaviour.
Yes. But in the same place that I thought there was it turns out there is a bit of dust. So
Yeah, when you said I
good enough.
stand up to do my commentary, it's not quite what I pictured, but...
yeah, I'm standing now on my desk. I'm surprised you can take my weight.
If I did that on my bed, I think I might break the bed, so... Well, actually, I'm not that heavy.
I
not-
am
not
into
yet.
light table, so I'm
If
surprised.
I jump up and down, I probably would. Oh, Pablo Lopez Garcia in the 26 has a little bit of an off, but continues. And
This is probably going to be really bad timing, and then it turns out that there really was one. You know, like when you cry wolf and one appears, it's really going to be bad luck now as well. So I'm almost afraid to stand on the floor of the commentary box. I'm not even kidding right now. But right, back to the action. 18 seconds between bits and hives. Not bad.
is it? It's 24 on my end, but that's race
I've got
view says
18
it's
on
18.
race view, yeah.
It's been
I'll take
fluctuating a
24.
bit. Feels like Vince has really got it under control. Last lap 1:16.9. Hives last lap 1:18.0. So it's really a case of can Mugen force Valet into making an extra stop? And I think the answer to that is no. Although saying that,
absolutely, yeah.
Kilhausvik had to make an extra stop, so Nick Homeward has stopped late on and got in front of Kilhausvik. So he's just got to hope that Davis runs out of fuel ahead of him and he'll be back in third. But the 86 is sort of trying to help its rivals out by limiting the 444's points in the championship.
Yep.
And LMP2, really, Tobias has got it all under control, and it's really a matter of Jeff Gritz trying to catch Peter Schumann, and then Ruboli, 27 seconds to Blumschein, but he's never really looked like catching him. Tobias feels like he's just had it under control. There was the only moment was when he sped in the pit and had to take the drive-through penalty, and
He's
he would be
been
even
really
further ahead if
consistent,
it
yeah.
wasn't for that.
Yeah, really consistent so far throughout this race. Well, really nice to see. About that little penalty he had to serve.
Yeah,
but
he
looking
only
good.
has to go another 15 minutes or so as Kiss pits in the number 16. So Tibor Kiss finally having to be serviced. So this is going to put Davis up to second, and potentially Homeward up to third then. 'Cause, 33 seconds to Chris Davis, 27 seconds to Nick Homeward. And here's a battle. Horvath versus the Paul Street Boys car of Kovacs. Here we go. Oh. This is the battle to finish 8th, I guess. Oh,
Nice.
the bump to the side.
No!
He just got held up there by that looked like the 47 actually.
Just a
It's a
little
lap
touch.
ahead.
Yeah, just a little touch on the inside line, but kept
Horvath
it
is
through.
through then. Ken Sismiart can he fight back up the inside?
It's too close to
Oh
cut-
no.
no.
So
Backs
there we
out.
go. And Yeah, Guzowski not quite a whole lap behind, so he won't take advantage of any of that. But anyway, that's that one bit of excitement done. Sort of second between the two, but let's have a look elsewhere in the field. Yeah, I think Jeff Gritz is closest to catching Peter Schumann, about 9 seconds though. 15 minutes to do it. It's looking a bit. I think Peter Schumann's doing enough at the moment. 1:23.2 for Schumann, 1:25.5 for Jeff Gritz. So Jeff Gritz losing momentum, and Kevin Veach is in the wars again. He's been getting in trouble just a lot recently. If my commentary's starting to deteriorate, it's because I'm really, really hungry. I think I might have to make my own dinner after. Oh, is that Homeward slowing a little bit?
It looked like Homeward slowing. Yeah, so he's having a problem out there. Don't worry, Ed. I'll pick you up when I'm not getting
that
down
looks like the steering.
Yeah, he's got steering's gone. No!
Oh no, that's top 4 potentially gone then for Nick Homeward, because he's not going to get. And that must have happened with Benchik coming out of the pits. But oh no, Benchik came out ahead of Chris Davis to the tune of 18 seconds. So Homeward has had his own issue there. Oh, Adam facing the wrong way, and that's a bit of a dangerous position for Grant Saudi Adam.
Yeah, exit Casino Interlagos, so he's lost it on acceleration.
And there's Homeward going up the inside.
Yes, yeah.
So he's desperately trying to get back to the pits just to get some points out of this thing. Because, look, about there's Kilhausvik 18 seconds behind, so he's going to lose it to that.
Is he going to trigger
If he
code
can get to the
80?
pits, he can potentially get out ahead of Carl Magnus Bore, who's about a lap down on him.
It might trigger code 80. Gotta keep an eye on whether it will.
Well, he's only
He's at racing speed,
he's a corner
though,
left from home. We've seen this before. They prefer to not do code 80s unless multiple cars crash and cause a. We got close a few times, but we just about got away with having a code 80.
Yeah.
We had like 5 or 6 in the first half of the race, and it's none really since then.
John, look at all this traffic that we're getting into now as well.
It's because we've
really
still got so many
difficult,
cars still running at the end of the race. Yeah.
So it's unusual to have this many running at this time as well. And I tell you what, though, you know, like how when you see something, like, I keep looking down that part of the box, I'm convincing myself I saw something that was worse than it
and
was.
Homewood's made it. Homewood's made it in.
Yeah, to reference that back to racing drivers as well, I convinced my brain I saw a large tail going out the door. It could only be dust because there's nothing else around and there's nothing else outside. But that's interesting to point out how racing drivers, and sometimes in accidents as well, say, well, this happened, this was my thought process, this is what went on. And yet, when they look back at video evidence, it's completely different to what they originally saw.
Yeah, you have a somewhat warped perspective in the cockpit sometimes. Well, even there's people like Michael Schumacher who are like, I was never at fault for any incident because that's just his mentality. That sort of, I think Michael Schumacher never liked seeing himself as the victim or like or always like the perpetrator, especially.
Yeah.
But
and especially considering the fact that yesterday evening there was a mouse in the house. You know, that's a nice thing. That was got rid of. So again, your brain expects to look around for things as well. And I think that's what happened.
You might want
here.
to call the exterminator to put your mind at rest.
How do you exterminate the commentary box? It's possible, I suppose.
I have to fumigate it.
Well, yeah, that would be great. Next week in Imola. I'm talking through a gas mask. But yeah. But
might be a bit excessive.
Here
we go, Riboli coming into the pits from second. So Valet couldn't quite get the number 33's fuel to last. So that is that gonna hand it to Neuberger? Neuberger is 38 seconds behind, so it's definitely gonna lose to him. Hambly will be a bit further behind though, so he might come out ahead of Hambly.
Gives Tobias a free pit stop there if he needs it.
That's very true. And Jeff Gritz.
Oh, way wide.
Having a horrible time in the 828 on the brakes. He's dropped down to a 6th. He's not going to catch Peter Schumann doing that, is he?
No, he's center resting big time down there as well to come off. It's always nice to see. Come on, keep it through. 11 minutes to go in the race. And
the overlay is really starting to struggle near the end of the race. Homewood, I think, is just coming out of the pits now. He's got 25 seconds to Bore, so he should be okay.
I hope you don't mind it. As soon as the checker flag's out, I'm legging out this commentary box. I'm not even kidding.
I would really love to do the same to get some dinner in, but I might have to do some interviews just to the winners, hopefully. But to whoever wants to be interviewed really quickly. And I'll try and make it as brief as possible.
5 minutes interviews, yeah.
Well, it might not even be that. It might be one-word interviews.
Yes. How was your race today? Good. Thanks, Ollie.
Oh, Homewood's retired, so it was a more serious issue. Oh, no, that's terrible for the 444. And you have to say Nick Homewood really blew it there. Was there a penalty in the stewards' chat being talked about? I think the stewards are mostly gone away, or they're driving. And Pascal was stewarding last I checked, but nothing from him.
It was the 7:29 one.
Oh, we
was
have
the
an
last
incident
one.
on lap 196 involving. This was a while ago because we're on lap 261 now, involving 360 number 60 and JJ Racing 828. 30 seconds stop and go for JJ Racing 828 for running into the back of the 360 on the straight and causing a race-ending crash.
Oof.
So yeah, that would be why the number 60 left proceedings. It wasn't actually their fault, even though they were in a few incidents today. But certainly Nick Homewood, a sting in the tail for him. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think it's safe to say he may have had some involvement in.
Yeah, can we not mention tails?
Shall I see if I can get interviewed Nick Homewood, or is he probably going to be completely disconsolate now in the last time?
Well, let's get an interview. We've still got 10 minutes to go. Let's drag him in and see what.
Yeah,
see
before
what he's gonna
anything
say.
too
Yeah.
interesting happens.
Exactly, yeah. And
Right.
Also saves one interview post-race. Nice move there at the inside as well.
Oh, yeah, there
As
we go.
Super gets through, lapping some others in the top 3. Right now, though, Tobias still got the lead of this one.
I'm going to put the
4
microphone down
twos.
while I type too, because I didn't bring my stand with me, so I
Oh.
have to literally hold the microphone the whole race, and it sort of aches my arm a little bit.
Have you been doing a lip mic style of holding one?
It's quite a heavy
My
mic,
word.
this blue one.
It is, yeah.
Ah, damn it. I clicked off the mumble when I didn't mean to. There we go, message.
I can still hear you. Don't worry, I'll take over your message. There's Peter Schumann coming through. Indiana Jones in P5. Looking really
Right,
good.
well, I've asked Nick if he wants an interview, so he's got permission to join us.
Yeah, fingers
I thought
crossed.
I'd ask him rather than drag him in, because he's probably like, I don't know, crying right now.
I
There we
would
go.
be. Shame he's lost the podium.
Yeah, I tell you who was also going to be crying. I think if either of our 3 leaders loses it at the last moment, I think all of them are going to be completely distraught. But Hargitay is looking a whole lap ahead. He's looking very nailed on for victory. Blumscheid is 64 seconds over Kiss now, who did get back in front of Neuberger after the pit stops. With that extra stop at the end didn't cost Kiss too much. And then at the front, Binks just holding on by 25 seconds from Hives, who's actually put up a great challenge near the end, despite not really being able to run in the lead at any point. He's put the pressure on. If there's any little mistake, if the fuel can't last, then victory will go to the 22. But the 23 doing just enough at the present moment. With 8 minutes remaining. But the tension, it's very high at the moment.
Tell you what, though, I tell you what, Ed, just a moment because you've been holding your mic. Well, you must try a lip mic at some point in your broadcasting career. Just use a lip mic just once to see how it is, because they must be a nightmare to hold up. But I've always wanted a lip mic. I would happily ditch the headset for a lip mic any day. Maybe not for the 24 hours of Le Mans, but still, I'll keep the headset for that. But everything else, I'll use a lip mic.
Yeah, well, it certainly has its advantages and disadvantages. It certainly works a lot better with a stand. Oh, sounds busy in the background. It sounds like a conversation going on downstairs.
Must be about dinner.
I still haven't had
8
it yet. Well,
yes.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't communicated very clearly to me whether I was expected to make my own dinner and stop doing commentary. When, to be fair, there've been large periods where it's just been me on my own. So if I left, there'd be no commentary. So I've sort of felt like I had to go on, or wanted to anyway, because I was enjoying the racing. So I might. That's why I want quick interviews and then potentially go down and maybe make some, at least make something to eat. Or I might hear a pizza or something. We've got plenty of food. I've just not had much chance to eat it.
It is Easter Saturday, remember? So
that's true. I'm going to be eating a lot tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, definitely a lot tomorrow.
Yeah.
Eggs are already on standby.
Yeah, I've been asking Formula Sim Racing if they want me tomorrow, and they've not said anything, so I'm assuming they don't. But I might just end up if they might like, say the morning of the thing. Oh, by the way, we want you to do the cannery round. I'm like, well, I've already decided to eat dinner somewhere, so I offered and you didn't say anything. So, yeah.
I would offer myself, but I have a previous engagement on a cruise ship. Not myself.
Oh, cool.
It's the Doctor Who special. I was supposed to be in Spain, but that's another thing that hasn't.
Oh
happened.
yeah, there is that Doctor Who special tomorrow with the.
Yes, Sea Devils.
Yeah, indeed.
So that's where I am from 7 until 8.
I must admit, I'm sort of, kind of interested in it, but I'm sort of more just hoping. Can't wait for Christian was to leave.
Oh,
Because
ditto.
he's been
Yeah.
not because I think it'll ruin the show or anything. I just think he's been a bit uninspired in some of his stories.
It's been so boring as well. Every finale is like,
Yeah, and I actually really
Yeah.
like Jodie Whittaker as an actress. It's just that
I do.
it's not been used particularly well in some.
I completely agree. She's a great actress as well. I loved her in Broadchurch
It's only
as well, so,
occasionally
yeah.
she really shines. And
Yes,
like
we
I
loved her,
loved
yeah,
what was
yeah.
it, the Flux episode with the Sontarans where she said,
That was
"Right,
great.
let's be having you." It's a
Yeah.
classic.
Sometimes she's really good as the Doctor, and sometimes you're like, it's,
Sometimes
you,
he's
yeah.
like, I think the problem is sometimes when she's constantly doing exposition, which
That's
is
exactly my point. Yeah. Every time, that's what I say. Every time she does exposition, it's like she's trying to lecture.
whenever she's having a bit
everyone.
of fun, or she's even the serious moment, she does quite well actually.
Yes, yeah. I
But
think
it's just a
she's-
shame she's
yeah.
got this really dumb, the story that seems to not really know what it wants to be. In often, like they want to give Jodie Whittaker a big season arc about like a mysterious past that
Yeah.
she didn't know about, but then it comes down
left
to
it,
like
yeah.
they don't bother with any of the answers, and then
Yeah.
they also for some reason have set up a
Oh,
not
big slap from
oh,
Adam.
yeah, not for the first time than the number 12. Still a beautiful livery, but certainly seeing it more sideways than Grant Sadie Adam would probably want. 5 minutes to go though. He's just going to keep
Not
going.
bad.
His 7th will be his.
Yeah,
6
go on.
laps. Oh, Kovac's having a go and hits,
Oh,
hits
no!
the side. That's Kovac's on whoever was in 8th. That's the Iris of the number 66, isn't it? He's just hit the insider. So Kovac's manning a late resurgence and just falling short. Yeah, so unlucky for him. He
Day
might
late,
have another
dollar
go.
short.
Might have another go in the last 4 minutes, but he's running out of time. You can't really just dive at the inside and hope for the best, can you, into turn 3?
No.
It's not the best strategy. But now it's really coming down to fuel, isn't it? Because Hives, 31 seconds. But Bince is in. Jansen Bince is in. Here we go. So Hives is going to take the lead in the last couple of minutes. Oh, is it a splash and dash here? This is a
It
splash
looked
and
like
dash. He
it.
might just come out ahead then. Here comes Zoltan Top then. Through the first
19.
corner. This is going to be close. And what a tense end to this Brazilian 6 hours of Interlagos. Here comes Bince back onto the main straight. He's done it. He's maintained the lead.
Wow.
And
Did
will
he
have
get
just enough
fuel?
fuel to make it to
3.
the end of the race.
3 seconds. So they've timed that to perfection, but now the gap is what? 7 seconds for the last 4 minutes.
It's a lot
That is
closer
gonna
than
be
it
close.
was. Yes.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they've got Bradley Sellers in the middle to hold them up. Bradley Sellers done a monster stint here in fourth position. Oh no, that's Ellis. Sorry, it's not
And they
Bradley.
haven't, he didn't change tyres, just fuel. So that means as well, we remember Hives pitted much before that and took tyres as well. So he's got fresher tyres compared to Bince.
Indeed, he has. So there we go. The gap just under 7 seconds now. 3 minutes. He's not got enough time, I don't think.
No, then you've also got to think as Hives now got to save his fuel, whereas Bince could go flat out to the end.
Yeah,
So,
good strategy though by
yeah.
Valet, waiting until they had the gap rather than risking it and then potentially running out of tyres at the end.
so
Although that might
yeah.
happen anyway if they're not careful. But Bince
Yeah.
has done a superb job.
So Bince has got no tyres but more fuel, and Hives has fresh tyres but less fuel.
Oh, Justin van der Smissen going really wide into the Faraday.
It's just literally going so wide there.
Oh, and then going on the inside for good measure on the next corner.
Well, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in terms of losing the track as several lap cars getting through. That's Neubauer being lapped. Was that by...
That's for position actually, but they're
Yeah,
LMP2
yeah.
and LMP1, so...
in 7th and 8th, I presume, as comes through. Look at Tobias, though. Great race for Tobias. And the
Absolutely
whole team
superb.
at Iris 77. This is going to be such a feel-good moment for them
Yeah,
in 2 minutes.
he would be the absolute standout star of the race if it wasn't for Hargitay and the 87 team.
Yeah.
Who've done a brilliant job as well. But certainly a great day for Iris, even though things didn't go their way in LMP1.
I think they've done better in LMP2 as they did last year, to be fair. And I think they should consider moving up all their focus to LMP1 and
Oh,
having
here we
more
go.
cars up there rather than
Kovac's
just the
having
one.
another go. But they've got, is that, there's someone in between them.
Yeah, looks like there is.
That looks
oh,
like
big
the
snap.
Boyd Transport. As Horvath has to go wide, and will Kovac's dive up the inside for 8th place. Oh, they budge wheels, and the Iris pushes him really wide. Kovac's will not be happy about that, and he's still there. He's trying to go around the outside. I think Kovac's got much fresher tyres. Oh, very aggressive defending then by Ben Horvath though, and we're getting into the final minute of the race. Kovac's has got to get on with it if he wants to get through, doesn't he?
must get on, must start having the attack, and I think he's got, well, he's going to be another 1 minute. Yeah, so this will be the last lap coming around, as they've been averaging around about 125s in the LMP2 category as well. Only one of
Bint's
them,
being
Jeff.
slightly held
Yeah.
up there. That won't help. But he's coming towards the end then, so let's keep auto director just in case Kovacs has a late time at all.
Whoa!
The 93
he's
gets
off.
away, and
Nice
Kovacs
one.
spins, so that's it. Kovacs will finish 9th at best. And in fact, yeah, that consigns him to 9th, I think. So then all we have to wait for is Jansen Bintz about to start what will be his final lap then.
Yeah, so he'll get one more out of it. Now, can everybody make it on fuel? 269
He
laps.
should have just enough, so
Yeah.
we know Jansen Bintz will be all right. Yellow in the first sector.
Oh, keep it calm. Last lap, the call.
Here we go then, 40 seconds. Oh, so close to the wall though. Great to see Jansen Bintz pushing. And with Hives 8 seconds behind, why not? You want to make sure, extra sure that you just got enough in hand in case Hives has a brilliant final lap himself.
Fastest lap, though, is from Jason Bintz. It's a 1:14.709 across this race here
I
this
keep thinking of
weekend.
Jason Bourne when he said, Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bintz.
You've got to do that as your call to the finish when the checker flag comes out in 9
I
seconds.
thought I'd take it more seriously than that. But
Oh, go on.
I've already
It's-
done it now in commentary, so I don't
Yeah.
have to do it over the finish. But anyway, the clock runs out, and Jansen Bintz denied victory in Silverstone. The Valet team, after winning their first race in VEC with Jansen Bintz at the wheel, are going to win for the first time in LMP1 in EERC. And what a wonderful drive they've had at Interlagos with Bintz and Prinz. Here they go, out of the final corner now, and nothing can stop the blood orange Valet as it powers towards the line through the last corner. He's not going to fall short this time. Jansen Bintz wins the 6 hours of Interlagos, and what a drive it's been for the Valet. Here comes Hives and Toff rather in the number 22. They fell just short for Mugen, but still, what an excellent drive there. And also, let's not forget our winner in LMP2.
Yes!
Tobias Bumschein finally breaks the curse. Some good luck finally came his way, but he still had to work for it. And look, he knows it. Look how delighted he is. The wheels spinning like crazy. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a few donuts out the back of Tobias as well. But what a fantastic drive by the entire crew of the 77.
Oh,
Iris
what a
wins in
race.
LMP2 for the first time this season and launches themselves right back in to championship contention.
GT3
And
winner going to cross the line.
there, he's already crossed it. Oliver Hargitay crosses the line in the 87 for Team Iris to make it a lockout in LMP2 and GD3 and a double podium. Let's not forget, here is Chris Davis, him and Mashiro Arasaka working to finish third. But
Mighty,
Tibor Kiss,
mighty.
let's not forget Tamir Benchik and Tibor Kiss, who also had a superb drive despite being hit, despite losing the rear wing. Benchik is going to come through to take a well-earned second place for her and her team. She goes wide, she goes towards the line. The Aston Martin takes the championship lead in GD3, and what a great drive.
What a race it has been here at Interlagos as well. Right, I'll duck out, let Ed do the interviews. But two things from me. One, all three class winners today have done absolutely fantastic. Specials there must go to the as well the 18 squad in GT3. Fantastic race here so far. And I have really been impressed with the strength of my table to be standing on it
looks
for half
like
an hour.
the number
Go
21
on.
just ran out of fuel as it crossed the line. They
Oh, that
just
was
parked
close.
outside but and the Freedom ones, or maybe they just decided to stop after the line. But anyway, so there's your final results. Jansen Bintz wins in number 23 from Zoltan Hives in the Mugen 22. Valente in Iris number 8. Jeffrey Ellis, Rookie Monsters number 73 in 4th. Cal Lastola in the 137 Finavon car will take 5th. Carl Lewis for TGM Simsport in the number 96 will take 6th. Kevin Beaches in the 290 will be the final finisher in LMP1 for ATR Falcon in 7th. Then our two non-finishers, Jordy Brankin, who flew literally into space after a couple of errors, but they were leading early on in the hands of Luca Gray, so a missed opportunity for the number 30 360 team. And then Casper Kajanvi, the Seawolf Net Race car, which didn't get very far in the race at all in number 74, so big disappointment for them too. In LMP2, here's the big one. It's Tobias Blumschein. who takes victory in the number 77. And what a it's the first time he's won in R Factor 2 against serious competition. Valet, their big rivals, they were beaten today. And Chubakis, as I finally say his name right, Chubakis takes second in the 33. Felix Neuberger takes third in the number 28 Bowling Motorsport. The first podium for Bowling Motorsport as well. So great. I think it's won the first one. So they might have got one before. I don't remember. Callum Hampley and into the points, number 47. Slightly disappointing result, but they may take it because the 46 had a bit of a shocker today. Fifth is the 139 of Peter Schumann at the wheel, just beating Martin Maguli in the 21. They had a bad time, but I think they might just lose the championship lead to the 33 of the 21. We'll have to see. Jeff Gritz retired right at the end in the 828, but will still be classified 7th header. Brent Horvath in the 66. Zoltan Kovacs in the number 9. Mateusz Guzowski and the Boyd Transport number 40 rounds out the top 10. Then it is Pablo Lopez Garcia in the number 26. Justin van der Smissen in number 24 will be 12th. Liam Rance 13th in the 75. And the last finisher, Joop Lahoven in the 140. So not quite the fairy tale they had in the Nordschleife. Then non-finishers, Jake Johnson in number 60, Gregor Dutska in number 29, Arda Erkan in into the points number 46. Such a disappointment for them. They were doing so well up to that point. And then Jan Donze in the 42, the last retirement. Then GD3, our most dominant winner today, Oliver Hargitay won by a whole lap in the number 87 Iris from Tamea Benchik. I believe that's actually one of the first times we've seen a female driver get to the podium. So absolutely brilliant job by Tamea. And, of course, Tamea's teammate, which was Tibakis. Chris Davis, third in the 86, making it a double podium for Iris in GD3. Owen Kilhausvik in the 48 into the points finishes fourth, so 2 fourth places for into the points in LMP2 and GD3. Carl Magnus Bore finishes 5th in the 59. Roy Tunn 6th in the 93 Royal Racing Car. So great job by Roy Tunn once again. Grant Sadie Adam finishes 7th. And he's actually one of the last finishes for Aero Racing with Nick Homewood, late retirement. I think he might have just done enough to be classified in 8th and get some points for the 444, but such a disappointment for him because 4th was definitely on the cards.
Absolutely was. Yeah.
Philip Tong in the number 17 will be classified 9th after doing 164 laps, so he's a long way down. So he was still running at the end, though, I think, technically, but missed the wheel. Pretty much retirement then. He won't be classified, Philip Tong. Nelson Ignacio in the 127, 10th. And then rounding out your field, you've got Simon Kingsbury in the BMW 97 and Bengt Skaks, all who failed to finish. So,
what a race.
And let's go back to B-roll then. As I
what a view.
Done. Exactly, yes. There's Rio, which is nowhere near Interlagos. But anyway, it looks
Brazil,
nice.
Though.
And guess who's waiting in the waiting room for us to finish babbling on? It's Tobias. Let's let him in. So, we've just been joined now by a man who suffered the... Oh, wasn't ready. He just left.
Oh, give him all the build-up. Right,
Right, I'll drag the other winners in then.
Yeah, go on.
Let's get Jansen Vincent Simprins in from LMP1 then.
All right, I'll leave you with that, and I'll take my leave, and you can do the interviews. See you later, everyone. What a great race. See you next time. Back to you, Ed.
We've just been joined then, thanks Joshua, by Jansen Bintz and Stin Prins, who've just taken victory, their first win of the season for Valet number 23 in LMP1. Guys, what an amazing performance, but it was so nearly that late stop at the end. You must have been very nervous.
Go ahead, yeah, Jon's on. Okay. Well, yeah, it was quite tough because I managed to win the car for 50 laps to go, I believe.
So that was what happened because we saw you going wide just after junk out.
No, like 50 minutes to go. I unfortunately crashed into the last rear corner at the beginning of Sector 3. I don't know why, because it never really happened to me. But nevertheless, we lost all of our gap, and then we were still ahead, but we still needed to do another stop. And then we were thinking about saving a lot of fuel or pushing to the end. At the beginning, we saved a lot of fuel. But then we decided to push really hard to make a gap that is big enough to come back ahead after we did our splash and dash. And fortunately for us, we managed to do this.
Yeah, and it's been such a tough season, of course. Retirements in Barcelona and the Nordschleife that weren't really in your control, and then just missing out at Silverstone. How sweet is it to finally taste victory for the both of you?
Yeah, it's definitely a delight, I would say, for us and for the entire team after the bad luck we had at Nürburgring, and well, partly, yeah, I guess on our own fault, but a little bit unfortunate at Silverstone, and then again nearly missing out the lead. I was really concerned about myself, what I was doing, but we managed to do this.
Anyway, congrats to the both of you, and you should enjoy a well-earned victory that puts you well back into the title front. Thanks for talking to us, guys, and congratulations on winning the 6 hours of Interlagos.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can get the GD3 runners in, while Tobias gathers his thoughts. Let's see if we can get Wesley Book out and Stanislav Bajard in. And let me just get Stanislav as well. Right, we've just been joined now by Wesley Bukout and Stanislav Bajard from Team Iris number 87, who have just won the GD3 class at the 6 hours of Interlagos. Guys, are you free to talk to us? Congratulations, by the way. Wesley, congratulations. Are you there? No, okay.
I'm here.
Yay! Stanislas is here. So Stanislas, it was a case of getting ahead at the start.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a bit of controversy about the penalty, but from then on, it was just... I don't want to say it looked easy because there was a lot of things going on in that race, a lot of LMP cars lapping you, and but you pulled out the big gap and you managed it superbly. As we said, a superb performance by you and Wesley today.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Wesley.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
The race was not easy because of all the prototypes. We have to get very careful when they were lapping us to know if they were going to dive or no. That was not an easy win. And great job done by Wesley and Oliver. Wesley does an amazing job at the start and put an enormous gap, and then we just have to go on the same pace, and all has been put together until the end. So that's a great thing, and that's amazing because it's my first win in an endurance race. So.
Oh wow! Congratulations, Wesley.
Yes.
Because that was a superb drive and a great way to win it, because of course Iris haven't done the GD3 season up to this point, so certainly getting your title hopes up to speed with a double podium, which is a superb result for the team, and certainly it's wide open in GD3, so you guys definitely in the picture.
Yeah. Then,
Yeah, thank you.
Almost the perfect thing with a double podium.
Yeah, and not only a double podium, but also a win in LMP2, so hopefully...
Yeah, exactly.
Tobias, we can drag him in, because it's his first win, so you, Wesley, and you and Tobias are sort of in the club together, so hopefully Tobias will be okay to talk to us now if I drag him in. Tobias, are we okay to talk? Congratulations, Tobias. I was so happy to see you cross the line there, because just like Wesley just said, he's not won in an endurance race before. Neither of you, Tobias, and but it was an absolutely superb drive, and it wasn't handed to you at all. You had to fight for that every inch of the way, and you just held off Valet in the final hour of the race or so. Superb drive, well done, Tobias.
First of all, thank you. Secondly, it was a good race actually. We just had a perfect race for once. Nothing went wrong. Although we did have a few drive-through penalties which were a bit tedious, but no, nothing went wrong for once. The strategy, we basically got that strategy handed on the swivel platter to the point where when I got into my stints in like 2 hours to go, I knew exactly what we wanted to do, which was a double medium onto a single soft, which basically won it for us. So no, the strategy played into our cards perfectly, which was something that I really did well. Also, correction, it is my first ever win. So
in any better.
Me too. We are both in the club right now.
Yes, but of course, after the first one, the second one will be much easier for the both of you. And
Yeah.
great to see not only a double podium in GT3, but like I said, a win in LMP2 as well. Even though the number 8 sort of just held on to finish third in the end, didn't quite have the pace to take overall victory, but a very, very strong day for Iris overall.
Yeah, no, it was good fun actually. We were having like a whole big Discord chat where we were all on, but no, it was just really good.
I liked how earlier in the race, Tobias, you were correcting me when I wasn't sure why the 87
no.
didn't come in for the penalty, because I didn't realise they'd appealed it successfully.
I appealed every single penalty for them.
I was saying to Joshua, you were like a lawyer today, Tobias, in and out of the car. Better call Tobias.
I was no, I had to I did a bunch of the I did a few penalty. I had to talk about penalties. Now we're and now you're wait, now I can't speak anymore. I'm just speechless.
I don't blame you for being speechless, but I'll tell you something. You have 51 points to your name, and I believe that puts you Team Iris 77 third in the championship.
I honestly just want to celebrate now. It's been really good. But no,
Exactly.
it's just like it's finally come. And although I had that one Formula E race, which we will not discuss in this, which well, I wasn't even going to count if I had won that race. But no, this really feels like I deserved it. And it
Yeah, you've
really
come
did.
a long way, Tobias, especially even in just the past couple of weeks.
No, the other competitors were really good actually here. Valet, into the points, half. You can always just busting us on, continuing us. It means we get motivated to race, which is good fun for us. I know if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be this quick actually, which is good.
That's great to hear that they've been pushing you on so far.
Also,
go on. One more thing.
No, fun fact. I'd also like to say thanks to my dad for screwing in my rig a bit better so I could drive quicker.
Oh wow,
that was a big help of him. Just to do it.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Bumshine for helping Tobias perform so well today. And I'd like to thank my dad as well for going out for a big walk and letting me do the whole commentary. I still haven't eaten dinner yet, incredibly, so I should probably go do that. That's why I'm trying to keep the interviews as short and least rambly as possible. So this is me trying to cut myself down. But anyway, thank you so much. We've interviewed all the winners now, so with all due respect to the podium finishes, I'm going to call it a night. But our next round, of course, is the Bud International Circuit, which is going to take place in about a month's time. Let's have a look at the calendar very quickly. 27 days time, almost exactly a month. So yes, Bud International will take place on the 14th of May 2022, which is the current year, and you already knew that. That'd be the 8 hours of Bud in India. But of course, we've got the touring car race about 9 days before that, if you can't wait that long, and Formula E still in action. So get ready for the end of that championship, as the title standings are really heating up between Joshua Hamilton, Pascal Eggert, Michael Steffel and company. So, but from me, from everyone here at EERC, it's goodbye. Congratulations to the Team Iris number 77 and Team Iris 87 on taking their first wins for many of those drivers and getting their seasons off to a brilliant start. And of course, congratulations in LMP1 to Valet number 23 on taking their first win of the season as well. So a day at first in Interlagos, but we move on to Bud in a month's time. Thanks for joining me. I've been Edward Hunter, joined by Joshua Birch in commentary. Thanks, of course, as always, to Chris Tompkins, Nick Homeward, Pascal Eggert, and Tom Dillon for all their help and race direction today. See you in Bud. Bye for now.